Hello, League fans, and welcome to the 2017 North American Challenger Series. That's normally Tom's line, but as you can see, Optimus Tom is not with us tonight. And so it's my distinct pleasure to introduce Daniel Digon Gonzalez to the broadcast.
Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate it. As you just heard, my name is Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and the Mark Zimmerman is going to help me navigate these waters and break down tonight's matches.
But before we get to that, we have something we have to address, the elephant in the room. Who are you? Where'd you come from? And what'd you do with Tom?
Well, like I said earlier, I'm Daniel. I'm a host in training here from the DC area. I've been casting Challenger, Collegiate, and Amateur level tournaments for quite some time, and I am happy to be here. Tom is on an extended recall, and I'm just covering for him for a little bit.
Do you know it was my birthday today?
It was your birthday?
Yeah, why didn't you wish me happy birthday yet? A real co-host would have known already and had some teasers or something to throw at me.
I'm sorry. You know, it's my
not
first
off to
time
a great
here.
start.
No, it's not. You know what? But I did beat you in Melee beforehand.
All right, we can leave that one.
All right.
Leave that one.
We're quickly approaching the end of the regular season, so let's take a look at where the teams stand and who's in position for playoffs. E United are in first place with Gold Coin United and Tempo Storm, the two teams we're watching, in second. Big Gods Jackals holds the final playoff spot with CLG Academy and Delta Fox rounding out the final standing. So right off the top, we can definitively say, unfortunately, that Delta Fox are out of the running.
You can say that, but you can't say you're surprised, most likely. It's been a fun run. I think all the fans have enjoyed Delta Fox so far, but there's still more matches to be played. They'll be on the second series tonight, so stick around if you guys want to see more Delta Fox.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've got E United on the other side of the spectrum who are still undefeated after week 4.
Yeah, and I think you can kind of look at them as the de facto team to beat here in the NACS. They don't have any clear weaknesses where I think you can point to a couple things for some of the other teams. Licorice in the top lane can play both carries and tanks. You have GBM and Dandy coming in as the imports, performing very well, and then they still have their bot lane, Zazel and Deathly, who have kind of been a rock in the bottom.
Yeah, it's a solid mixture of star players and a couple workman-like players, but Big God's Jackals, who doesn't have a lot of star players, find themselves in 4th place. But honestly, this split of Challenger feels like a contest between the top teams and everybody else.
Yeah, it does feel like Big God Jackals struggle a little bit in terms of star power. Just when you look at the top 3 teams, they've invested so many resources in terms of getting imports from top players from other regions, as well as developing really strong coaching staffs. And the bottom 3 teams, while are full of players who are very capable of playing in the North American Challenger Series level, they don't have quite that leadership that the top 3 teams do.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of those top teams. Tonight's 2 top teams battling for 2nd place. It's going to be Tempo Storm and Gold Coin United. Last split, this was our semifinals matchup, and right now Tempo Storm are looking for some revenge.
Yeah, this time around, Tempo Storm is the favorite for the series. When these teams faced off in week 1, they actually came out with a victory, and the only team they've lost to is the first place team in E United. And Selfie has been a major part of that success this split. He's a carry in the mid lane, and that's kind of given the team an extra dimension, having that kind of star power. And we've seen him synergize pretty well with the jungler Wiggly in the last week's performance, which is pretty surprising given that they're the 2 new members on the team.
Right, talking about new members, Tempo Storm's bot laner Revan continues to impress. He currently leads all of Challenger Series with the highest KDA, but Gold Coin United's AD carry Rakara is right behind him as well.
Yeah, and alongside the GCU bot lane is also Fly in the mid lane, so we need to keep our eye on. So far, he's proven that he can succeed in a number of different styles, and that's kind of what Gold Coin United needs to figure out. He has this reputation of being a big roamer, which leads to GCU's kind of style of wanting to set up vision for picks and working as a unit. But if this team is going to find success, they need to be comfortable playing without obvious numbers advantages. They need to take these kind of scrappier skirmishes and actually come out ahead.
Yeah, definitely doing some VOD review of Gold Coin United. They do like to set up those plays with Rakara, usually on a Varus or an Ashe, to shoot out the Ashe arrow and then make a play off of that. But if they don't find that pick, they do struggle. So hopefully they'll be able to find that today. So let's go ahead and get ourselves into tonight's rosters. On the blue side, it's Tempo Storm. In the top lane, it's Quas. At jungle, it's Wiggly. In the mid lane, it's Selfie. At bot, it's Revan. And at support, it's Sheep.
And over on the red side, it is Gold Coin United in the top lane solo. Jungle, Santorin, got Fly in the mid lane, and the bot laner Rakara supported by Madlife.
One of the big things looking at these rosters, seeing their pictures come up on the screen, is how much star power there is in both of these rosters, with Madlife, with Fly, and, Santorin's there too for Gold Coin United. And on the opposite side for Tempo Storm, you've got Quas in the top lane, Selfie in the mid lane, and in bot Sheep had some LCS experience as well.
That's what I was kind of saying when you look at the top teams in Challenger right now, is that they have a lot of really recognizable, borderline household names, people that you watched in Season 4 on the world stage if you're looking at E United. And even Madlife has had a ton of experience, so you're kind of surprised if you're this team comprised entirely of North American Challenger players to be like, this is who we're playing against. We heard Fabi last split making a similar comment where he's like, I can't believe the level of competition right now in the Challenger Series.
Right, the gatekeeper himself, Fabi, talking about going up against the God Hand in Madlife for Gold Coin United. So let's go ahead and get ourselves into picks and bans, and we've got a couple bans right off the bat here. Tempo Storm getting rid of Talia and Rakan. On the opposite side, Galio and Zach getting taken away.
Yeah, Zach, Galio, 2 of the common bans on red side generally. Both of them are super annoying to play against. Zach, just this kind of omnipotent force in the jungle, good ganks, strong tank, good magic damage, fulfills anything you really want. And then Galio kind of rounds out that kind of super tank who you can start flexing all over the place. So he's a great early pick because he slots into so many different team comps.
Yeah, and just a quick note, this is still patched 7.12, so the Galio nerfs haven't quite gone in yet. So we're going to see that one taken off the board, along with Caitlyn and Cassiopeia being the last couple bans here.
Yeah, you see 2 bot lane bans already kind of targeting down on Rakar a little bit. Seems like they want to make sure he's limited in what he wants to do. And then no surprise, of course, you grab the Elise, basically the strongest strongest jungler left up. Zach is obviously the S tier, and then alone probably in the A tier right behind him is Elise. Just super strong early pressure. The dives and ganks that you can pull off of this champion are absolutely crazy. We'll have to see what Gold Coin United wants to answer with.
Right, and it does look like it will be a Renekton in the top lane for Solo, the Solo King. Solo, one of those players that's been in Challenger for quite some time, had some experience as well in the LCS level.
Yeah, Renekton's a champion that combos super well with Elise. You see, I mean, dating back all the way to Season 4, those Renekton Elise dives that could just blow you up at level 3, those are still a very strong possibility. So you usually don't see Renekton prioritize that highly, but I think they don't want to put Solo in a position where he needs to worry about a dive like that, so they just take that one away. And then they follow it up with the Rek'Sai, kind of the other A-tier champion right now. A little surprising after the rework, everyone said, oh, Rek'Sai is going to be garbage, but as soon as they fix some of the small things with the ultimate being able to get walked out of, it's been a pretty strong champion so far.
It's a little bit more accurate on the Void Rush, and Santorin on Rek'Sai. I really like that connection there back to his TSM days, as we do have 2 more picks coming in. It's going to be the Thresh coming in for Sheep. He's made his name on that champion as well.
Yep, I mean, that's one of the champions that feels like everyone makes their name on. Kind of like every jungler has a Lee Sin. You know, every support has a Thresh that's gotten high ring.
Right.
It's one of the few supports that can really carry in solo queue. So, you know, Thresh is one that you see for Sheep. You see it for Mad Life. Back when Bunny broke out, he had one. Biofrost had, like, everyone has a Thresh. So Sheep's gonna get his hands on it this time around. Very strong champion in the meta, and a relatively early Orianna pick for Selfie here. Doesn't look like they want to let the mid lane pools get pinched too hard before they get into the second ban phase.
Yeah, Orianna being a safe mid lane pick here, and it does look like it's going to be Tom Kench locked in so far. That's probably going to go to Mad Life. We've seen it a lot there in the bot lane to take care of an AD carry, and Rakara and Mad Life, one of those top AD carry bot lane duos in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, right now you see with the Elise Thresh, that's kind of the makings of a pick comp. You have the Orianna who can kind of combo with that. Not quite as scary as when you start throwing the Syndra in there as well, but it does feel like GCU wanted to get out in front of the potential extra pickoff coming. They get the Tom Kench before it maybe gets banned out, and now you're going to see this kind of lopsided phase where there's a top laner for GCU and there's no one on Tempo Storm, and then similarly there's no mid laner, so they're going to pinch those opposite pools.
So we're now getting into the second ban phase here. Gnar and LeBlanc getting taken away. Gnar's surprising ban here. What do you think about these 2 bans here?
So Gnar was a champion that just started coming back into the meta a little bit this last week and a half in professional play, and then it just got buffed again on 7/13. So it's not quite at the new Gnar level where some people think it was a little unnecessary, that he was in a fine spot. But as people were starting to play them a little bit more, Quas always had a good Gnar, so not too surprised to see that one, as well as the Kennen, one of the few range champions that can really annoy that Renekton pick. So they're trying to set up Solo to be able to get some bully matchups into Quas, who usually has something crazy up his sleeve to make sure that he has pressure in the lane.
Yep, and then the last ban is going to be Syndra, taken away from Fly, who spent some time over at Jin Air, spent some time on Longzhu Gaming, all from the LCK, one of the big import slots here for Gold Coin United, as Jin's going to get locked in.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Fly versus Phoenix. They're pretty opposite players in terms of where they lay on the spectrum, where Phoenix was extremely lane dominant, focused more on his own play, trying to get his own leads, and then basically working within that small area around mid. Not a great roamer. Fly basically the opposite, much more focused on getting out of laning phase, trying to influence his team. So those LeBlanc and Syndra bans are more kind of reminiscent to a Phoenix style of play, and we'll see if Fly does pick up something that can move around the map a little bit more. Talia already banned away, so that would be one of the signature champions you think you'd look for.
Tempo Storm going to lock in Jace for Quas, and now it's a Jace Renekton lane in the top side of the map, and that's got to be a tough thing for Solo.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about trying to ban out a couple of those bully matchups on the top side. That is one of the ones that can, as we see also an Alawi locked in.
Whoa, I didn't see that, and we missed it real quick, so maybe where do you think that might go?
I mean, I think the Alawi is going to go top side, and the Jace looks like it's an 80 carry Jace. You would have to assume very weird bot lane going on right now, potentially. You have to worry about the all-in threat. Jace does have that available, so if you do land a hook against this bot lane of GCU, maybe you can go try and kill it, but with the Tom Kench already there, it's a little surprising to see them kind of double down on that all-in lane as GCU rounds their comp out with Corki.
Yep, Corki going to get locked in for Fly, and we've seen changes in the patch to put Corki in the forefront. We saw High pull that one out for FlyQuest earlier last week, and so Fly is going to have his chance on the champion.
Yeah, it's one that's always had a decent matchup into Orianna. You can kind of bully it early, and then you start pushing it in, and you're mostly focused on wave clear duty as the Corki. Eventually, maybe you move into a side lane. Once you get the package, you can make those roams that we say Fly is so famous for, so we'll see if you can kind of get those going a little bit later on post 6.
Yeah, it's we still got to touch on this here. Jace Thresh in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Revan gonna pull that one out.
I mean, well, I'm going to be learning here alongside you because I can theorize about the hook into going hammer form, trying to drop the damage. You have a speed up to get Thresh in range to kind of get those earlier hooks, but it's still tough just because, I mean, you're against the Tahm Kench, and that's basically the ultimate, nope, that's not going to happen champion.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of poke before they start going for the all-in style that is expected out of a Jace and Thresh, or at least that we can at least theorize out of a Jace and Thresh. But with that, we've got our interesting picks, and we're going to get ourselves into Game 1 of the Challenger Series Week 4. It's Tempo Storm against Goldcorn United.
So one of the things you can do against the Tahm Kench lane is just kill the Tahm Kench. I mean, that's always the possibility of just saying, all right, we'll ignore the Jhin, and we're going to kill Tahm. If you bring the Elise down there, you will have the ability to do that. And obviously, you know, Tahm Kench is very tanky, has that great health that can be annoying to try and punch through. But, I mean, if you do start killing the Tahm Kench, it does get pretty annoying to try and play him because you're kind of just, you're still trying to play front line, as Tahm Kench, but you just don't have as much health as you're used to having. You've been shut down pretty hard. So all that said, I mean, there's still an Alawi in the top side to talk about. There's been a lot of weird stuff out of Tempo Storm.
Yeah, definitely. So looking back at this, in Week 1, Tempo Storm went ahead, took this one 2-0, and it was relatively comprehensive. It's a 2-0 against Goldcorn United. Now that we've gone through Champ Select, which lane do you think is one of the most pivotal for victory for both teams?
I would actually say as much as we talked about the bot lane, I think the top lane is more important. Alawi is a champion that if you fall behind, it can be a little tough to play her. She has a lot of sustain through her tentacles hitting champions, giving her some health back. If she gets ahead, she can become this kind of bruiser who dives in, you try and kill her, and she does that lifesteal tanking, something Quas loves to do, plays the Swain, plays the Vladimir, these kinds of things. And so if the Renekton can beat it up early, it is a decent matchup for Alawi, actually. But if you can gank it early, set it behind, that's really important for GCU to do that and stop it from getting pressure.
And building upon the top lane, these are the two North American talents here in Quas and Solo who have been around the LCS Challenger level. I know it's easy to talk about Fly and Selfie being the import slots. We could talk about Revan in the bot lane and Mad Life on the opposite side for Goldcorn United, but these two guys know Challenger. They know each other very well and represent what's best of North America.
Yeah, two of the best top laners in the Challenger scene. The other one, of course, being Licorice, you have to talk about when you're talking about domestic talent. But, you know, like everyone always says, the mid lane is really the focus of a lot of these import slots. And Selfie has been dominating a little bit in the Challenger Series, has a tough matchup this time around. But as he scales into the game, he does have that game-changing ultimate to potentially find an opening to take it over. But doesn't have great setup. Something you usually love as an Orianna player is having a tank you can kind of throw that ball on.
Right.
I mean, yes, Alawi will kind of jump in there, but she doesn't have any CC to set up that actual Orianna ultimate.
A little bit of counter jungling here by Santorin, taking away the blue buff, and Wiggly's not going to get there in time. He did not take the opposite blue buff, so Santorin finding a little bit of lead here.
Yeah, you see both of them do an early Scuttle Crab, concerned about the gank threats. But Rek'Sai goes in for an invade after, whereas Wiggly wraps back around to his top side, so he's going to lose that blue buff for free. A little surprising to see the Elise not go for any early pressure down that bot side with a clear like that. That's generally what you're assuming is a level 2 cheese gank with that Thresh Jace. I would have liked to see, you know, flash play into hook when then you have your Elise coming in at the same time, but not going to do that, and Santorin grabs himself a nice little lead.
Yeah, two things to get used to down here as we see Sheep going in, landing an early death sentence. Rikara taking a lot of poke early, but the Devour's going to keep him safe by Mad Life. Shock Blast going to come in, do a decent amount of damage, and Mad Life not so tanky. Here comes a turnaround. Deadly Flourish not going to land, and Sheep and Mad Life going back and forth. That's going to lead Revan to come in. Here comes Santorin, thinking about coming in, feeling it, does flash forward, get one knockup onto Revan. Revan trying to walk this one out. Sheepy with a nice play. Revan is very low. Prey Seeker not going to land. Bad Life with the lick. Revan trying to trade it for the kill, but it's First Blood heading on over to Goldcorn United. Maybe not done yet. Rikara gets the last hit, and a nice lick coming out of Mad Life. 2-0 to Goldcorn.
Really, really well played by GCU there. Able to get the fourth shot out of Rikara to get the chunk down on Sheep. Followed up by the tongue lash out of Mad Life, getting that double kill. And this is one of the things when you pick a lane like Thresh Jace, you can assume pretty safely as a side of GCU that they're going to be playing pretty aggressive. So after that initial kind of trade of Scuttle Crabs, Santorin does a really good job making sure he ends up on the bot side of the map, ready for them to go aggressive and cover some of that early game playmaking that you can see come out of a Thresh.
So early lane aggression for the like off-meta pick here for Jace and Thresh, not going to work out in an early lead by Gold Coin United, and we get to see smart pathing coming out of Santorin, who continually puts pressure across the map. We do have them fighting around the blue buff on the mini-map, as you see Quast and Solo, the two top laners going back and forth. Santorin, did he get it? No, Wiggly ends up getting it, so solid stuff there. Elise does end up getting her blue buff.
Able to kind of answer back from that blue buff steal, but the 2 kills in GCU's favor gives them about a 1,500 gold lead. And the big thing is you've now lost pressure down the bot side. So they open up onto Rikara right away. Mad Life looked like he was a little slow on the Devourer to protect him. It gives them enough time to kind of focus down on all-inning him again. And then this is a nice bait out of GCU where they kind of go, Mad Life walks forward like, oh, maybe you'll kill me. A very important flash to get out of that small shock blast there. And then just enough time for Santorin to get involved. And Mad Life plays this one on the outside of the fight, ready to throw in any extra assistance. They try and go for him there, but the hook off by Sheep, and really no way for them to get out with that long chase down coming in the lane. And like we said, nice timing there between the 4th shot and the time.
Solid play there by the veteran support of Mad Life. Teleport coming in on the top side for Quast to make sure that he continues to pressure. Solo hasn't gone back yet, so he's forced to back up and probably will have to use his teleport as well, so no teleport advantage for either laner. But either way, just kind of standard farming across the board. Solo able to bully out Quast a little bit with that Renekton. Renekton, a champion that has a lot of early pressure. But either way, not a lot of farm differences.
Nope, not really, other than that top side 10 CS advantage for the Renekton. But this is already relatively scary if you're Tempo Storm, just because you do not have a super standard draft. I can see some ways that it can work with the catch potential between the Orianna, Elise, Thresh, but you don't have a good front line. Right. You don't have a ton of like CC other than that single target pickoff CC. So in a team fight, when someone jumps in with the Renekton, and the Rek'Sai can jump in, the Tahm Kench can go in there. They have a lot of ways to actually get onto somebody and try and blow them up with Jhin contributing from far away. Unfortunately,
a 3-man roam to the mid lane, not going to find anything, and that's going to allow Fly to head on back. And again, more pressure on the bottom side of the map. Revan is left alone to farm up, and he has to farm under tower. And plays like that, small plays like that, lead to big-time leads.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, Tempo Storm knows they're a little bit behind. They want to get on the map and make something happen. But anytime you do that and it fails, often you're giving something up. So you see now 15 CSC in the bot lane on the side of Rikara, keeping up that KDA.
Yeah, Rikara coming in with a 10.4 KDA, I believe, and I think on the opposite side, it was Revan with 10.5, and obviously that one goes down unless he gets 10 kills,
Don't count him out yet.
5 assists, something like that. But Revan, it's just one of those players that came out of nowhere and doing big things for his team right now. As we do see Mad Life getting hooked under the tower, will go ahead and use the Grey Health to shield up most of that damage. And just going back on Revan, just been a revelation so far for Tempo Storm.
Yep, one of the players that you wouldn't have looked at coming in for this roster, taking up one of those import slots. Not someone that was well known compared to some of the other 80 carry imports that have come in recent years.
Yeah, maybe if you know some of the memes, it's Sam Song, Sam Revan Song on the bot side of the map with Coach LS. That's how you know. That's where you would know him from. But either way, Blue Buff heading on over to Selfie, and he's got himself a nice lead in this mid lane.
Yep, done a good job of getting that advantage by himself. Didn't really require too many resources. But on the side of bot lane, I mean, that's the scary thing is this Jace kind of falling out of place. This Quast getting a little bit of an all-in here on the Solo.
Yeah, goes in and Popsy ultimately fades to do a little bit of damage onto Solo, force him back, and Solo's already teleported, so he's going to risk staying under the tower and might be a possible risk for getting dove later on.
Yeah, but instead, it's Selfie who's going to get caught a little bit out of position here in this room. Wiggly is in range to try and take the skirmish, but it's not going well.
Knock up by Santorin. Wiggly trying to get himself out of trouble, but a rocket's going to land, and that's going to be all she wrote. And it gets even worse for Tempo Storm because down goes Selfie, the mid laner, down as well.
GCU, really nice rotation up to this mid lane. There was a bit of pressure up in the top side with Quast blowing his ultimate to get Renekton low. You can kind of assume the Elise is making his way up there, but Santorin patiently waiting in that top river as Mad Life roams in from the bot side, so it forces Selfie right into Santorin with Fly collapsing. They get a nice 3v2 that breaks out for them, and they're able to get those 2 kills relatively easily. Now 4-0 in favor of GCU with about 1,500 gold, 2,500 gold.
Yeah, and looking across the on the scoreboard there, it's all across the map as we go ahead and take another look at this engage.
Yeah, so there you see basically forced up right into Santorin, who was patiently waiting for him. Just a flash knock up onto Wiggly, actually. One of the changes that came through with these Rek'Sai mini rework was that you only really knock up one main target and the rest kind of get pushed back a little bit. So it can be slightly difficult to pick who you want there. I'm sure he wanted to knock up Selfie, but got Wiggly. The team adapted well, focused him down first before focusing back onto Selfie.
That's right, he's a professional. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I would hope.
And so he's able to go ahead and pick up that kill. 4-0 so far, 10 minutes into this match. And Tempo Storm a little bit further behind. Do they have some late game mechanism that can help them catch back up?
Honestly, not in my opinion. I mean, like, you do have, so we talk about Orianna not having good setup on the team, but she does provide good setup for the Alawi. So if you do end up in a situation where maybe GCU starts Baron, they get a little bit risky, you hit a big Orianna shockwave into Alawi ultimate, that can be a game-changing team fight. But with no one to really put the ball in place to kick all that off, it might be a little difficult. You could see one of those infamous put the ball on Elise, repel in, suicide setup, but from behind, that feels really bad as the Elise, because you see not even done with their jungle item yet.
Yeah, Elise not only down in kills and effect on the map, but down on CS as well, 58-39. Santorin's been all around the map and having impact in every single lane. And Tempo Storm still trying to find some pressure on the bottom side of the map, but again, they're just kind of grasping at straws and haven't found anything to hold on to.
Nope, not at all. And soon GCU should be able to start transferring this into objectives. The first turret's still available, Dragon's still up, Rift Herald's still up, but with this big of a lead off the back of kills and farm, you think at some point they're going to brute force one of these down here. Dragon would be great to take, being a mountain dragon from ahead, able to use that to start snowballing the turrets down as well.
So both teams kind of positioning themselves. We do see Santorin working his way on the bottom side of the map. We'll run into Wiggly as we do pan down, and either way, it's just a little check just to see who's around, where everyone's around. You able to use the tremor sense to notice footsteps, but no play to be found.
It was a little risky if you wanted to brute force anything down there. Your bot lane had just reset, potentially could get collapsed on. So Santorin doing what he was most famous for, getting vision. But it's a little unfair to still characterize him that way. He's been a lot more aggressive during his time on NRG. We saw a lot of that, probably the highlight player for them. And even since then, as Fly trying to open up Selfie here.
Yeah, he is. A nice shockwave is going to land, but Selfie doesn't have enough damage. Not enough mana either. Flash forward, and that's going to be Mad Life and Solo doubling the mid laner. The cocoon will land, and that was a weird interaction. Solo tried to get over the wall, and now he's going to get landed by the death sentence, and down he goes. Revan the AD carry, able to pick that one up. Quas able to land a skill shot as well, but that's going to be the end of it, a 1-for-1.
There's a nice idea out of GCU, just a little unclean on the escape. If Mad Life was able to collapse over onto Solo, he can potentially devour him out of there, keep him safe. But it was a good collapse by Sheep, who was kind of roaming mid after that reset in the bot lane. It's one of those ones where GCU's bot lane pushes in resets, Tempo Storms does the same thing, and it can be a little risky looking for plays like that during that time, because one of the first things supports usually do after recalling is go and get some vision out.
The Drake now heading on over to Tempo Storm. They are positioned for it. Wiggly does not have Smite, but he will be able to secure it. The Fangs do sink onto the Drake. Quas able to walk himself out of trouble, so Tempo Storm finding a little bit of a groove here.
Yeah, we were talking about how GCU probably wanted to set something up around that Dragon pretty soon. That mid lane skirmish going bad allows Tempo Storm to sneak it away, and while from behind, it is very hard to find a use for Mountain Dragon. At the very least, you're keeping it off GCU's hands here, so a little bit of a steal that you got to be happy with if you're Tempo Storm.
Wiggly almost was able to steal the red buff away, but Santorin, he's a lot bigger right now. You can't go ahead and take him on by yourself. Also, the bot lane has priority, and it does look like Tempo Storm's bot lane is going to give up pressure of this bottom side of the map.
Kind of a result of staying on the map for that Dragon. Didn't have a chance to get their recall off. They have to give this one up. Fly had moved down, and like you said, Santorin in that bot jungle, making sure that they have vision and pressure down there to push this turret. A little surprising to see Santorin going with that Cinder Hulk build, something I'm not personally a fan of, but
what would you rather see?
I like the Warrior one more. We'll take another look at this mid lane skirmish. You see Fly basically brute forcing, just getting as much chunk down as he can. He knows Selfie won't actually turn it around for a kill on him, And so that frees Solo up to actually go in and blow him up because he already had done so much damage before the fight. But this is where you look and see that a little over-aggressive. Mad Life already using that flash to get some damage in on the turret dives. Not able to go help get Solo out of there. And a good collapse by Tempo Storm, gets him a dragon, loses them a turret. Overall, an even trade, but GCU continuing to build that advantage.
Yeah, an unfortunate interaction there for Solo. He was almost able to slice over the walls. We do see Abyssal Voyage now going down on the Quas. Quas does get exhausted, trying to turn around the damage, but he's going to get caught out. He's going to get chomped up and taken down. It's Solo killing Quas.
Really nice roam there by the side of GCU. They already took the bot turret, head up to that top side, and can kind of be a little bit of a bait because you, as Quas, probably know they're coming up there, but you're not ready for the angle that Tom Kent can deliver that. So instead of thinking that you can run back over the lane as you see them coming in, you just all of a sudden have two people right next to you.
Yep, surprise, we're behind you. Good luck trying to get out of that one. And Quas didn't have any summoners. His ult was down.
And he's a Lowy, not the best champion for running away. A little bit of an all-in.
No kiting at all, and it's going to be another tower heading on over to GCU, who are looking to accelerate their lead here 15 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. Revan is trying his best to knock this tower down along with Selfie, but right now, again, Tempo Storm look a little bit behind on the back foot here as Fly engaging onto Wiggly and forcing out a flash.
Fly playing really well this game. We talk about him needing to step up potentially. Hold on, Solo getting caught out.
Solo is getting caught out, trying to turn around the damage, but not enough. Sheep with a nice death sentence to set that one up.
Nice pick off as GCU rotates down to the bot lane, or mid lane, excuse me, after taking that top turret. Trying to finish off all these outer ones, but during this time, Tempo Storm staying in the bot lane might be looking for a turret trade here, just trying to get some gold in their pockets.
Yeah, a little bit of a game of chicken here. Tempo Storm staying around the bottom inner tower. The tower will go down. Wiggly trying his best to save it. Nope, not going to be enough. Calculated, says Gold Coin United. They take the mid-outer turret.
Giving up a little bit of that local gold to try and collapse down into the bot lane. Tempo Storm sees that one coming and gets out just fine. Overall, once again, not the worst trade for Tempo Storm, but they are playing from behind. 4,000 gold deficit now, and it's a situation where it would have been really nice if Solo did not get caught out there. You saw just how little gold the Jace has in comparison to the Jhin. Similar item path all around, but prior to going back there, he did not have those double longswords. He was basically down a full BF to Rakara.
Yeah, a lot of items being completed right now, and Rakara not only ahead in items, but in CS as well, as we do see Tempo Storm starting to work their way and take down the Rift Herald. They're going to claim that one. It's going to go on to Wiggly, so we'll get to see how well Tempo Storm is able to utilize the Rift Herald buff.
I mean, overall, Tempo Storm, I would say, has actually been playing a little bit better than GCU, all things considered. They had really, really good vision control just a moment ago before a couple of those wards timed out. Which is something that can be hard to do from behind. They steal the Mountain Dragon away. They get the Rift Herald here, so they've had a lot better objective control. You just have to look at potentially the draft being a little bit of a problem, as well as falling behind some early ganks out of Santorin that's really set them much further behind than they'd ever want to be. But at the very least, they're showing that they have the understanding of the game to stay in it.
Get to see how long they're able to stay in it. So if you're the side of Tempo Storm here, you don't want to get too late because your champions don't scale too hard. What kind of fight are you actually looking for?
Eventually, they're going to have to go that Baron, and that's where you're going to hope you can catch them out. Obviously, Renekton does not become a split-pushing monster. He transitions from, I built my team in early lead to I'm going to be a big, dumb frontliner, but he doesn't have great team fighting. So you can potentially find an opportunity that as you crest into that 20 through 30-minute mark, when he starts making that transition into just being a frontline bruiser, you might find something around the Baron pit because, like we said, GCU still mostly a team fighting team. Not great 1-3-1, though Cork can kind of go into a side lane. And for the most part, Tempo Storm will be able to find the fight, but when you're behind with no one to walk in as a frontliner, it's tough to play.
Well, if there is a way back in for Tempo Storm, Solo might be that door. He's already died twice in a lot of games this season so far. He's the one that gets caught out, either split pushing too much or hugging onto a tower that he probably shouldn't hold on to. I remember vividly some Rumble games where, you know, he's 1-5 and trying to equalize anyone and doesn't do too much damage.
Yeah, I mean, even this game, as his bot lane is making a play up on the top side with him, he goes back down to the bot lane as Tempo Storm finishes off that turret and then just gets caught out for no reason. The Thresh catching him by surprise.
Ooh, sneaky Sheep trying to find a play onto Fly, but Fly sniffed that one out and was able to get himself into safety. Now Quas and Solo going back at it again. We do have an Abyssal Voyage coming in. Wiggly's here to help out and try to even up the numbers, but it is a 3v2. Ultimate going down. Lots of damage coming out of Quas. The leap of faith not going to be enough, and both teams disengage.
There's some of that lifesteal tanking that we're talking about. The Alawi does so well and that Quas loves to play. Gets jumped on by a 3-man, but that sets up for a nice 3-man ultimate for himself, and they're not able to actually burst him out there. The Death Dance also delaying some of that damage coming through, and not enough to actually finish him off. Does buy some room for Santorin down this bot side to just work away in this Cloud Drake by himself.
Right, especially after seeing Wiggly in the top lane, no contest at the Dragon.
Yep, so you're pretty safe to grab this one, and that's kind of the risks of these 1-3-1s that GCU is playing. Is worrying about the collapse. We saw Fly trying to get picked off. That attempt in the top side almost got turned, but good ideas out of them with the Jhin and the Tahm Kench in the mid lane. As soon as they push that wave and they can collapse onto either side, so nice to see the proactivity out of them, but got a little too close to the Alawi there.
Yeah, Alawi, also well known to go ahead, get late. If you go ahead and try to start a big-time team fight on her, she can pull out all the tentacles and do all the damages. Quas almost showing that one in that last fight, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at the map here. Vision mostly on the top side of the map. Now that Baron is down, but neither team having a stranglehold on the opposite side of the map.
And that's the thing, is that for how far ahead GCU is 4,000 gold, you think that they would have a little bit better control, but not quite the case. And this is what we were saying, was Tempo Storm has done a good job from behind of keeping wards out. They have that Scuttle Crab right now. They have some blue trinkets dotted around that top side. GCU now just moving in as a 5-man, really getting control of this top side. And you see the random Rift Herald summoned as Tempo Storm wasn't really able to find a case.
Hey.
A little bit of a spectator bug, or
nah, he just wanted to touch the wall.
just got confused.
Yeah, he's going, where
Moonwalk,
there
heyo.
we go. Look at this. Look at the moves on the Rift Herald, everybody. He's a little bit of a Michael Jackson fan, as they're going to get the slow push on the bottom side of the map, and we've seen that a lot way back in the day in Korea. I think it was Shai was one of those players that pulled that one out, so we're going to have to watch that ticking time bomb on the bottom side. Gold Coin United's going to have to make a choice sometime. And this might be
Choice
their
they're
choice
making right now is open up with a Jhin ult in the top side jungle where you have all that vision control, but really nothing there for Gold Coin United to follow up on. So Tempo Storm in a little bit of a favorable position now. Someone's going to have to go back and deal with this Rift Herald. Looks like Solo's heading back there, but he's not the fastest wave clear champion. There you go, a turret down for Tempo Storm, despite being kind of forced to use that one before it timed out.
That's right, the Rift Herald with a little bit of style, with a little bit of a moonwalk, able to walk his way all the way down to the bottom tower and get themselves a little bit closer of a gold lead. So the gold lead's still been around 3,000. It's been like that for almost 10 minutes here. And so Tempo Storm looking to get their items and find some sort of power spike.
Kind of completing, you see Selfie going a little bit for a creep build, getting that Rod of Ages after already having the Morellos, and GCU getting impatient, feeling like they're not closing the lead as fast as they want. Try to force down that Baron, but it gets scouted out with a blue trinket.
Yep, nice blue trinket coming out of Revan. And because of the attempt, the health bars are low. That's going to give Tempo Storm enough time to clear up the vision, take control of Baron, and the dance starts all over again.
It's something Tempo Storm has done well with, just knowing when they can move in and out of situations. They had that play where they grabbed the dragon down the bot lane to keep that off GCU. They understand that we can't go down there and defend our turret now. They back off. They understand the trading game very well in terms of objectives.
So both teams trying to figure out what the next big objective is going to be. Baron is always on the map, but at 23 minutes, a little bit early. So Mountain Drake is the next Drake that will be up in the Dragon Pit. That might be where we start seeing a lot of the vision battles and confrontations in the rift.
You see, actually, Selfie's the one up gold despite dying twice, staying even in farm, and that's what we were saying a little bit. Saying with the greedy build with the Rod of Ages. Usually, you see a Lute in second, or if you're snowballing and very strong, a Leandries. A little surprising not to see either of those come out, and instead getting that Rod of Ages, getting a little tankier. We talk about Tempo Storm lacking a front line. Who knows, maybe Selfie will play it this time around.
Yep, Selfie came into the scene with a super hot crew and was integral to their success early on, and actually was coached by his current coach, LS, way back in the day, and I believe it was around 2014. So they're reunited, finding success here as, again, Vision Wars just starting up. Sheep trying to make a play here, tries to land the death sentence, unable to, and Fly staying cool under pressure.
looks like GCU won't try and punish that engage on Sheep, just settling for some more vision control up in the top side. And this is one of the things that we said could be an issue for GCU. They always want those kind of odd man fights. They're not happy just necessarily forcing and turning and getting a 5v5 from ahead. They want to find a pickoff, but they've been struggling to do that this time around.
Oh, Wiggly does get stunned up by Renekton. Test of Spirit. Gonna do a little bit of damage to Solo. There's a death sentence that finally hooks out a Sheep, but not going to lead to too much there. So again, just kind of skirmishes around vision. You don't see this too much in solo queue. You're seeing a lot of it right now, though, in this match.
Yeah, but Selfie caught a little bit out of position, trying to find his way out of here. So might fight again.
Sombrero onto Fly. Fly a little low. Here comes the Abyssal Voyage from Mad Life to help out his mid laner. Quas still thinking about it. Flashes forward, not able to land any damage on the Fly. Fly again able to walk out of the cocoon. Solid stuff from him. Teleport coming in now by Solo as they start the tower defense.
The Tempo Storm getting very aggressive, wanting to finish off Fly there, but every skill shot they sent came up just a little bit short, and despite getting a really nice chunk out there when it looked a little suspect at the beginning, Selfie snuck his way into that brush, almost got collapsed on, but it didn't look like Santorin quite knew he was there, and that hairy situation ends up with no one actually going down.
Selfie keeping his, Fly keeping his cool, and those are the mechanics, man. It's not always about killing stuff. Sometimes it's the fancy feet, or I guess the fancy steering coming out of Fly's Corky. And he gets himself out of a lot of trouble there. Both teams now just fighting over vision, and we're waiting for possibly some sort of stun, some sort of hook to come out and lead to a big-time fight.
That's the hard part for Tempo Storm is you see them try and get that pick off there in the top lane. You see the flash in by Quas. Misses that one. Wiggly goes to the Flash Cocoon, misses that one. Shock Blast gets blocked out by Santorin, and kind of all in on that one pickoff, not able to actually grab it. And now you're down a lot of summoners for this next potential fight, a lot available on the side of GCU.
The Drake has spawned, though, so both teams are going to start focusing their attention to the bottom river. Selfie going to clear out this pink ward, but again, a lot of vision game going on. Neither team wants to take an empty fight, unless your name is Santorin, as he pops in forward, does knock up Quas. Quas in a little bit of trouble, but on the front line, able to do some damage, but not enough. Santorin does get himself out of the back line, as now we see Solo trying to go in, Wiggly trying to catch him out. Sheep with a nice play, not going to land anything. Here comes the curtain call. It's going to be bodied out by Wiggly. And I think this is going to be Drake heading on over to Goldcoin.
Brute force out of the river there by GCU. Boss was trying to play that frontline drain tank role that he wants, but Selfie never was able to really get involved in that fight, find an ultimate to set up that huge combination with the Alawi, and after he gets forced down low enough, has to run away, and with the Jhin ultimate coming over the top, Tempo Storm can't get back into the river while GCU finishes off that dragon. It's nice of them to be able to grab that, but the game has stalled out on their side, and still sitting at that 3,000 gold lead.
And I like that out of Santorin. He was able to go ahead and unburrow on top of everyone. And it was without vision. And I was just making the point that neither team had made a play without having vision. And Santorin bucks the trend, gets his team a Drake and a little bit further of a lead. Now, still a 3,000 gold lead. I thought it was a 4,000, still a 3,000 gold lead, and keeping his team in it.
And that's one of the benefits of playing the tankier Rek'Sai. You can go for plays like that. If you're scared, if you're a warrior, Tiamat finish into one of the Hydras, most often Titanic Hydra, you go for that build and you go in like that, you might get blown up. Not quite the case this time. In Tempo Storm, getting aggressive, trying to force down this Baron.
Yep, starting up the Baron. We don't know if it's a fake or not. Does look like a fake. Nice Shock Blast landing from Revan, and there's a hook landing by Sheep in a little bit of trouble. Is Revan, though, because Solo comes around with the flank, not able to catch anything. Revan does go down. Santorin going to pick that one up. Wiggly very low. He's the next one to fall, and so far, it's going to be a cleanup for Goldcoin United. It's a 3-for-0.
Tempo Stormers had better vision control this entire game. They had vision control around that Baron pit once again, but they're too far behind. They get absolutely collapsed on by GCU. Now they're trying to get them off this Baron.
Quas is tanky and does still have his ultimate. We know how much damage the tentacles can do. Did just use it, so Leap of Faith not going to lead to a big multi-kill play, or is it? There it is. Quas able to land it on Fly. So many fancy feats, not able to get away from that one. And so Quas, the savior of Tempo Storm.
Still a 3-for-1, I believe, on the side of GCU. Doesn't look like Selfie's quite done yet. Wants to find Solo, not able to interrupt him, but does get Mad Life.
Mad Life, unfortunately, has no more life. Down he goes. Selfie continuing the pursuit and picking that one up.
Able to actually clean up decently well there. Ends up a 3-for-2 now on the side of GCU, and Tempo Storm Gonna go in and clear out some vision. Actually gonna start the Baron, but GCU's gonna be well aware of this one. They got 4 wards in the pit.
But maybe they're just going to try to burst it down as here comes Revan. There is a lot of damage here. Quas is tanky enough to tank up most of the damage. She's going to body block most of the attempts. Santorin does get hooked, but he does steal it. Good play by Santorin. He's all alone in the pit, but it doesn't matter. Baron heading on over to Goldcorn United.
That was such a big play out of Santorin there. They were about to lose the Baron and start giving up the gold lead back to Tempo Storm, but Sheep was not in position to flay him out of that tunnel coming over the wall. They did have a little bit of vision to see him, but just not aware that he was in any sort of position to potentially steal, and he gets over the wall clean enough, able to get the smite before going down, and kind of saves his team there.
What a smooth play there by Santorin. Just walked all the way in. As you can see him waiting, he knows it's going on. Tempo Storm has no idea it's there, shows up at the last second. Sheep does make a great death sentence hook, but through the stun, able to land the smite, and is the hero of the day. Santorin saving his team.
And going for the hook there was a bit of a mistake. Should just hold on to the flay and keep him from getting into the pit. They probably knew his flash was down given the recent skirmishes and playing a Rek'Sai. You're going to end up flashing in or out. And so if you know that that's down, you just have to hold the flay until you see that tunnel animation start. Looks like he got a little antsy. Goes for the hook instead, and Santorin does get that smite steal.
So with the Baron buff power play, Goldcorn United starting to spread out. You talked about it earlier, Fly could theoretically split. He's doing that right now in the top side of the map, while 3 other members are pushing the mid side, and there's got to be some sort of answer here by Tempo Storm.
Tempo Storm does have decent wave clear. Obviously, Orianna is one of those champions that's very hard to siege against, though the Baron buff makes it significantly easier. And Alawi is another one of those champions that around turrets becomes a lot stronger. Just being able to fish with her E, trying to pull the spirit out, and if you get it under the turret, it's very easy to focus down, then the tentacles come out, and it starts becoming a nightmare to try and siege against her. Also very good on the offensive when someone's trying to wave clear under the turret, you can potentially grab it. So there's a lot of situations where Alawi actually works pretty well in the team game, but it does feel like she needs a specific comp around her to work, and I'm not convinced the one that Tempo Storm has put together is that one.
Neither is Goldcorn United as they continue to push down this mid lane. They're going to just savage this one down. Down it goes. 4th tower of the game for Goldcorn United, and they get closer and closer to the middle inhibitor turret. And Goldcorn starting to slowly turn the screws in this match towards their favor.
With a little bit of help from Tempo Storm, kind of gifting him over that Baron. GCU was struggling to really make any work onto these inner turrets after they grabbed the outer ring relatively quickly, and now with the Baron buff, they grabbed their first one, working now on their second.
Solo now going to do split pushing duties under the tower itself. Wheeling in nice auto attacks, uses Shockwave to try and slow down Solo, but Fly comes around the corner and is able to pick up that turret.
Good little rotation there out of Fly from the mid lane up to the top side. Their bot lane backs out around the same time. They grab their second outer turret, or inner turret, excuse me. The bot one's been chunked down pretty low. See, he's got that little hollowed out graphic that they use now. Is Santorin getting jumped on a little bit, but he's a tanky Rek'Sai.
He is a tanky Rek'Sai. Tunnels over the wall, and he's going to get to safety. Mad Life was there as well, just in case, like supports should be, taking care of their carries. And that 3,000 gold lead has ballooned up to about a 7,000 gold lead in the matter of a couple minutes. As we are 33 minutes into the game, this is going to be the final Drake, the final baby Drake. It's going to be a Cloud Drake as Tempo Storm have taken control of it. Goldcorn United want no part of it.
Yeah, GCU has used the last of their Baron buff to make sure they grabbed another inner turret. Off that reset, kind of opens up Cloud Drake for Tempo Storm to sneak in and grab. Not the end of the world if you're GCU. This doesn't feel like one of those games where you need a ton of move speed, not dealing with a split pusher and collapsing and all those things. It's nice to be able to match the one GCU has, but feels like it's going to be a lot more down to these team fights as a couple skirmishes in a row have revolved around that Baron.
Yeah, I got to continue watching the performance of Revan here with that very awkward, I guess unique pick of Jace in the bot lane against Jhin, and Rikara's doing his job, staying in the back and dealing damage.
Yeah, Rikara is 0-0-5, 4 items completed, basically a full item ahead of Revan, as well as the fact that Jin's just generally going to do more in a team fight. The Jace has a lot of poke, but he's picked in the top lane for his split push power, able to take turrets down, and from behind, Revan just kind of stuck on wave clear duty and will have a hard time getting damage down to the back line, hitting Fly or Rikara, whereas on the flip side, that super long-range Jhin ultimate will be able to snipe down whatever GCU wants to focus.
So taking a look at the map, a lot of vision for this side of Gold Coin United on Tempo Storm's own jungle. And so that's going to really suffocate Tempo Storm from trying to make any moves.
Yeah, I mean, Tempo Storm is in a little bit of a holding pattern here. Baron will be up in 2 minutes. GCU doesn't have the easiest time forcing plays unless people are caught out of position. Maybe you look at Quas right now pushed up on the top side, but he's going to recall after escorting that wave all the way up there. And so GCU is going to try and keep the waves pushed in, work on getting some vision control, so when this Baron spawns in 2 minutes, they can instantly start pressuring onto it.
So let me pose a question for you real quick here, Mark. Do both teams want to fight at Baron? I mean, it seems like they're both waiting.
I don't think GCU particularly wants a fight around the Baron pit. You might be fine taking one in the river where you have the ability to kind of pull out and run away from Alawi once she drops her ultimate. If you get pinned up in the pit, that can be a disaster against Orianna Alawi. But if you start the Baron off, they start running at you, and you have Mad Life ult Santorin on top of them, and then teleport come in, you get a flank. I think that could be a situation that works really well for GCU, as Rikara has no trouble, like we said, contributing from far away.
So we'll be on lookout for that. Tempo Storm trying to figure out a way back in this match. Gold Coin United continuing to move on Tempo Storm side of the jungle, and that Baron timer gets closer and closer to fruition. And Tempo Storm is the one that wants to find that fight, so they might find themselves in trouble in their own jungle without the right vision.
And like we said before, without a real frontliner, what's one of the difficulties is walking into contest vision. It's great when you have, let's say, a tanky Rek'Sai or a Gragas or a Zac, you put the Orianna ball on them, they just run into some brushes to face check them. Much harder. They do have some good tools with the Jace Shock Blast as well as the Elise W, able to send those into brushes in front of you, so you don't necessarily need to check them yourself. That's pretty slow going if the enemy team has complete vision control on that top side.
Right, you can see the concerted effort right here by Tempo Storm trying to shove in this mid lane. All four of the members are all here, and it forces Gold Coin United to come answer. But Gold Coin United just too strong, able to shove down the lane.
Yeah, but for the most part, Tempo Storm has done a good job getting vision down in this top side. They have a ton of wards in their own jungle as well as a couple in the river so far, making GCU's life a little difficult, not really able to bait until they start getting better vision control.
The hook going to land onto Solo, but not exactly the target you want to initiate on. He's going to be fine, able to walk out. Oh, he took a lot of damage from the Test of Spirit there.
Yeah, that starts ramping up really hard with AD, actually, to the point where you can chunk half of a life bar relatively easily. And that's kind of what happened to Solo there. You saw Mad Life try and devour him to deny that, but that debuff still keeps sticking on even with you in Tom Kench's belly.
Yep, that might be the go button here. Rikara's going to pop the curtain call, does have vision of the rest of the pit. Teleport coming in for Solo with his low health bar. Another Test of Spirit going to land onto Quas. Very low is the Baron, and it does head on over to Wiggly. The rest of the fight begins, and down goes Santorin after the steal. Flashes over the pit, keeps Tempo Storm safe, and they're going to walk themselves out of trouble. Tempo Storm finding that little opening. However, Solo does go ahead and get the stun onto Jace. Jace is very low, and Rikara's going to pick that one up. It's a 1-for-1 so far. The blue turret does go down during this fight, and both teams trying to go back and forth. Solo does get taken down by the Test of Spirit, and Quas is moving forward. Fly trying to find a little fight. Phosphorus Bomb not going to land. Flay going to get him in a little bit of trouble. Mad Life is able to eat him up and spit him out. Sheep wants a little bit more, though. Maybe looking for a death sentence. Not going to find anything. 1 for 2. Baron heading on over to Tempo Storm.
Really nice play out of Tempo Storm. There are two huge Test of Spirits coming out of Quas. The first one onto Solo to chunk him low, forcing him to recall and teleport back in. The second one onto Santorin, drops him down to about 1,000 health before he even gets in range for that steal. Makes him play it a little bit slower than he probably wants to. And off that, they get the Baron. They get a very close fight, almost able to win that one a little bit harder. Both sides trying to finish off the back line of each other. And here, keep your eye on Quas. This is going to be the big E that's going to kind of set his team up well. He's playing a little bit of zoning duty, lands the E, pulls the Spirit out. They focus him down, burn as much damage as you can. You see Santorin off the back of that drops down so low. He's trying to play it safe and doesn't know when he should actually go in. And then once he does, gets blown up. And then Fly and Rikara play this one decently, but without Santorin there providing a little bit extra CC, it is hard to lock them down for a single target to hit. They do get Revan there. You see that one chain CC combo, but that's all they have for now. And then they're stuck in this kind of 3v3 as Wiggly had left them alone here, but no way to actually walk forward.
You're right, Test of Spirit doing a ton of damage. Quas finding some sneaky damage that I don't think I don't think the tanky Santorin was expecting to come out of it.
I don't think most people are expecting the Alawi damage. How many times can you honestly say you've played against a well-coordinated team with Alawi in competitive play? It's something that not many people are experienced with, and this is why I was saying around objectives, with the right team, Alawi actually becomes very, very strong because she does provide a way to freely chunk people out, similar to like a Syndra just ulting a target out of nowhere, but it's on your E.
Quas being that pseudo tank will continue to watch his play so far as we do see a death sentence landing onto Solo. Solo popping the Gargoyle Stone Plate, so he's not going to take too much damage. Quas did use his ultimate, so he won't have that for the next team fight, but the Dragon, Elder Dragon, heading on over to Tempo Storm.
Yeah, a bit of a whiff on that ultimate, but it did scare GCU from walking forward, bought the space for his team to grab that Elder Dragon. And because they had actually managed to steal away a couple of GCU's Dragons in the early game, this is not negligible takeaway here for the Elder Dragon. Actually going to be adding a fair amount of damage to this burn, and when comboed with the pushing power that comes from Baron, Tempo Storm's going to have a great opportunity to bring this gold lead back into their favor as they melt turrets down.
Yeah, we thought that we'd have some trouble finding a way into the fight, and the answer was Quas on this Alawi. Untouched is Revan, untouched is Selfie, and they're able to deal damage with just a one-man front line coming out of Quas, and now it bounces back. The question's in Gold Coin United's court. How do you work your way back in it after having a lead for so long?
I mean, it is the kind of case where I think they would have done better to potentially just brute force that engage onto Tempo Storm instead of playing that Baron game, because Tempo Storm doesn't do a good job walking into you. And what ended up happening in that fight was that both of them were just standing around the mid lane looking at each other. And that's a similar situation to a Siege situation or a Baron Force, where that's where Alawi can shine, get those kind of free ease off to chunk people out. Did that 2 times in a row, and then all of a sudden you're losing objectives. So you kind of want to brute force those fights a little bit more as GCU, but you've gotten to the point now where with the gold lead even, you can't be as lackadaisical in your engage. You actually need to find good ones, whereas when you have a 4,000 gold lead, you saw them go for that Quas pick off in the top side, and it didn't quite work out, but it wasn't like you lost anything for it. This time around, if you start messing up your ults on the Quas, he might mess you up.
He might mess you up indeed, as we are 41 minutes, 30 seconds into Game 1 of this battle for second place in the North American Challenger Series 2007 Summer Split. Tempo Storm and Gold Coin United both sitting at 5-2, and it seems like it's just one more fight away from this game blowing up in either team's favor, and I could say both teams have made plays to win.
Yeah, both teams have been playing pretty well overall. Tempo Storm fell behind early off some good ganks out of GCU, but they played the objective game better, they played the vision game better, and they were able to stem the bleeding until they found a couple good objective fights. Now GCU doing everything they can to force Tempo Storm off their base.
Rakara popping the ultimate there, not going to find too much damage as Locket was popped out of Sheep, giving a lot of shields to Tempo Storm, but now you can just see the vision game is now being played on Gold Coin United's side of the map.
And overall, Tempo Storm has some pretty huge farm numbers. Quas is almost at max build. Selfie already is. Revan catching up to the Rakara, who was further ahead. Not going to matter as much more, as you see a lot of people getting forced down low.
Revan did get caught up there. Flash forward by Santorin, not going to work. He wasn't able to get the knock-up onto Revan, so Revan very lucky to get himself out of that one. But the tower does go down, and the base has been cracked open.
A little bit sketchy there on the side of Tempo Storm, but they grab the objective and they get out. Lose a couple flashes for it. Actually, just Quas is going down, so not the end of the world. Santorin traded his, trying to get in there and start the fight off for GCU. We talk about not great CC on the side of Tempo Storm, really not much better for GCU. They have a lot better front line, of course, and people who can walk forward, but it seems like they're having a hard time letting Fly and Rakari get involved in these team fights.
And one of those big initiators was Santorin. Did use Flash on that one, so he's not going to have that for the next initiate. And so that maybe leaves Mad Life with an ultimate in, maybe Solo trying to get a stun on Renekton as well, but that's about it. So I think both teams are going to start up this Baron dance again. Our third Baron of the game here with 45 seconds to spawn.
Quas has officially passed Renekton as a useful team fighter. There was that small phase of the game where even in 5v5s, Renekton's still able to function pretty well. Now Quas almost getting the E out onto Jin, but they're going to keep going.
Yep, hard fleshing coming in, a nice two-man shockwave coming in. Quas looking so tanky, not taking any damage, and now Solo with the Test of Spirit taking him down to a quarter health. Needs to be careful from the tentacles, able to slice his way out of that one, but now there's not a lot of pressure on the map for Gold Coin United.
Yes, Tempo Storm's going to actually not run up with that one. They're going to go back into the Baron, spawning in 5 seconds. Solo has been chunked low, does have his teleport available, but Tempo Storm has really nice vision control in that topside jungle. A little scary given that Corki has his package. This could be a dangerous fight for them to force.
Santorin once again trying to find a steal. There is no shockwave on Oriana. It will be up soon, and it doesn't matter because the Baron does get taken by Santorin, or does taken by Wiggly. Solo going in, does find Quas. Quas is a little low and does go down. Santorin's able to pick up that kill. Ultimate coming out of Ricard, the curtain call, the final number. Not going to land on anyone. Selfie's going to have a dark passage into safety, but Santorin doesn't want to give up the chase. Solo there as well, able to dodge his way out of command attack. Ricard now trying, all of Goldcorn United trying to stop TS of getting into trouble. Fly now going in there, not going to find anything. The blue turret does go down, so Goldcorn United's pressure from minions is going to help out. Shockwave going to land on the Fly. He's very low, will be able to get himself out. Santorin finding 2 to knock up, but not going to find much more than that. Madlife forced to eat out Jin. Solo very low, might get soloed by Revan. Ricard very low. There goes the 80 carry for GCU. 2 kills heading on over to Selfie in the mid lane.
GCU getting a little bit greedy there. Tempo Storm forced down that Baron very fast, kind of pinned themselves up against the wall there, and GCU with a big lane in top lane. Fly almost out. Looked like he's going to be okay now. Selfie still has the speed chase. Is the Valkyrie coming up? There it is. Might be out with that one. Both teams have Cloud Drake kind of powering them away.
I don't know if that passage was close enough. Selfie wants to say, hey, come here, take one with me, and down goes Fly. And I think Tempo Storm has turned this game on its head.
Yeah, Tempo Storm definitely looking like they might be able to take this one. Quas teleports in the bot lane trying to force with that turret down, but he doesn't have a Baron buff anymore. So not able to use that.
Quas being that big front line. It took a long time for Goldcorn United to burn him down, and I think that helped the rest of his team find success. Santorin now trying to chase everybody around. Not going to find too much. Revan going 1v1 and is able to solo him out, and that's going to spell disaster for Goldcorn United.
GCU, despite having a large lead in the early game off the back of Santorin's play, not actually able to convert. And they're doing their last stand here, trying to protect their Nexus turrets.
Yep. Oh, Wiggly does take a lot of damage, but it does force Solo back. Ricard is up, but already used the curtain call, so doesn't have many more objects of damage to help out. Solo coming in, he's not going to find too much, and that's going to be all she wrote. Tempo Storm, after losing for most of this game, comes back and takes game 1 in this series.
And this is one of the reasons that we were talking about Tempo Storm is the favorite in this series now, is that they have much better team play, and without being able to get numbers advantages and finding those pickoffs on the side of GCU, they slowly fall to Tempo Storm who have that better macro play.
Yeah, and one of those things that surprised me is they didn't have a ton of engage on their team composition, and they were able to still be patient and find the right fights that they needed to get themselves in.
Yeah, it's one of those comps where as you watch it a little bit more, you start seeing the strengths come out. Like I said, that Alawi pick is one that not too many people are used to playing against, and if you stand in situations late game against an Alawi who has managed to build a decent chunk of AD, those spirits start hurting a lot. And so if you get that pulled on a front line, all of a sudden they've just chunked him out for free basically down the half, and that's basically what they relied on in the mid game and late game to start grabbing objectives.
Yep, Oriana, a big part of that as well. She scales late into the game, and Selfie was able to find that. Let's go ahead and run it back, though. Goldcorn United with the early lead here. We're going to take a replay at 4 minutes. Goldcorn United with 2 kills in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, things started out great for GCU. They know that this bot lane of Thresh Jace probably wants to play aggressive. You see why they want to play aggressive here, able to really abuse GCU in the 2v2, but with that aggression, Madlife knows I'll bait this a little bit more as Santorin passed down there early on after sealing away the blue buff. Some nice mechanical plays out of Madlife, getting that exhaust, getting that flash out, making sure not to take too much damage, which buys enough time for Santorin and Ricard to pick up this double kill as one last attempt out of Tempo Storm to turn this one around, get something for this potential 2-death trade.
Yeah, and remember, that was after Santorin double buffed Wiggly, so Wiggly was running on 2 buffs. Here we have another play, 9 minutes into the game, 2 more kills heading on over to Goldcorn United.
Yep, Quas have been playing aggressive in the top lane as well, had chunked out the Renekton, and Santorin was sitting up in the top side of seeing where he needed to go while Madlife roamed him from the river, forces Selfie right into Santorin, and they're able to get a collapse onto him, and that also kind of baits Wiggly to come down and try and help his mid laner out, ends up giving over another kill, And that's what we're saying. It looked great for GCU this entire time. They split up into that 1-3-1. They tried to use the Tom Kench ultimate to find some pickoffs in the side lanes. Didn't really work out for them, unfortunately, just because the person they chose was Quas, who was able to keep sneaking out of those situations. And then once it came to the Barons, they never really got great vision control to force Tempo Storm to actually walk into them.
Right, and we talked about the vision control for quite some time, and that was a lot of patience that Tempo Storm showed until they had ultimately got a big-time team fight at 46 minutes and were able to turn it around 3-for-1 by Tempo Storm.
Yeah, GCU lost the Baron. They wanted to get something out of it. They had already killed Quas. They felt like that was the biggest member that was giving them a lot of trouble down. They had a big minion wave pushing into the top side, but they get a little too greedy trying to find those chunks. Fly gets forced down extremely low. Selfie is able to keep himself alive, a decent amount of shielding available on the side of Tempo Storm. And then it's an easy turn in this kind of a 4v5 situation, given the fact that Solo was already low. A couple other members on the side of GCU got chunked down by Selfie when he hits that big ultimate. And once they get that 3-for-1, it's a bit of a scramble situation for GCU because Quas is teleporting down to the bot lane now. The rest of them are running up mid, and they never really found their footing after that fight.
So I think it was really interesting because a lot of what we know Tempo Storm to be is a team that uses their prowess as solo laners to take early leads and roam it around the map. And we're used to seeing set plays come out of Gold Coin United. However, Tempo Storm showed the patience to get the right play at the right time, which ended up leading ultimately to Baron. How does Gold Coin United try to figure out their way back in it?
It's a little bit scary because, like I was saying, I thought Tempo Storm was playing better for most of this game despite some of those early plays.
Right.
This was not a comeback that came off, oh my God, GCU made a huge mistake, that's why they lost the game. They stole away a dragon. They stole away the Rift Herald. They were able to use that to push up. They consistently had good vision control. And so when you head into game 2 and you're looking at, well, what can GCU do better? It's the kind of improvements that you need to make over the course of a season, not in between games.
Now, with the draft, you didn't like Tempo Storm's draft too much here. You made a couple comments there about it. What would they like to change? And then also, just one more on top of that, the Jace pick, does that lead to a ban now, or was that just something you just ignore?
I would probably ignore that. That didn't give you any trouble. The big problem was kind of the Alawi, as well as your inability to find pickoffs in those side lanes when you started roaming around the map. You need to figure out a way to get better vision control. Maybe you pick a team comp that has better bursts and CC chains available, because there was a lot of mid lane bans. The Talia got banned out,
right?
The LeBlanc and the Syndra. So Fly was kind of forced pretty far down his champion pool there, most likely. So maybe you try and get something a little bit earlier on that he's more comfortable with.
All right, well, with that, we have our Game 1 in the books. We're headed for a quick break, but when we return, it's Game 2 between Gold Coin United and Tempo Storm. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Don't touch that browser. Bad Life with the lick. Revan trying to trade it for the kill, but it's First Blood heading on over to Gold Coin United. Maybe not done yet. Ricard gets the last hit, and a nice lick coming out of Mad Life. Wiggly trying to get himself out of trouble, but a rocket's going to land, and that's going to be all she wrote. And it gets even worse for Tempo Storm because down goes Selfie, the mid laner, down as well. Shockwave is going to land, but Selfie doesn't have enough damage, not enough mana either. Flash forward, and that's going to be Mad Life and Solo doubling the mid laner. Revan does go down. Santorin going to pick that one up. Wiggly very low. He's the next one to fall. And so far, it's going to be a cleanup for Gold Coin United. It's a 3-for-0. He's going to body block most of the attempts. Santorin does get hooked. Money does steal it. Good play by Santorin. Welcome back, League fans. We're setting up for Game 2 between Gold Coin United and Tempo Storm after a comeback victory from Tempo Storm in Game 1. And, you know, it was a great show of patience by Tempo Storm, and ultimately that led to the victory.
Yeah, that's the thing is when you're playing better from behind, it's not about necessarily getting really aggressive and finding that one big team fight that brings you back into the game. They consistently found small advantages over the course of the game where they got a dragon that they might not have been able to get if they didn't punish GCU earlier. They get the Rift Herald. They eventually put that one in the bot lane. GCU doesn't react quite appropriately. Out of nowhere, Quas gets a turret. He's starting to get some gold going. And then once he's a little bit more online, they start fishing for those Alawi's around the mid lane and Baron. And that allows them to start winning fights before they even take them because they've already chunked out the front line so hard.
Now, on the side of Gold Coin United, go with me a little bit. You have a roster that has Fly. You have a roster that has Mad Life. But the guy that's coming through for you in that last game was World's quarterfinalist Santorin going big on the Rek'Sai. How can they go ahead and mix it up so that those two other playmakers can start making plays?
It was a little bit surprising when they took the Orianna early on and you saw GCU prioritize the Tahm Kench. When you're up against, like we said, you saw the Elise early on, you saw the Thresh early on, you already want the Tahm Kench. And I think it worked out well in the early game when they rotated their bot lane up to the top side. They used that Tahm Kench ultimate well. But after that, he was largely irrelevant because one of the interactions that I wasn't really thinking about was if the Alawi lands her E onto somebody, the Tahm Kench Devour doesn't do anything at all.
Right.
And so you're still taking that damage, even if you're in Tahm Kench's stomach or wherever you are. So I think that was one of those things where it looked like it was going to be really good, but then the way the actual late game played out, Tahm Kench just kind of sat there, and it was like, oh my god, people are dying around me and I can't save them. If they were a little bit more aggressive and using that Tahm Kench ult to force onto Tempo Storm, maybe it would have worked out better, but it felt like there was just a little bit of unfamiliarity with the situation they were in.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because how many times do you play against an Alawi in a team comp? It's not too much, but we're going to get ourselves into picks and bans for Game 2 as we have Gold Coin United going up against Tempo Storm. And the first ban coming out is going to continue to be that Cassiopeia Self. He's not going to get his hands on that one.
And one of his best champions so far. He's played a lot in the Challenger Series, admittedly. A lot of different styles, too. We've seen Fizzes, we've seen Cassidins, we've seen Oriannas at like last game, a lot of control mages. So he's a player that it feels like it's a little bit of a waste to ban him out unless you're specifically trying to force him onto a matchup because you've game planned around it. But once again, GCU going to keep trying to focus him down, throw the LeBlanc ban his way as well.
LeBlanc ban going his way, and red side, you're going to ban Zach. That's what Tempo Storm does as we move on here. So if you're on the side of, we'll go Coin United since they took the loss, who do you want to continue to focus? Is it just Selfie? Is there another player that you want to slow down? Quas went big in that last one.
Yeah, Quas went big. You can maybe look at the Alawi because it is so specific and hard to deal with. Things like the Swain are not as bad. Even a little bit the Gnar or the Kennen are probably things you've played a little bit more against, which is what they've banned out. It felt like GCU was picking very reactionary. We saw them take the Renekton early on as well to avoid giving up the Renekton and Elise combination. Then when we talk about the Tahm Kench pick, there's so many things that they did reactively that maybe they ended up on some things that they didn't necessarily want heading into the game.
All right, I can't see who that last man is.
It's an Alawi.
All right, that is. There it is.
It tests how familiar you are with random champion splash arts.
It kind of looks like Lee Sin kicking a little bit. Alawi going to get taken away from Quas. No more weird picks there. Does leave some other weird picks.
He's got plenty in his pockets. Don't tempt Quas. He's got the Mordekaiser. He's got Vladimir. He's got Swain still up. Going to let GCU grab the Caitlyn first pick, though. And one thing I want to talk about is the blue side LeBlanc ban. You and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, and it's something that for such a strong pick, you're like, why are people always banning on blue side? And it's because it does have a couple specific counter matchups that make it really difficult to play. Things like a Cassidin, things like a Cassiopeia. And what happens is when you're on red side, you can take the LeBlanc with your last pick and get 2 bans to throw in the mid lane to make sure that the LeBlanc pick doesn't get heavily counterpicked. So it's one of those things where on blue side, in the first rotation, you actually have to ban it, because if you let it get all the way over to the red side, you're not going to get a counter pick on it. If you try and take it early, they get counter picked still. So it's one of the results of this new 10-ban system.
Right, so Caitlyn going to be locked in for Gold Coin United instead of the powerful LeBlanc who got banned out earlier by them. It's going to be Thresh back on the Hands of Sheep and Wiggly back on Elise. So 2 comfort picks here for Tempo Storm.
Yep, 2 comfort picks, 2 things that they used last game to pretty good effect. They're strong champions in pretty much every regard. Good takeaways as well. No Mad Life Thresh is something you're pretty happy about. And as a result, GCU going to run it back mostly the same as well, potentially. Already the Rek'Sai lock-in and now hovering the Tahm Kench. Like we said, it's a good pick into the Thresh and Elise. It's just Didn't quite work out last time, but maybe it'll work now that the Alawi's already taken off the table.
Yep, Tom Kench, no more sneaky damage coming out of the Alawi. And I want to go back to that Caitlyn pick very quickly as we're waiting for Tempo Storm to lock it in, because we talked about these AD carries. They haven't quite performed like what we thought they would. Revan picking out that weird Jace, almost pulling it out again.
Yeah,
and
got a little scared.
Yeah, but both players not really performing too big in that last one.
It wasn't a story that was much about the AD carries. Rikara was trying to get involved, but it did feel like the Fly and Rikara combination did struggle in team fights to really take out the members of GCU. Maybe it's because the front line didn't have the setup that they would need to be able to walk forward confidently, because you are playing against an Orianna who can kind of put that ball past the front line, so it splits your team up now that you have to kind of walk over that ball one way or the other. Instead, they're going to grab that Renekton early on, and this is the combination that we said maybe GCU was reacting too strongly to it, trying to break this one up. Now Tempo Storm's going to play it and show if it was worth that takeaway last game.
That's right, Elise Renekton. Heavy dive in that one. Quas going to try to show Solo how it's done, because Solo kind of got bodied a little bit in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, in the one-on-one, he was doing mostly fine. Did get chunked out a couple times, but had a little bit of a small CS lead against the Alawi. It wasn't until later in the game where he kind of fell apart and kind of kept getting these Alawi E's on him. He gets chunked out before a fight. Didn't find opportunities to really get good flanks off, so now he's going to get his chance to play what he wants. The Gnar will not be what he gets to play, though.
Nope, Gnar and Talia getting taken away. Varus banned away from Rikara, from, who's it? Oh, from the mid lane. Okay, so, from Revan. There we go. Sorry, I got a little bit confused there. So, Rikara comfortable on the Caitlyn. We get the final ban, it's going to be Ashe, so Revan's champ pool gets a little bit smaller there for Tempo Storm.
Yep, you see one of the offsets here on the side of GCU. They already have their AD carry. Tempo Storm already has their top laner. The Talia ban is just more fly focused. We talked about how great he is roaming. Talia, the best roaming champion in the game currently, so yeah, probably want to keep him off that. And then the Gnar pick is, like we said, one that's kind of come back in the meta. Something that does well against the Renekton because you're able to play the range game for some of the early levels, and then when you start transforming, you actually scrap pretty well with Renekton. So not going to be an option there, and we see the Callista lock in for Revan.
Yep, Callista locked in for Revan. Fly going to take the Orianna away from Selfie. Again, the safe pick on the blue side if you get countered.
Yeah, very safe pick. Works well. We talk about wanting setup. The Rek'Sai is pretty good setup overall, and if they do end up going with this Rumble, one of Solo's favorite champions, they're going to have a pretty nice combination here where you get the knock up, you pull everyone together, and then Rumble layers his equalizer on top of that. It's a decent matchup into Renekton as well, so overall GCU probably a little bit more happy with how this draft is looking, at least in terms of comfort.
Right, we haven't seen a lot of Callista out in professional play. Does come out a lot more in professional play than it does solo queue, where it's super rare. However, Revan going to show off his skills on that. We're waiting for the final mid lane pick, and there it is, possibly the Kassadin. 3 seconds left. Yeah, they're going to lock it in. So Kassadin into Orianna in the mid lane for Selfie.
Not a great matchup for Kassadin, but the thing about Kassadin is as long as you get out of laning phase fine, you'll still be able to do what you want in terms of getting easy access on the back line, split pushing, collapsing on different members. And so usually when you see the Kassadin pick, it's in response to something he already has a good matchup into, but Selfie kind of saying, nah, I'm pretty sure I can beat Fly, no matter the matchup.
So solid stuff here by both of these teams as they continue to go ahead and wait for the timer to go down. But I'm really excited to see the Callista. I do like it. It's something different as he's going into a tough lane. But once they get out of the lane, you can see some interesting ult interactions with Sheep and Revan on that bot lane duo.
Yeah, and I think Callista is a decently strong pick. It's a little scary into Caitlyn just because traditionally that's one of her worst matchups, the range advantage becoming a big nuisance for her because Callista wants extended trades. Caitlyn wants basically the opposite. She wants to dash in or walk in and out of the auto attack range and just pelt you over and over. So not something that you love doing, but against a Tom Kench when you have Thresh, really not that bad because you're not going to eat as much harass as you might normally. Still have to kind of worry about that, but we'll have to see. Especially if Santorin starts making his way down there early on because they destroyed that lane with that first gank.
They definitely did. We do get to see Rikara on that new Pulse Fire Caitlyn skin. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. Great gun. No hat necessary. I love it.
I'm not much of a skins guy, I'll be honest. I rarely notice them. I don't know if you saw. I thought the Santa Braum skin.
Yeah.
I thought it was Lobster Fisherman Braum. I didn't realize that the marker was supposed to be a reindeer on the passive.
Reindeer, man.
Looked like a lobster.
Why would Braum be like getting lobsters?
Because he's a manly man. He's fishing, getting lobsters. It makes perfect sense to me.
Okay, I
It's
guess
red skin.
lobsters in like the frozen area of Freylord. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think maybe some cod. You could get fisherman Brom, but that's about it.
Lobster fisherman Braum specifically.
All right, that's enough about fish here. Other than Tom Kench on the map, he's a catfish, right?
I believe so. Frog, catfish.
Okay. All right, well, that's a stretch. I'm going with catfish. He's going to have to deal with it today. As we do see both teams kind of set up the line of scrimmage, no one going for a deep invade to start.
Nope, looks like it's going to be pretty average starts for both them. Jungler's going to be working on their raptor camps to begin. Quas giving a little bit of a leash. Not even having Solo walk in there. That's something you usually see with the blue side top laners going down to harass a little bit on that raptor camp, trying to find maybe steal a chicken away. You have to be a little bit careful. We've seen sometimes on the way back people get harassed out pretty heavily.
So why do these junglers start at raptors? What does that path usually lead to?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. One, you can get two earlier on with it. When you clear all the little raptors away, you can get to get that early too. It respawns faster as well, so your second clear, if you're playing around like the 4:30 timing, you'll often see people going back to their raptors right away to get more XP. And also, if you're running the XP Quint rune page, sometimes you see people going for the Scuttle Crab to hit their level 3 instead of going for a third camp, which then transitions them perfectly into ganks because they're already in the river. You can get some nice timings off like that. And that's something that you see actually Santorin doing right now on the top side. He did the first two camps, and now he's going to be going for the Scuttle Crab in the top river. Get some vision out for Solo to make sure he's safe to keep pushing, it looks like. Maybe even going to go for his own invade. Goes over the wall, takes the blast cone over. He's going to be able to most likely grab these Krugs away. So this is some of that early counter juggling that can come in with that kind of clear.
A lot of mind games going down between these junglers. He's going to stay for the full clear, so Santorin's going to find a little bit of a lead here. I guess, does he have the possibility of diving this early on? Is it too early to try to find something on the Quas here? Quas is shoved in.
It's not so much about the timing so much as the health bar. Quas, despite getting shoved in, is still relatively full health as Wiggly tries to make a pass on the fly here.
Yeah, flying a little bit of trouble, able to flash on over. But Wiggly, with the right pathing, is able to find, fly, and burn an early summoner spell.
Nice gank by Wiggly there, and buying some room for Selfie to farm up. One of the most important things as that cast, and like we said, is get to that level 6 unperturbed. Being able to get some space bought for him by Wiggly while Santorin was up on that top side is going to be super useful.
Taking a look here on the bottom side of the map now. Both AD carries farming up. Revan a little behind as expected. Rakara shoved all the way up. No ward placed yet for Mad Life or Rakara. But either way, they're going to continue putting down the pressure, and they know that they have help on Santorin on the bottom side.
Yep, Santorin leaving his topside jungle up for a super long time. A little bit of a strange path here. Might be a little bit of an instance of trying to do too much for his laners, but he is keeping the counter jungling up. Already took the Krugs away, now working on this Gromp down the other side. But meanwhile, Wiggly is much more focused on lanes. Already turned one in the mid lane. Was hovering around this top side just out of the fog of war.
Yeah, maybe trying to sneak into the top lane, but oh, gives it away early. That's it. Quash trying to get the stun down solo. Barely able to walk that one out on Rumble. He's going to be safe. So gank thwarted. Advantage heading on over to Santorin. Small little gain on the Gromp.
Yeah, very importantly, Wiggly showing in the top side means that potentially Santorin might be able to play this one over the wall. He does have the Rek'Sai, one of the best champions for ganking at this angle. If Sheep and Revan walk forward, they might find an opening, but never mind. Fog of War playing tricks on me. He's already way out of there.
He walked himself out of there. I'm guessing Rakara and Mad Life stepped up a little bit too early because we saw Revan and Sheep just kind of walk away. So good read there by that bot lane. Wiggly coming back to the mid lane. Fly does not have any flash, and he's going to get in a little bit of trouble. Will be able to get away. Skittering Frenzy not going to be enough, and so the Spider's not going to do enough. Santorin now trying to go down onto Selfie. Selfie able to walk that one out as well, but flash is blown.
Yeah, overall, both teams playing this one relatively well. Tempo Storm wants to punish the flashless Orianna. A nice cleanse by Fly lets him continue walking out of there. Santorin, without having to burn flash, able to move on to those guys. Almost finds the kill, but not quite enough damage available to him, and Selfie's able to get out. And touching on that point about the bot lane backing out, that's one of those things that in competitive play comes down to just how well you communicate as a team. You know that when your jungler shows on the top side and you don't know where the jungler is, the obvious play is to make one on the bot side. They don't have good vision control down there. So yeah, it sucks to convince yourself, hey, I should walk away from this wave and just give up a little bit of CS until I have more information again. But it's the correct play, and it's one that is very hard to convince yourself to do because you're relying on instinct and anticipation as opposed to what you're actually seeing.
Right? Because what you're seeing is giving away CS, and as an AD carry, you obsess over getting all the CS, having the highest CSD at 10, blah, blah, blah. But if you're dead, you're just going to fall even further behind. Smart play there by Revan and Sheep to stay safe. As we look back in the mid lane, Catalyst is able to be picked up by Selfie, even though he didn't get that gank off.
Nope, but he farmed up pretty well, gets a lead over Fly. Tempo Storm is a team that plays very heavily around mid lane with their jungle. I believe I heard that they have one of the highest jungle proximities around their mid lane. Selfie always taking a lot of help. Even in that game that went bad early on last time around, they were still his jungler playing around him. So you see that he commands resources, but he's able to execute when he gets the advantage. And now, given the early pressure, he's able to start zoning away Fly, and the 1v1 Wiggly, though, still hovering around.
Yeah, Wiggly's been very active in the gank game, trying to find his way in and get an early lead. Fly doesn't have flash for a little bit longer, did get donated the blue buff, but instead Wiggly's going to rotate his way back over to his red buff and just start to farm up again after giving up that early CS lead.
Let me see, Santorin doing what he does best. Still has a little bit of that power farming jungler in him.
You may change the Rek'Sai, but you won't change the player playing Rek'Sai.
Truer words have never been spoken, Degon, as Solo getting wrapped around on a little bit here as he pushed in top lane.
Yes, he does. Quas able to land the stun. Trying to toast the buns of Wiggly, tries to turn it around as well, but here comes Santorin. Nice knock up on the right target, but now did Santorin get himself in a little bit of trouble? Void Rush gets Wiggly very low, but it's not enough. Renekton picks up the first kill.
Solo did not have ultimate available there. He had used it earlier in dealing with the wave, and as a result, when there's a 2v2 breaking out on the top side, Rumble is missing the most critical tool for his early game power. Ends up losing that one as a result. Santorin trying to get that kill onto the Elise, but doesn't quite know the damage well enough, perhaps.
Oh, nice aggressive play coming out of Quas, sitting on the equalizer. The only thing that's getting equalized is nothing because Quas takes all of the gold there. 300 heading over to him on that kill.
Nope, nothing getting equalized there. Tempo Storm gets a 2-for-0. I guess equalizing the gold lead a little bit. Now only 100 ahead about after there's some advantages down in the bot lane. And like we were saying, that CS advantage for Santorin. We said the Caitlyn was a little bit annoying, but not as annoying as Elise Renekton. One of the reasons they tried to split this duo up.
Yeah, Quas getting nice stuns down, and Wiggly roaming there as well, and it looked okay once Solo was able to get himself out. He gets away with just the right amount of health, but Santorin not able to turn that one around.
Yeah, a little bit of a spectator bug there. As you can see, it's actually Rumble's equalizer is on cooldown. If they had that available, that is super hard for Tempo Storm to actually turn that play. I'm going to hope that they were communicating about the fact that it wasn't available, and so they're able to get that kill onto Solo, or Santorin, excuse me, and then Solo gets a little bit greedy and doesn't recall out, and Quas continues to go aggressive and force down for that kill.
So here is Quas on the bottom side of the map, I guess after recalling, and we'll take this sneaky Drake away. It's the Infernal Drake. It does get reset a bit, but with the pink wards down, or with the control wards down, the vision ward's not able to do anything. Smart play there by Tempo Storm as they continue to push their lead for later.
I actually really like that play out of Tempo Storm. It's very hard, despite the fact that they have all these kills, to get that Infernal Dragon down the bot side, given the fact that Caitlyn has pressured almost the entire early laning phase against Tempo Storm. So while you did get those 2 kills, they're on your top laner, and that gold's not really helping you get an objective unless you bring it down. And with it being an Infernal Dragon, you know, the most important dragon by far, despite whatever North American casters might try and tell you otherwise.
You mean it's not Cloud?
It's not Cloud.
Are you sure? I've been told.
Statistically, it is not Cloud.
Okay.
It is Infernal. Cloud is close to the other 2, though. It's worth noting. But it's a great play out of Tempo Storm. Bring Quas down, run him down there, get the dragon, teleport him back top, worth the advantage. Solo had already used his teleport to get back in the lane, so you know there's no threat of potentially giving up global pressure to go for it. Really smart play out of Tempo Storm overall.
Now the junglers both on the top side of the map. Wiggly trying to find a way in there. Quas trying to shove it in so that Wiggly can get a lane gank in, and he did do a solid job there. Quas holding that wave perfectly, but look at the ping right there on the mini-map. Solo has sniffed that one out, knows that Elise is there, and so Wiggly's wasting a lot of his time.
Yeah, Wiggly's wasting his time, but also kind of wasting Solo's. None of that CS going over the Rumble right now, and he's playing it very, very smart on the side of Solo. Just looks like Santorin's going to pass his way up to the top side, potentially take this 2v2 fight with that equalizer now available.
So Solo does step up, walk into Wiggly. He's sitting on top of the minion wave so he doesn't get cocooned. That equalizer equalizes nothing, and now Solo's on the run. Wiggly getting a little bit toasted there. Santorin does finally show up. Quas putting down the Dominus, dealing a little bit of damage, but able to walk away. This gank for both players looked a little botched, but here comes Selfie. No riff walk needed until possibly the last moment. Quas getting a little damage down as well. Selfie gonna take that one over. And there it is, the mid lane roam heading over to Tempo Storm.
I don't know exactly what Solo was thinking there. I mean, he had the Rek'Sai coming up the backside to cover him so he could actually push that wave in, but he doesn't wait for Santorin to be in range. If he plays that one a little bit slower, you might actually be able to get a kill onto Wiggly. Doesn't end up happening. The equalizer was not particularly good either. He tries to wrap around, but there you see the advantage that Castling can have after he gets level 6. That roam heading up to the top side, securing the only kill in that engage.
So taking a peek back down here on the bottom side of the map, the only lane truly winning here for Gold Coin United. Rakara 124 to 107 in CS for Revan, or over Revan. And they've got to find a way to play around that so that they can transition out of this terrible laning phase that's been happening for Solo.
You would like to see maybe Santorin head down there. It is hard to gank that lane, but maybe you can set up a situation where you're just sieging in front of the turret. Even though the gold lead is relatively close, game circumstance is actually pretty bad for the side of GCU. Selfie has got out of laning phase, has complete control of the mid lane for the most part now. Top side, the Rumble has been shut down a little bit by the Renekton, still farming decently, but Renekton has a lot more kills, and when the turrets start falling, Solo will have to be careful in the side lanes with the Castlin able to collapse very, very easily. And then even though you do have that advantage down the bot lane, 20 CS is great and all, but the turret's still relatively healthy. It's not something that's going to get taken too quickly. So Tempo Storm also grabbing that Infernal Dragon means, despite what the goal might tell you, this is actually a great early game for Tempo Storm.
So taking a look here at the Orianna-Kassadin matchup, should Selfie be winning that hard right now?
I mean, no, and it's worth noting that a lot of that was off the back of Wiggly's ganks. Even though they didn't turn a kill, it kept the pressure up pretty hard, so Kassadin was given more room to work, like we were saying, and that's what's super important, is not necessarily getting kills, but getting to level 6 without being at a CS deficit. The fact that he could get the Catalyst off the first purchase is actually huge for Kassadin.
We do see an Abyssal Voyage down onto Revan. Revan trying to flash away, not going to be able to walk his way out of that one. Chomp goes the Revan, and down he goes. Mad Life going to pick that one up. All three members getting an assist.
Oh, a bit of a misplay there by Tempo Storm. They saw that some of the bot lane was out of lane for GCU, thought that Revan was going to be safe to walk forward, but what he's not accounting for is that global mobility that comes in from the Tahm Kench. They teleport behind him with it, get the first kill, and with that, finally able to take the first third of the game. Actually, huge for them. We were talking about how they needed to find some way to get something going around the bot lane. They do it by faking out around the mid.
Yep, and we kind of questioned in Champ Select the Tahm Kench pick, again, going back over to Mad Life, and we're seeing the mastery of the champion and how that can affect the game from across the map. And there isn't there isn't a lot of mobility on the side of Gold Coin United other than Mad Life, maybe a little bit of Santorin.
Nope, not too much mobility. And during this time, of course, both teams still trading objectives pretty heavily. Tempo Storm did not want to give up that turret for free. Stayed up in the top lane. GCU continued to push in the bot lane. Ends up a 1-for-1 turret trade. Rift Turret's still on the map. I'd be surprised if Tempo Storm doesn't take a look at it at least.
It does look like the pings are going down there. Not a lot of vision, as we do have a replay of the fight on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, there you see the teleport coming in. All too easy. Like we were saying, there were people up on the top side pressuring around Selfie a little bit, which makes Revan think that he's in the 1v1 versus Rakara. Not actually the case, as the Tahm Kench brings in the jungler and they get that kill.
So during that time, Tempo Storm able to take the Rift Herald. And that was one of the big catalysts in the last game that helped them catch back up when they dropped it on the bottom side of the map and shoved across the bot lane.
You see Selfie thinking about Moot going in there, catches a glimpse of Tom Kench, says, uh-oh, I'm not actually going to use this W, and he just walks away. Good restraint out of him there. Tempo Storm kind of resetting. Not entirely, though. They're going to actually cut off Solo.
Solo forced to flash. Quas wants it, goes after. Cocoon going to land. And just like the Mark Z predicted, it's the Renekton going along with the Elise. Now we see Revan in a little bit of trouble again, this time in his own jungle. And Santorin going to pick that one up with Rikara.
Ooh, Revan struggling to play around this kind of split map pressure. The fact that Tempo Storm kept their Renekton and Elise together, like we were saying, once that turret drops, there's a lot more room to work with. Not the Kassadin roaming up there. He's stuck under the mid lane turret, but Revan wanted to move over to help that Kassadin, not actually able to do so. Now Caitlyn's getting to do what Caitlyn does best, set up in front of a turret in the mid game and start mowing them down.
And this is one of the first times that we've seen Revan really struggle. On the Jace, we knew that possibly he could scale later on, but he's really losing a 2v2 here. It's not a ton of extra pressure until the ganks came in.
Yeah, but luckily Tempo Storm isn't losing this stuff completely for free. You see Quas able to set up that chain CC combination. And during that time, Revan trying to get over the mid lane, wants to help the Kassadin, but takes an awful path doing so, trying to wrap around the front of the turret instead of taking the safe way to the backside.
That made no sense. You're the AD carry. Everyone's going to try to kill you. As soon as you show yourself, you're going to go down. That's exactly what happened on Revan's Kalista.
Yeah, no flash available either. So even if you can say, oh, well, maybe he's trying to make a play happen, the two of them, Kassadin and Kalista, but no flash available, you're just going to get jumped on right away, and that's what happened. But Tempo Storm wants to answer back. They drop the Rift Herald around the mid lane.
Rift Herald does do a decent amount of damage onto the tower, but Revan was not strong enough to get in there. Quas was on the bottom side of the map, so they couldn't brute force it right away. Death Sentence will land onto Mad Life. Does get caught with the Cocoon, but enough has been done by Gold Coin United to repel the push.
GCU does keep the turret alive. Pretty important over the course of this game to not lose your mid turret early on. Does open the map up a lot for different angles of collapsing. And the fact that Tempo Storm did not have Kassadin there meant they didn't want to take that fight. Selfie was instead heading up to the top side. A little surprising to see them brute force it that hard, given that they weren't going to use everybody available to do so.
Selfie now able to go ahead and split here at level 12, has that second level Rift Walk. That just deals a lot more damage and is a little bit scarier, especially if you're solo who's 0-3 and don't have any MR.
That said, I'm a little surprised to see the Kassadin up against the Rumble instead of up against Orianna. Face check solo right here.
Yep, getting a little toasty is Selfie. Here comes Santorin. Rift Walk away is going to be enough. Santorin will use Void Rust. Nice flash away! What a play by Wiggly to get the Cocoon down, but Santorin does salvage it. Sheep able to land a Death Sentence down on his solo, trying to toast some spiders. Very close, will not be able to get it, but here comes Mad Life. Teleport is coming in now by Quas. Does get the kill, is solo. Quas comes in late, and a great play does get turned around by both teams.
Oh my god, Wiggly. Great prediction on that Rek'Sai ultimate. Also well played by Selfie to flash out of it, but too little, too late. And this is what we're talking about, some questionable lane assignments out of Tempo Storm here. The Rumble obviously does not do super well into Kassadin, but it does much better than an Orianna, who has been mostly shut down over the course of this game. And you see Kassadin gets punished for face checking, despite the team trying to be in range to follow up on the aggression that Selfie's putting out.
Yeah, Selfie almost got away with being cheeky, and he had his jungler in his back pocket, but not quite enough there. And these teams going back and forth. Gold Coin United, obviously, with the huge gold lead. A lot of that down on the bottom side of the map, and in the CS that Santorin has been able to accrue over Wiggly.
There's two of the big matchups going well for GCU. The Rek'Sai in the jungle, getting that nice counter jungling early on, as well as Rikara being able to continually push in lanes. This time, unmatched in the top side. We'll take another look at that play. And here you see Kassadin, not a great matchup into solo. Doesn't do a ton of damage. And now, as soon as that Prey Seeker lands, going to get that follow-up with a nice flash out, just the Cocoon, but not enough to actually finish him off. The Rumble Equalizer with the Tiamat proc getting that kill. And then Sheep wants to help, but Solo's pretty healthy and does a lot of damage to the Elise, who has no defenses built.
Yep, toasted spiders. Tastes delicious. Solo's going to take that one after kind of getting bullied throughout the laning phase.
Uh-oh, Quas caught out in the middle of nowhere. 4 members of GCU around him.
Slice, dice, and everything nice might be enough to get Quas away. Does throw down the Dominus. Teleport is channeled by Selfie. He's out safe. Able to flash over, and the Dark Passage going to be enough. Quas sees the light and is able to go home safely.
Yeah, Quas gets saved, saving Private Quas there. Sheep getting the lantern, but they did have to blow a global on Selfie to make that one work. And it feels like this game is slowly slipping out of Tempo Storm's hands despite the good early game. Now a 2,000 gold lead for GCU off the back of some really scrappy fights in the side lanes.
They do have the late game contingency plan in a Kassadin, and we know that a Callista is able to burst down some neutral objectives, namely Baron or Drake if it needs to come down to it, but they've got to get to that point.
Well, yeah, the other thing too is that GCU is no slouch in the late game either. Anytime you have an Orianna-Caitlyn combination, you have a ton of long-range team fighting capabilities. The Rek'Sai, especially the way that Santorin likes to build it, can get very tanky, provide that front line, and then Rumble, just an extremely strong champion at most points in the game. Team fighting is one of his fortes. As soon as he starts getting that Leandries and Zanya's completed, it's actually relatively hard to force him down and stop him from getting a lot of damage out.
Tempo Storm continuing to rotate across the map, try to force something mid, and then once Gold Coin United gets there, it quickly disperses because there's not much you can do against an Orianna wave clear and a Caitlyn wave clear. And so both teams now positioning themselves around the Drake. It's going to be up in a minute, so we're going to see both teams start putting down wards.
Feels like Tempo Storm's comp came a little bit off the rails with some of those side lane skirmishes. You have a lot of playmaking with the Callista Thresh Elise, as well as the Kassadin being able to move around the map. And despite the early game getting exactly what you want, this
Shockwave on the Wiggly. Cocoon not going to be enough. Up and down goes the Spider. Fly picking that kill up.
This is not what you want. Getting picked off in your side lanes when this is exactly what your comp should be doing.
And on top of that pick, it does look like a chunk of damage onto the towers going down. Fly and Santorin doing a number, and Quas wants to go in, but really can't fight that one. Just going to wait for it to go down. And the gold lead starts to get a little bit wider here for Gold Coin United.
2,500, almost 3. And once again, you have these somewhat questionable lane assignments as Selfie gonna try and flank onto Ricard. Not an easy task.
Yeah, the pincer attack doesn't look like it's gonna work out. Selfie decides to bail out of that one and regroup with the rest of the team.
Tempo Storm still has not been able to crack that mid turret after that usage of the Rift Herald. And it feels like they don't know exactly what they want to do. They want to put the Kassadin up against the Rumble. Should it be the Renekton?
Oh, nice death sentence landing onto Ricard. In a little bit of trouble, and the box is going to finish off Ricard. Fate's Call going to throw him back in. Knock up onto Mad Life, and Mad Life now very low. This might be the fight that Tempo Storm needs. Here comes Quas on the side. Shockwave only going to land onto one. Quas is very big on the front line. Solo goes down. Santorin might be the next to follow. Revan wants a piece of him. He gets a piece of him. It's a triple kill heading on over for the AD carry, and the ace heading on over to Tempo Storm.
That's exactly what they need to get back into the game. GCU overextends up in the mid lane, and we talk about the playmaking potential of the Callista and Thresh. They're able to get onto Ricard right away, the strongest member of GCU, we were saying, kind of the backbone of this team comp. He instantly dies, and then it's all too easy for Callista Kassadin to chase down a long mid lane.
Finally, a hook lands for Sheep. I feel like we've given Sheep a little bit of a pass here for being a one-trick Thresh. He hasn't had those big-time plays on Thresh that we're used to seeing, especially by the guy that's on the opposite side. And there it is, finally, on to Caitlyn, gets caught, and that's a big-time play from him.
And if you're GCU, this couldn't have come at a worse time. The Infernal Dragon spawns, Tempo Storm picking up their second one to your Cloud Drake. And here you see Ricard just getting too aggressive, running right at them, trying to zone them away, gets hooked, pulled in, and popped. And then, even though you still have all 5 or 4 men now grouped together, there's all these angles coming in. Quas trying to get right onto Fly in the back line. Sheep with a nice play, set up a couple more kills. And then this whole time, you see Untouched on the side of Revan, going to keep chasing down with those hops, as well as the Kassadin providing slows and front line.
I think at the end of this, Revan does go down. Scumbag Elise going up and not helping out at the AD carry, but that's all right. Kills heading on over, and that was the injection of life that Tempo Storm really needed to try and close this series out in 2 games.
Yeah, and it like we said, came at the perfect time too. Able to grab that second Infernal Dragon means that you're going to have basically a team fight advantage over GCU for the entire rest of the game. The third Dragon will also be an Infernal Dragon, so GCU is really going to need to fight hard for that one around the 30-minute mark to make sure that they don't get completely outscaled just due to the Dragons.
2 Infernals heading on over to Tempo Storm. That's a lot of extra damage, especially once we get to late game. Quas now starting to continuing the push down onto Solo. Solo does have a completed Zonia's and the Ninja Tabbies to help yield some of that damage, but it's 4-0-4 Quas, and Quas has been pretty dominant in this series so far.
Yeah, and it looks like they finally have their lane assignments figured out a little bit better here. This time matching Quas against the Rumble. Having that kind of sustain in the lane makes it very hard for the Rumble to win, because against Kassadin, you can take these trades, go relatively even with them, and as long as you don't get chased down the lane, you're doing okay. But against Renekton, he can just keep pushing and healing and sustaining while chunking you out as well.
Seeing a lot of pings around the Baron area. Not to go at startup, but like last game, set up the Baron vision. Both teams have the ability to burn it down. Elise is able to go ahead and sink the Venomous Fangs on top of the Smite, so has like a nice little burst in her Smite battle as well. So something to watch out for the top side of the map.
Yeah, given the fact that Santorin had to steal last game,
right,
it got pretty dicey there, and I don't think Wiggly wants to give away over another one, especially in a game that's this close.
So Rikara, Mad Life, and Santorin pushing down the mid lane, just gonna ace in the whole selfie, and it tickles him a little bit. Doesn't do too much damage, and what happened to that huge lead that Rikara had?
Yeah, it seemed to evaporate out of nowhere. Still has 3 full items completed, 2 Revan's 2.5. And of course, Caitlyn being the better late game champion, Kallista's damage numbers really fall off, and she becomes still almost a utility threat in the sense where she can engage a lot of fights, she can save her support, she gets those Ren stacks on the Baron to give you excellent objective control, but not going to pump out that late game damage.
Well, going back to that last big time victory, big time fight victory out of Tempo Storm, it fell in the hands of Sheep, and I'm looking for a solid death sentence here, some sort of initiation, because you're going to have one of your members split push. So he's got to be the one to step up and make a play if Tempo Storm want to start a fight on their terms.
Tempo Storm can also look to avoid the Caitlyn, Tahm Kench, Orianna combination. You can send your Kassadin down into this bot lane. Ignore that top wave for now. It's not going to go anywhere. Roam him down. There's almost no vision in that bot side. The Kassadin sneaks into the brush behind the Renekton. You get an easy dive off, free kill and turret. If GCU tries to force around the Baron during that time, guess what? You have double teleport to answer that. So I think Tempo Storm are defaulting a little bit too hard into this 1-3-1 and not getting much off of it. But they're fine scaling for a little bit longer. We talk about how the Infernal Trick will probably be the next major objective they focus. Santorin almost got onto Revan.
Almost getting onto Revan there. Both teams, again, just kind of fighting around the bottom side of the map. And instead of going to the bottom side, it does look like Selfie's going to continue pushing this top side and put pressure, and it's going to force a decision out of GoldCoin United one way or the other.
GCU looking like they're going to deal with that minion wave. They send Fly up there to do it, keep their 3-man around the mid lane, but during this time, they're going to try and clap on the Fly.
Oh, Abyssal Voyage plus a teleport. So the teleport has been blown here by Quas. So Quas is not going to have, Solo. Solo's not going to have a teleport to match.
No, this is an interesting situation. We'll talk about more of the repercussions after this Baron attempt, as it looks like Sheep lands one.
Oh, that was on Fly. That was the kind of guy that you wanted to land on. Wiggly does get burned down a little bit. Sheep did put down the box. Solo in the front line, not going to do too much, but Selfie does go down. Revan is low. The second kill is going to be Sheepy. Flash forward by Rikara. 80 carries Wet Dream. It's going to be a double kill. Ace in the hole is going to be enough, and it's 4 kills heading on over to the side of GoldCoin United.
And that's not all. They're going to be able to grab this Baron as well. Wiggly dropped in that fight. Only member alive is Quas, and he's not going to be able to do much against this team comp of GCU after that. Huge misplay out of Tempo Storm there, getting way too excited trying to force that Baron down. Selfie was tanking the Baron for a good portion of it. Does have his Zhonya's complete for that, I believe. Just picked it up after dying.
Right.
Taking a look at that team fight, and just, I don't know why they feel like they need to force down this Baron.
Oh, Sheep flashing forward and putting down the box. Not keeping his 80 carry safe.
Nope, and there you see it looks like Revan has a hard time getting involved in this fight. Selfie gets focused down way too easily. He instantly pops, and then it's easy for Rikara, like you said, to chase down throughout this team fight. And that is as big of a disaster as you could probably have at this point in the game. Huge gold advantage going over to GCU. Their comp pushes extremely hard. You do not have good wave clear on the side of Tempo Storm, so dealing with a Baroned up Caitlyn Orianna comp 29.5 minutes into the game is almost impossible unless you're going to just pick a fight instantly.
And one of the key moments of that whole play is that Fly cleansed the hook. You know, we were saying that Sheep make a play, finally lands the hook and tries to flash forward on someone that isn't there anymore.
Yeah, and it's almost crazy to think that that's what it took. Fly had a great cleanse to stay alive in that initial gank attempt, has another good one there, and now you see with that Baron buff, Tempo Storm not able to answer it at all, lose their inhibitor turret mid for free, and there's still 2 minutes left on the Baron buff.
The gold swinging back and forth throughout this match, and it does look like Gold Corn United is going to take the first inhibitor of the game. And they might not be done yet because there was barely any of the Baron buff used. There's still 2 minutes left, but someone does have to answer Selfie here in the top side.
Yep, Selfie does have that Lich Bane completed, so he can go split push Castellan mode, grabs that top turret, answering some of the gold, but not really answering the map advantage that Tempo Storm has, or GCU has now with that mid inhibitor down. And this Infernal Dragon spawning, we talked about how this is going to be such an important fight for GCU to make sure that they didn't get outscaled for free by the Dragons. Well, not a fight anymore. It just goes over them for free.
Not at all. And it does look like Tempo Storm wanted to push down the mid lane, get mid control before they rotated over to the Dragon. Not able to get there in time, and now it leaves only the Elder Drake left. So 2 Drake to 2 Drakes, 2 Infernals to 1 Infernal, and 1 Ocean Drake on the side of Gold Corn United. But GCU looking pretty after that last fight in the river.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I absolutely hate that decision out of Tempo Storm, starting all the way back with the Quas teleport in the top lane. Such a gamble, hoping that you somehow get that kill there. GCU answered very quickly with solo matching the teleport, and from there, you can still say you have a small advantage because you have the double teleport available. You can group up Quas and then send Selfie down to that side lane, and he can start putting split push pressure on. Maybe you have the teleport advantage, but I still don't like that as much as roaming both of them down to the bot side to get a pick off onto the Rumble. Either way, that doesn't mean you have to go force a Baron right after, which is the big critical failure that happened on the side of Tempo Storm.
It was exciting. It was definitely exciting.
That's an exciting way to lose a game. I'll give you that.
Definitely the wrong call as Gold Corn United continue this push down the bottom side of the map. They do have the Baron buff power play for another 20-ish seconds, and Tempo Storm need to find an answer, and answer quick, because like you said, they're going to get outscaled, they're going to get outpoked, they're going to get out-sieged, and some sort of initiation needs to be the answer.
They do have some wards in that jungle. Potentially, they can find a teleport flank with Quas soon, but they're getting mowed down the front side of this turret.
Yeah, the Energizer build, as it's known, that Caitlyn is running. Ricard just doing a ton of poke damage, and there's not a lot of answer. The Baron buff is down, but it's no longer needed because the base has been cracked open.
Yep, they're able to get their second inhibitor of the game. Selfie had taken too much damage during that siege to really want to be able to fight there. GCU is going to back off now with that taken. There's no neutral objectives up for a little bit of time, so they're probably going to just want to group up and siege around that top turret as 5. No reason to split up anymore right now.
10-10 is the score, but it's anything but close as Gold Corn United has taken 2 inhibitors to Tempo Storm, and Tempo Storm doesn't have an answer for it. Their team composition doesn't allow it. It plays a lot around teleport, and they haven't been able to take advantage of it.
No, big failure in the mid game there out of Tempo Storm. GCU deserves some credit though. Even before that point, they have been able to match the lane assignments. They had a lot of pressure around mid. Rikara, off of that one bot play that was a mistake by Revan walking a little too far forward, has basically taken over this game in some sense. He went mid, soon after that grabbed that turret, grabbed the top turret as well, and then during that last fight was a huge factor in winning that. Did have that mistake that gave up the 4-0 for Tempo Storm, but has done a good job recovering after what was a big blunder.
Well, before we put Tempo Storm dead and buried here, we have seen this before. Gold Corn United take a pretty solid lead, and Tempo Storm's able to hold out, be patient, and find the fight that they wanted that led to the Baron last game. So we need to see Gold Corn United. I need to see it. Show me the money, and let's see you close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, it's still only a 2,000 gold lead when you really look at it. They do have 1 extra Infernal Dragon, which is great and all. My big concern is that from this point on where the map is at, where you have 2 inhibitors down and only 1 lane you need to focus on the side of GCU, that plays perfectly into your comp, which wants to fight 5v5. Tempo Storm does not have good wave clear. They do not have great initiation tools or even really team fight tools compared to GCU. Much more focused on the roams and the pickoffs.
Quas thinking about going in and instead gets a face full of Caitlyn. Ace in the hole, not going to land. Revan is going to get locked out by that one. So Quas and Revan with flashing health bars. Not a lot that Tempo Storm can do. Cassidy forced to clear out the super minions in the mid wave. And again, it just seems like a matter of time. Gold Corn United now, the team showing nice patience as they push into the base.
Yeah, that's some of the difficulties we were talking about. Hold that thought as the teleport comes in, looking for this flank onto GCU.
It is a nice cocoon gonna land. Knock up onto Quas. He's not able to get to Ricara's. Selfie is able to get a little bit of damage down. Shockwave only gonna hit one on Sheep. Wiggly trying to shut down Ricara. Not gonna be enough. Selfie's able to pick up Solo though. It's just 1 kill for 1 kill, 2 kill for 2 kill, and it's a double kill heading on over to Fly. And it's a 3 for 2 so far. GCU getting away from that one juicy.
Tempo Storm not actually able to get onto Ricara there. Selfie did not really get an opportunity onto him. You saw both Wiggly and Quas go very hard on him, but they didn't get involved. And after Fly and Ricara kite out there, the important core of the comp, where Caitlyn and the Orianna are safe. And so even though you do lose 2 of your frontliners, that's completely fine when you're trading it out for the mid lane or the enemy team.
Smart play there by Ricara, knowing that his job wasn't necessarily to deal out damage, but stay alive. And he did that long enough for the rest of his team to blow down the divers on the side of Tempo Storm as they continue to push in. And now 3 inhibs, things looking grim as the Baron is spawning.
Yeah, Selfie tries to get involved through the front line, get some damage onto Ricara there, has to flash out after getting a little bit of focus. And now there's no coordinated effort onto Ricara. Quas goes in, then Wiggly. And during this time, Selfie jumps into the front line. He gets focused down too easily there. And this whole time, Revan's trying to melt through the front line, but it's too difficult to do. And during that replay, GCU is able to take up a free Baron, given the fact that they have triple inhibs down already.
So it just seems like it's a matter of time. Goldcorn United has looked like the better team so far, and they're continuing to prove it as they push down the lanes with Baron-empowered super minions, double super minions. It's going to be very, very tough to find any sort of way for Tempo Storm in this one.
Yeah, I think you can start getting ready for Game 3 here. If you're the coaching staff, going to be figuring out what went right and wrong between these 2 games, what adjustments you need to make. I actually like the comps out of both teams. Just felt like the execution was on Tempo Storm. They were the ones who needed to find the plays with their 1-3-1 comp and make sure that Caitlyn Orianna didn't just end up in a situation where they could group up and melt things down.
Right.
And they failed to execute quite right and went for a risky teleport play on the top side, then into a risky Baron. All that came up flat, and GCU gets a monster lead off of it.
A monster lead with the Baron buff and the Elder Drake. They want to take everything here, get the complete game. Not necessarily the perfect game, but the complete game. No Barons, no Drakes. I guess they did have no Elder Drakes left, no inhibitors left to defend either for Tempo Storm.
Gotta get our nomenclature here right. All right, that's not a complete game.
Not a complete game?
No.
Not the perfect game, as we do see Solo using Zhonya's a little late, but will live. Quas does get taken down by Ricara. Selfie's the next one to fall here in a second. Gonna sit on a trap and get taken down. Sheep the third to go, and that's gonna be all she wrote. Revan, the only one left alive with Wiggly, able to block that ace in the hole, but that's gonna be the ace for Goldcorn United. They're gonna take the victory here, 17-13 as the dives are real to the side of Goldcorn United. 1-1 is the score of this matchup, so solid stuff here by Goldcorn United to bounce back after that Game 2 loss.
Yeah, it was a big mistake out of Tempo Storm in the mid game that really brought that into GCU's favor. Really nice showing out of Ricara in particular. Had that CS lead the entire game, basically off the back of his own laning. It is a favorable matchup, but as long as you're executing what your champion's supposed to do, that's all your team should need, assuming you have a good draft. And they had a really good draft. So once they put the Caitlyn out of that bot lane, grabs that first turret, starts roaming around the map, takes a couple more turrets, make sure that gold lead is still pretty close, because elsewhere, things were going super in favor of Tempo Storm.
Yeah, you know, Quas was really taking it to Solo on the top side of the map, but Solo showed a little bit of perseverance, made some nice plays, bringing pressure to his side, and was able to hold on until Goldcoin really scaled up.
Yeah, and Selfie as well was having a good early game. Wiggly and him were combining to create a lot of pressure around the mid lane. Once he gets 6 and gets his catalyst, it's basically off to the races for Selfie, and he starts influencing, like you said, that top side with Quas. And it felt like, uh-oh, here are the 2 split pushers getting really online for the side of GCU, and they just need to hold on around mid lane, and eventually they'll be able to find some openings.
You know, well, if you have 2 split pushers, a team fight in the mid lane is not what you want, and that's exactly what happened here for TS. They were able to go ahead and get themselves an ace 23 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and this is basically off the one big mistake that Ricara made this game. He walks way too far forward, right into the thresh hook. Now it's just a chase down. Their mid turret's already down on the side of Tempo Storm, so that actually elongates the lane and gives more room for Tempo Storm to chase. They get the second kill, and now the Renekton, the Cassidy, the Callista, all champions who love running forward and getting these chase down kills as people are trying to escape. Ends up an ace. Revan does go down, has that turret aggro on him right here. Unfortunate, but that's what kind of gave them their big lead, because while they had a decent early game, they had stalled out a little bit in the mid game trying to find opportunities before that play. And then from there, they probably should have been able to win that game with how big of a lead that team fight gave them.
Right, and after that, we're thinking, uh-oh, here it goes again. Gold Coin United giving a game away to Tempo Storm, but they're able to strike back with the 4-0 and a big-time Baron play at 28 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what Tempo Storm was thinking here. They just used the the teleport on Renekton, and then they feel like they have to force this Baron. It's a disaster. Sheep hits the hook, thinks that he's going to be able to get a nice flash follow-up, and the cleanse has already come through, so for the most part, Fly is completely fine, and they're going to keep chasing through. Ricard, excuse me, untouched, able to run through that fight as Caitlyn and grab a bunch of kills. The Baron comes off the back of this, and like we were saying, there's no chance for this 1-3-1 comp on the side of Tempo Storm to contest a Baron up Orianna Caitlyn comp for GCU.
Yeah, and Sheep playing the Thresh that Mad Life has made his career. He's probably changed the way that we look at League of Legends because of that, being like, hey, it's my time to shine, and makes a big blunder, and that allows Gold Coin to come back in. But we have one more replay for you. Gold Coin putting the nail in the coffin after taking the lead, and we really wanted to see them do this.
This is something that Tempo Storm had to force here. They already had 2 inhibs down. They can't risk the third. Selfie does not find a great angle in, kind of has to wrap around the backside, gets rooted up by a trap, gets the equalizer on top of him, has to force the flash down. He's really the big backline threat. Wiggly and Quas mostly kind of form a setup as well as good follow-up damage, but if you don't get the casting actually in the backline, getting that empowered Lichbane W off, you're not going to actually kill Ricard, and that's the case. Is he gets untouched. They do melt 2 frontline members down, but like we said, the important 2-man core of that Caitlyn and that Orianna able to survive throughout that team fight, take the third inhibitor, and the game's basically over from that point.
So on Tempo Storm's side here, you've got an AD carry on the backside named Freeze, a great player, EULCS, NALCS, Challenger Series. He's been around for quite some time. You know that Revan is one of your top performers, but he's not doing it right now. Do you go and pull the trigger and put him in?
I mean, I would feel bad as, Revan in this case if I got benched. Your team gave up the Caitlyn first pick. You did not take an AD carry in the first round. You took 2 more bans in the second ban phase, and you're forced pretty far down your champion pool against the strongest AD carry in the meta, and you pick Kalista, and for all intents and purposes, you have a decent game. Not great, but the big plays that really cost your team the game were not your fault. So while I agree it doesn't look good for him, I wouldn't put too much of this loss on his shoulders.
All right, so then on the side of Gold Coin United, they get their victory here. How do they go ahead and continue to transition what they found in this game into Game 3?
I think the idea of just picking a really solid team fight comp. They tried to do the same thing in Game 1. It was a decent idea, but the problem was they didn't have much experience against Alawi. So this time around, you want to pick something similar. Keep going for these kind of 5v5s because it does feel like they have pretty good coordination on how to play them out.
All right, well, we'll get to see if Fly and the gang are able to continue to find success. They have tied the series, which means we're heading to Game 3 to decide who walks away with sole possession of second place. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Don't touch that browser. Nice knock-up on the right target, but now did Santorin get himself in a little bit of trouble? Void Rush gets Wiggly very low, but it's not enough. Nice aggressive play coming out of Quas, sitting on the equalizer. The only thing that's getting equalized is nothing because Quas takes all of the gold there. Nice flash away! What a play by Wiggly to get the cocoon down, but Santorin does salvage it. Sheep able to land a death sentence down on his Solo, trying to toast some spiders. Solo goes down. Santorin might be the next to follow. Revan wants a piece of him. He gets a piece of him. It's a triple kill heading on over for the AD carry, and the ace heading on over to Tempo Storm. Solo in the front line, not going to do too much, but Selfie does go down. Revan is low. The second kill is going to be Sheepy. Flash forward by Ricard. 80 carries Wet Dream. It's going to be a double kill. Ace in the hole is going to be enough. Wiggly trying to shut down Ricard. Not going to be enough. Selfie's able to pick up Solo, though. It's just 1 kill for 1 kill, 2 kill for 2 kill, and it's a double kill heading on over to Fly. Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series as we head into the deciding Game 3 between Tempo Storm and Gold Coin United. Gold Coin taking that last game there, Mark. And it was surprising to see them bounce back from an early deficit and close it out.
Yeah, and a lot of that was off the back of Ricard. We keep saying his praises, but there's a good reason for it. He's one of the highest rated carries in the North American Challenger Series. He's a domestic player. He's been in the Challenger Series for quite a while, actually, always kind of grinding away and finally taking command of the entire Challenger Series. And that was a great game to show off exactly what he can do for your team.
Right, and it was on a Caitlyn, so we'll go ahead and caveat that.
Caitlyn
versus Callista.
Great pick, great matchup, great team comp around him as well with the Tom Kench and the Orianna, making sure that he's going to be safe in a lot of situations. But other than that one big mistake in the mid game, which really did hurt the team quite hard, to be fair, he did play the game out well.
So one player that has been outstanding throughout the series so far is Quas. Hoping to see big things out of him as we get into picks and bans. Is there any way that Tempo Storm can help him out to transition the lead elsewhere?
I mean, it really depends on what champion he's getting, because the Alawi is one that kind of turns online a little bit later, and then once you get some AD built, your E becomes extremely strong. Renekton's the complete opposite, needs to be aggressive early on, getting big leads for himself so he can continue to be aggressive over the course of the game. And it did feel like both times around, they played around him pretty well. The first time with the Alawi, he was the big pick, big player that turned that game around for them. The second time, he was at 4 kills. The problem, it felt more, was that they didn't know how they wanted to play the game out. They didn't know what lane to put him in. They didn't know where to rotate players to. And then when they finally started using that double global advantage, it came out very, very awkwardly and actually ended up costing them the game.
Right, so we are quickly getting ourselves into picks and bans. Tempo Storm knocking him out right away. It's going to be Talia, Rakan, and Caitlyn taken away from Tempo Storm by Tempo Storm. Gold Coin United deciding they don't want to see that Alawi anymore. Zach, obviously the red side ban, and Galio taken away as well. So first pick, Elise heading on over to Wiggly for 3rd game in a row.
Standard, oh my god, they're flying through this. Standard bans minus the Alawi, but you saw the impact that one had in game 1, so they take that one out. That leaves the Elise as the strongest pickup. GCU this time decided that they do not want to give up the Elise Renekton combination for the 2nd time in a row, or well, breaking it up for the 2nd time. They got it last game on the side of Tempo Storm. Did a lot of good work in the early game, so it does make sense that they try and stop that one. They also get the Rek'Sai for Santorin for the 3rd game. He's been performing decently well, got some big CS leads, other than Ricard was kind of one of the big performing members. A lot of good early counter jungling, as well as some good ganks down the bot side.
Next pick coming out is going to be the Jace. That can flex. It can flex in a lot of different places here for Wiggly, or for Selfie, for Quas, or for Revan, as we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a surprise when we saw him on the Jace the first time around. Feels like they don't want to let Quas get banned out quite as much potentially this time around and not be able to take as big of a bully matchup. Because you can expect that Kennen and Gnar bans to potentially come in here for GCU that they've been doing a little bit consistently when they have Solo taking his champion earlier on. So with the Alawi already banned out, that one's taken away. They don't want to risk losing all these kind of potential counter picks.
Oh, but it is going to be Orianna taken early by Selfie. So that closes where it could flex. Jace in the top now, Jace in the AD carry role, and Fly hovering over Syndra, and it will be Syndra locked in here. We're into the ban phase now for Gold Coin United, and they're going to figure out what they want to do here. It's going to be Gnar taken away for Gold Coin. This Orianna-Syndra matchup, Syndra is picked early here.
Yeah, and I think it's in response to what happened game 1 for the side of GCU, where we saw the Talia ban early on, and then comes into things that were banned away that were good into Orianna, LeBlanc, and the Syndra. So this time around, they grabbed that Syndra before they get a chance to ban it out, not wanting to let that ban phase repeat from game 1.
Tom Kench going to get taken away from Mad Life, so he's going to be forced onto a new champion for the first time this series as well. We got to see the impact of a couple of those Abyssal Voyages.
Yeah, it's a little surprising to see that Tom Kench taken away so early on this time around. The Thresh was not taken, so you don't have that exact pick comp. You don't know if that means Mad Life is going to want to prioritize it, because you would assume that the AD carry is going to be the next pick for GCU, and then they'll save the support for last. So he would have a good look at exactly what he's going up against. And I personally haven't felt like the Tom Kench is a huge issue. They basically have one good global play with it after the first turret drops, and after that, the Tom Kench feels like not the biggest factor, but maybe Tempo Storm does feel like it is giving them a little bit of issue when they're trying to find these engagements.
Yeah, both of these supports really haven't found a groove in either game. Both Sheep and Mad Life trying to find their way to make an impact on it, and it's not going to be on Braum for the side of Sheep. Last man coming in for Tempo Storm, it's going to be Jin.
Jin kind of making sure that there's none of that long-range chain CC. Syndra fishing for stuns under a turret, followed up by Jinru can be a little bit of a nightmare. and we get to see it.
I'm so excited. This is the first time I get to cast and I get to watch Mad Life play Thresh. What a day. What a day.
How does this happen?
I don't know, but
Season 7 is wild.
I love it. Support's back into the meta, making big time plays, and it's the Mad Life on the God Hook. It's going to be Thresh in the hands of him. As we wait for the next couple picks of Tempo Storm, we got to calm down a little bit. I'm really excited for that one. It's going to be, please tell me this is what's actually happening. It's going to be Blitzcrank at the side of Sheep.
A lot of people feel like Blitzcrank is actually one of the better support picks in the current meta. Not as much harass coming in from the bot lane. That pick becomes extremely strong as a counter to a mobile AD carries as well as a mobile mid laners. And so when you see that Syndra pick, you now have a pretty juicy target to go around fishing for hooks with. And the Blitzcrank is something we've seen all over the world getting picked a fair amount. And it does decently into Thresh as well. It's relatively tanky, so Thresh's all-in potential against it is not as high as against some of the squishier mage supports.
All right, well, we'll get to see if Sheep's able to land some game-breaking hooks, because some of the ones that he did land, the death sentence he landed on Thresh, he wasn't able to make a play out of that. Lucian getting locked in, though, on Revan.
And what I was about to say, you can't say that for sure, because that could be the AD carry Jace once again, and the Lucian top into Renekton. That is the small possibility. I'm not going to say I think that's a higher likelihood of happening, but who really knows given the fact that Tempo Storm does some crazy stuff. Revan apparently getting a bit of whatever Quas likes, because they're both doing those crazy counter picks.
Yeah, last pick going to be Tristana there for Ricard, so a late game AD carry, scaling AD carry for him. I want to say that you baited me into assuming that Revan's taking Lucian. Also, it's more natural, but they still have time to switch it up here before the timer goes down.
Yep, and overall, I like GCU's team comp pretty standard overall. A lot of early game playmaking with the Rek'Sai, Renekton, Syndra, Thresh. They can make things go crazy, and then you have a little bit of late game assurance with the Tristana pick, who's going to be scaling up over time. Also does have a pretty strong level 2 all-in. We'll have to see if they try and get aggressive down there.
All right, well, we get to see Hook City in the bot lane, Thresh in the hands of Mad Life, Sheep is trying to use Blitzcrank, and the rest of the team comps here for Tempo Storm and Gold Coin United. A lot of guys going back on champions they've played either earlier in the series or the same one that they've played throughout the series. So exciting to see how this Game 3 is going to unfold between these two challenger teams. And again, the winner of this one takes sole possession of second place.
Yeah, overall, this is pretty important because you can assume that these are going to be the second and third seeded teams heading into playoffs. And if you win this, you have a very high chance of continuing to hold on to that position. And then when the playoffs actually roll around, that means you get side selection advantage for the playoff match that you're probably going to play against this team. And you're getting a lot of good scouting in for both sides here.
Now, does that mean you're trying not to show too much if you're either team, or possibly Revan with the Jace pick, he was trying to throw them off?
I doubt that, especially given that it was a pretty important series for them overall. It is like you don't want to give away every secret that you have most likely, but you do want to win this because, like we said, it gives you that side selection advantage, and you're not exactly sure how the meta is going to be in a couple weeks when the patches get changed up, and you might end up in a situation where blue side and red side win rates actually do fluctuate pretty heavily with patch.
Fair enough. That makes a lot of sense. As we get both teams underway, we got to see just briefly a cheeky play here with Tempo Storm using the Blitzcrank, trying to get an early pick, but they're not going to be able to find too much. Both junglers are just going to set up shop and create that line of scrimmage like we're used to seeing.
Yeah, Blitz is one of those annoying level 1 champions. Get against it in your solo queue game. They come running around your jungle, and you just want them to go away.
Go away.
Let me play standard. Not the case in competitive play. Not the giant invade roam around. They just look for one small pick off. Don't want to overcommit, get back to their positions in time. And here we see Quas this time around going for grass, trying to steal away one of those raptors. Doesn't quite get one. Fly playing a little bit of zoning duty, forcing Quas back up to the top side. Will lose out on the push pretty heavily against Renekton now because of that.
And unfortunately, not able to find anything there. Renekton going to take the lane advantage, but that top lane matchup, that was our secondary matchup to watch after the mid laners, the big-time mid laners, Solo and Quas, and Solo just has not looked super comfortable in this laning phase.
A lot of the time he's up against tough matchups, or he is dealing with an Elise on the other side. He had the Alawi game 1. So it hasn't been the comfort, I'm sure, in terms of his experience, because a lot of players, they rely on grinding out experience in scrims and then being able to execute that on game day. You're not going to be grinding much experience against an Alawi.
Sneaky Alawi. An interesting ban that probably wouldn't have manifested itself without Quas pulling that one off early, as we see Santorn and Wiggly trying to fight over the Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map. They're going to be able, it's going to go over to Santorn, and now An aggressive play coming out of Santorin. Solo gonna roam down to the bottom side of the map. He wants a little bit more. Wiggly is low on mana. Does have the backup of Solo too.
Overall, I like this aggression out of Santorin. I don't think he's played it as well as he potentially could have. He was scared of the Orianna collapsing first, but the Elise is only level 2, so you really do not need to be that scared of that champion. The escape is not available in the repel or anything. So after he tunneled in and missed the initial knockup, he started playing a little bit safer than I think he needed to. Both of them were going for that level 3 off the Scuttle Crab, but the fact that Santorin did topside 2 camp into Scuttle Crab, whereas Wiggly tried to do bot side 2 camp, he's a little slow getting to that top Scuttle Crab, comes out behind, and that's very dangerous as an Elise with no repel to bump into a Rek'Sai in the river. Very lucky to get out with his life there.
So some small detail to go ahead and check out here. Tristana is the late game AD carry. We've seen a lot of Doran Shield coming out. No Doran Shield here for the side of Tristana, who probably should be getting pushed in by Revin.
It's a little hard to say just because at level 2, you do have the range advantage with the Thresh. Tristana takes E level 1 often. You can go get a little bit of a push advantage and just E the back line and all of those creeps. It does potentially hurt risk your trading potential, but against the melee support of Blitzcrank, not as much of a factor.
Both teams now playing relatively standard. Rotating around are the junglers. Elise getting caught out a little bit in the river. Just pings saying, hey, he's here. Be careful. Don't find too much happening here. Rek'Sai, though, 22-12 over Elise. That early aggression coming out of Santorin showing dividends.
Yeah, and that's what we were saying. The fact that he did that just topside clear gave him advantage. He tried to push onto the Wolves. Was a little risky to go for, but is holding the Elise down pretty well. This is that 4:30 timing that we were talking about. You see Elise already back onto it as the hook hits on the sheep. Able to just take a little bit of harass.
The perfect angle there from Mad Life. It was so awesome. Good hook.
All right,
foretelling.
Not every hook is the most insane
so
thing
awesome.
in the world out of
He's
him.
100% on his hook rate. It's so awesome.
You don't know that. We haven't been watching the bot lane the whole time.
It's 100% on what we've seen so far. It's so awesome. So Mad Life doing a solid job there, keeping his AD carry safe on the bottom side. Quas, if he picks this one up, will have a slight gold lead, but all in all, it's relatively equal across the map.
Overall, pretty equal. If you start looking at the late game scaling, it's relatively even, I'd say. While Jace is not a great late game team fighter, neither is Renekton. Both junglers kind of fall off after the early game. Mid laner probably favors Selfie, but then on the flip side, the AD carry probably favors Rikara. So overall, both teams relatively balanced out here.
One of the big things to note here, Santorin and Wiggly playing their most played champion so far in the split, as we do see Wiggly make the rotation to the mid lane and try to take advantage of said champion that he's so good at, and is able to force a little bit of pressure out, just the ghost out of Fly on that gank.
They basically trade a couple summoners there. Selfie is forced to heal to survive that level 6 burst coming in out of Fly. Wiggly tries to scare him off, but not much threat, just ghosts away. As Santorin was also coming in there. Hook. Misses!
It missed. It definitely missed, and we all saw it. Not like we all saw that. What are you doing, man? Either way, a little bit of aggression in the mid lane to shake things up, but back to just vision control, playing a little bit slower. Nice stun going down to Wiggly, forcing the flash out, so Santorin hanging around mid lane does get something.
This is some great play out of Fly, starting to take over this game early on with that Syndra pick. All in Selfie, gets the heal out, another stun, takes the flash out of Wiggly. And now you might be able to start winning some of these skirmishes if the junglers ever bump into each other in the top or bot side, even around mid lane potentially. A lot of pressure lanes on the side of GCU.
Fly having one game on Syndra so far. Didn't find success. It was one of the losses that Goldcorn United found, and he kind of got bodied early. So interesting to see here that Selfie, on his most played champion, Orianna, hasn't found a huge lead onto Fly, who has struggled on Syndra earlier in the season.
One game, right? Not the biggest sample size. Who knows exactly what happened in that game? Maybe you get a fat camp from a jungler. Hard to play that one out. Syndra is one of those champions without mobility, so if you kind of get shut down early on, it can be a little bit of a snowball effect where they just keep going after you. This time around, just without much jungler interference, Santorin kind of marking Elise everywhere that she's going, has given room for Fly to play aggressive. Hasn't netted a tangible lead in terms of CS necessarily, but overall is forcing Selfie kind of just to sit under his turret, farm up, and try not to get blown up by the very dangerous Syndra level 6 all-in.
We already got to see one ultimate out of Fly, but it didn't lead to too much yet, as both teams playing very tempered. The Cloud Drake, I think, also has something to do with it. Again, it's not an Infernal Drake. If that was an Infernal Drake, maybe we see a little bit more aggression around the bot side.
Who knows? It is a hard lane for both these guys to really force all-ins. If Sheep doesn't land a hook onto either of these members, you know, and especially the Tristana, who even if you hit, you need to hope to kind of punch her out of her jump. If she times that one well, she'll eventually be able to get out. Maybe you get a summoner, but if you don't land one of those hooks, you're mostly just stuck farming. Similarly, Mad Life does not really want to be hitting the Blitzcrank, but potentially a dive up here on the top side.
Santorin is behind the turret, does know that Wiggly is there as well. Wiggly has no idea Santorin's there. A lot of waiting between these two guys. Good camera work from our guys here at production, giving us a little bit of vision of what these players might see and how they are rotating around without having full vision of each other.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of blue pressure right now on the side of GCU. Keeping that off Orianna is extremely important. The fact that it'll allow your Syndra to push for free over and over and over again, while the Orianna is going to be stuck using her auto attacks to clear a little bit more than she's used to. And there you see that annoying Syndra power to pick that blue buff up and say, it's mine now.
So Syndra going to steal the blue buff away. And again, both teams have been playing for small leads. We haven't seen the big plays. Thought we might see it out of these bot lane supports, but we haven't quite seen that yet out of both of them. And it leads us to about 10 minutes, a little under 10 minutes, and bang even on the gold.
Even overall, Santorin still playing up around that top side. Was spotted on a ward, does not know this is seen here. Elise is moving up with his vision there. Quas kind of forced away to back off this turret. Now in an awkward no man's land where there's no longer anything to protect him. Does have Wiggly and the Wade to try and transport him up. They're going to go.
Oh, aggressive play coming out of Santorin. Quas very low. Solo trying to close this one out. Will be getting first blood. Is Gold Corn United. Wiggly forced to back off of that one.
Surprising to see Quas back so far off the turret, given the fact that both teams knew where each other's jugglers were. You have Elise moving up, and if you sit under that turret, save your flash, you can potentially bait them in and have Elise play a little bit more cleanup duty. Because the fight ends up happening in the middle of both turrets, there's no risk, and you get to see the power of that Renekton all in when combined with the Rek'Sai. The side of Tempo Storm getting a little bit outplayed. And a very explosive decision to go here. I was surprised to see the flash in, the double flash going on to Quas, chunking him out extremely hard early on.
Right.
And there you see the Prey Seeker getting the follow-up kill. And a nice early kill on the side of GCU. What more can they get?
There's the hook into the box. Revan does have the charging shot on there. Buster shot, not going to be enough. Heal coming out just in time for Revan. So a hook coming out of Mad Life gets us a little action in the bot lane.
That's what we're saying. Mad Life needs to find the hooks onto Revan. That's the important person if you're trying to force some action down here. And a nice summoner advantage gained for them just off the back of that death sentence. Now with the kill up in the top side, unfortunately, Solo did lose his teleport advantage, so it's going to be hard to force around the bot lane if you are looking at that Cloud Dragon without having that global summoner available.
So 1,000 gold lead after the play in the top lane and the hook down on the bottom side of the map. Vision starting to be gained here. Both players on both teams getting their items that they need here. It looks like it's going to be a rush straight for an Infinity Edge here for Rikara as he picks up a pickaxe for the Tristana on the opposite side. Obviously, the Blade of the Rune King coming in for Revan. And Roa, again, being picked up for Selfie to get tanky.
Surprising a little bit to see the IE rush, something I'm not personally a big fan of. The fact that Tristana does have a steroid available in her kit makes it more understandable than what you might see on something like Caitlyn. But overall, I gotta say that it is a little bit more annoying to deal with the wave clear. She does have her E as well, but when you get sick, or when you get your Shiv completed with that E explosive shot, you can actually just destroy minion waves, and I kind of value that a little bit more than having the higher AD values that come with the the IE rush.
So Shiv first, then IE for Tristana or any AD carry?
For the most part, like we said, you know, Caitlyn definitely needs that attack speed because she doesn't have any steroid, but you don't want to be popping your Q all the time if you are the Tristana because you won't have that available should a skirmish or anything break out. So it is a little bit of a push and pull.
So the top tower going to the side of Gold Corn United. However, Tempo Storm going to answer with the Cloud Drake. The first Drake uncontested with the Lees getting a little bit of help from Sheep. on the bottom side of the map. And then another answer here by Santorin. He's going to take a Rift Herald.
Yeah, they had a ward outside the Dragon Pit, so they were pretty aware of the fact that Wiggly was down there trying to take that one away. Santorin going for the Rift Herald, a little bit more important of an objective at the early game. This will help you eventually take that mid turret potentially. You can group up with that 5-man push down. That's one of the things Tristana super strong at, with able to put that explosive shot onto the turret. You also can fish for stuns and pickoffs potentially with both Mad Life and Fly having long range CC. So the Rift Herald works extremely well with GCU's combo.
After a little bit of aggression and going back and forth, both teams now content to farming up. Jace hasn't quite gotten too many items after getting bodied in that early dive. Quas, this is the first time that he's been truly behind early in the game after a solid gank from Santorin and Solo.
And you see Tempo Storm kind of leaving them out to dry a little bit with that. They have no vision control up there. All of it focused down on that bot lane as they secured that dragon. Quas just going to have to fend for himself a little bit, as GCU doesn't look like they want to keep pressuring around that side too heavily right now, fighting for some vision control back down the spot sides. And Fly continuing to keep up that pressure in the mid lane.
So this has been a pretty straightforward farming, not too much pressure other than the first gank on the top side of the map. Which team does this help out more? Is it Gold Coin or Tempo?
Well, like I was saying, I think the team comps are relatively even in the late game. You can talk about the Orianna better team fight potential than the Syndra if you're able to land a big ultimate. Similarly, the reset potential and longer range with Tristana coming in. It really does come down to execution for both these team comps. And for the side of GCU, having that early 3,000 gold lead, 2,000 about, is going to be the most important factor so far in this series, because the next dragon will be the Mountain Dragon. They still have to use this Rift Herald, so they are sitting on a couple of advantages that they're kind of waiting to cash in on.
So both teams farming up until that Drake comes up. It's a little ways away. And like you said, Quas left alone on an island does look a little juicy, but Santorin on the bottom side of the map, kind of holding pattern, just getting vision around the Drake and taking it away. And solid red wards all over the bottom side of the map if you take a peek there.
Yeah, it's one of the things where GCU knows that there's probably not too much vision control up on the top side, so they're more focused on leaving Solo up there to kind of bully the matchup by himself, while Santorin walks down around this bot side trying to get more vision so that they can continue pushing up here on the Syndra and Tristana. There you see Solo trying to get aggressive on the Quas, but it is very tough to stick onto that Jace with that knockback coming in for him.
The hammer smack coming in and knocking him backwards. Solo not able to get the damage down. Sheep trying to set something up here with Wiggly, and they smartly rotate on over to the bush just in case Mad Life decided to ward the tri-bush. He decides against it because he knows the hook can come from any angle. Nothing happening there, as we do have a shockwave popped here by Selfie. Fly blasting Ghost, pops the ultimate, doesn't have enough damage. Santorin now diving under the tower, does get the dark passage to safety. Wiggly wants a little bit, flash away by Santorin's gonna keep him safe.
A couple trades of summoners there as Selfie goes aggressive in the mid lane, trying to get some chip damage onto Fly, keep him from being able to go aggressive with some all-ins. During that time, walks a little bit too far forward. Santorin was camping in that bot lane in case there was a potential fight breaking out down there. He rotates over, get the flash out of Selfie. But similarly,
flash forward by Mad Life, able to get a play there. Didn't throw down the death sentence quite yet. Selfie in a little bit of trouble. Santorin ends up going down as well. Solo trying to clean this one up. Sheep is very low, uses the mana shield to stay alive. Wiggly goes up in the air, is able to stay up for a good while, but there's the stun coming in. Wiggly able to walk out, stun under the tower. Fly picks up the kill with one of the balls. Good stuff there by him. Rikara jumping in, able to pick that one up, then jump back out. What a play there by Rikara. So far, it's been a 3-for-1 and a big-time win for Gold Coin United.
Unfortunately, Santorin drops down, not able to stay alive to drop the Rift Herald, and it looks like it actually times out while he's dead, no longer having that one available. Unfortunate, because that is the perfect time to drop it at the tail end of this skirmish. That got pretty dicey as Mad Life starts things off with a flash play. Gets the chain CC down on Selfie, who we know has no flash. Solo being the big crocodile right now, it's hard to deal with at this point in the game, especially from ahead. These skirmishes are exactly what he wants. Doesn't actually need that lantern at all. Good decision to stick in this fight. Pressure up, gets a little bit of the CC needed onto Wiggly to potentially finish him off. That fade away W coming out of Fly for the kill. And then Rikara, seeing that there's a potential play there, almost dies, but able to get the reset W out of there after getting hooked in. Very scary stuff, but able to stay alive.
Yeah, that was a That was almost a good play by Sheep. Yeah, I'm going to die. I'm going to hook you up. But Ricard, ready for it, was able to rocket jump, get the double jump, get himself to safety. And Gold Coin United now pushing this lead. Was 2,000, now 3,000. And the team starting to get online.
Yep, one of the annoying things about some of these champions with mobility is the actual timing for which you hit them with your CC. They've started buffering the move. It's going to go off no matter what. And so if you hit them before it actually starts moving them, but after they start channeling, they're actually still going to get that jump off. Similar thing happens with Ezreal's shift all the time as well.
So Ricard doing a solid job there on the bottom side of the map. Just farming up again, and Revan was a little bit late to the fight, so wasn't able to put out the damage that he needed. He's going to go with the Ninja Tabby to stop a lot of the auto attack based damage coming out of the Tristana, and as Tristana gets higher and higher level, Draw Bead increases that range, and poke is going to be eminent for Revan here.
Yeah, and you also have the Renekton and the Rek'Sai, so you're going to be able to potentially get that auto attack reduction on multiple members of GCU. Scary versus Syndra to play a Lucian with no MR, especially when the Syndra's dealing decently. But going with the Banshee's Veil first, not as aggressive as in the build as you sometimes see when you're up against the Syndra, who's got the double pen itemization early on. Looks like she'll probably finish out that Morellonomicon. Some people do settle on the Lost Chapter for this entire time,
right,
because at this point, finishing Morellonomicon is not a large power spike. There's no healing you need to reduce it, so getting that pen might be better. We'll see if he sticks with the Morellonomicon or actually starts going into that Leandries.
The Roa is stacking up for the side of Selfie, and we saw him earlier in the day pull out some nice shockwaves, and they're definitely going to need one if they want to get back into this one. Down 3,000 gold so far, and growing as Gold Coin United take control of the bottom side river, and they're going to take this Mountain Drake uncontested.
Doesn't look like Tempo Storm wants a part of this, but they are once again doing an okay job stabilizing for the most part. That Rift Turret was not able to be used after that skirmish. The mid lane turret stayed up, the bot lane turret still relatively healthy, and might be a little bit of a repeat that we saw at Game 1 where GCU stalled out until Tempo Storm finally started finding their openings. Team comps were relatively different this time around though.
Team comps are different, as we do see the bottom side of the map. Ricard and Mad Life going to start hacking away at this tower. It doesn't look like Tempo Storm want to go ahead and take care of that. We do see pings coming down by Tempo Storm onto the mid lane, so we might pan over there after this tower goes down. There it is, but sniffed out by Fly. He just backs up, and not much that Tempo Storm can do here to trade.
Yeah, some nice deep wards in the side of Tempo Storm's bottom jungle. Caught that transition coming in, realizing that they can't get to the bot turret in time, so they think about maybe making a play around the mid lane, but like you said, sniffed out by GCU, and they're able to pick up that turret for free. Ricard did end up going with the Shiv first build. Overall, happy to see that one. Ends up getting his IE now as well, so 100% online for the side of Ricard. At the full 2 items. This is the big power spike to hit. One more and you are at the late game Tristana potentially, especially given the fact that no one on the side of Tempo Storm is going to be itemizing much armor.
Ricard and the crew trying to push this game forward to get to that late game phase unless they can close it out beforehand. And going back to the bottom side of the map, Revan and Ricard here, this was supposed to be one of the matchups of the KDA leaders of the tourney so far. Revan has truly struggled to continue to have the impact that he's been having throughout the series.
It does feel like GCU has gotten the better part of the bot lane matchup most of these games. Sometimes might come down to draft, like in Game 2, having to go onto that Kalista versus Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Not an ideal situation at all. But this time around, the 80 carries were unmatched. They had the chance to pick the bottom lane. They did go with the Thresh and the Tristana on the side of GCU. A little bit of a skirmish going on in the mid lane. Selfie trying to ult to force Fly low so they don't feel as comfortable pushing here. And it looks like GCU does not actually want to commit to it.
Yeah, a lot of checking in. Does this look like it will be 100% good for us? Nope, we'll back off and continue scaling up. Both teams are comfortable with that, and Selfie has the most CS in the game so far. Maybe not transferring it to a gold lead necessarily, but with Roa stacking, he really wants to get to that late game carry.
Done a good job so far, given the relative amount of focus around the mid lane. Quas and jumped out low by Solo. Not going to work as GCU continues to siege around the
So the flash forced out by Mad Life Sheep, forced to back up. Otherwise, it might have been sentenced to death by the master of Thresh. Instead, just a summoner blown in the mid lane by the support, so that's one less initiation tool that Sheep will have to help out Tempo Storm as both teams crowd around the mid lane looking for some sort of advantage. And on the opposite side of the map, Goldcorn United are content to split push with Solo on the bot.
A little bit of an ARAM almost breaking out there. It does favor GCU a little bit. We were talking about the power of their team comp when sieging. You can fish for those stuns, those hooks. Forces the flash out of Sheep in that situation.
Oh. So Solo getting caught out in the split push a little bit. Nice dodge away from the shockwave. Great play there by Solo. Can he get himself out? To the sky, says Quas, and down you go, says down you go, Solo. But that allows an opportunity for Goldcorn United to turn to the Baron.
Really nice play out of Solo there, finding an opportunity to pick off Selfie by himself. It draws a lot of attention down to make sure they can actually get the kill in return, and with that, GCU trying to force down the Baron, already have it extremely low with that Mountain Dragon.
They do. Is there a steal attempt by Wiggly? He's very low. He's able to steal it. Wiggly pulling out a big-time steal, and all of Goldcorn United is forced to scatter.
GCU overestimating how much damage they're able to do onto that Baron. Fly shooting his ultimate at Revan, trying to get some chunk damage. Might have missed out on some damage he could have done a little bit earlier to get done before Wiggly got in range, but with that, Tempo Storm grabs the Baron, and they're going to start being able to take their first turrets of the game off the back of it.
And it wasn't necessarily the damage coming out of Elise. We know she can use Venomous Bite into Smite, but it was the range that he had to close. He had so much distance to close to get there as we take a look at the bottom lane fight that started all of this.
Well played by Solo, using that slice and dice to dodge out on the Ori on a shockwave. Selfie just kind of gets opened up on here, stunned, a lot of damage, not quite ready for that. Doesn't actually even flash to stay alive, and during this time, Wiggly wants to collapse, and you see, as soon as GCU realize everyone's down there, they start this Baron off. Fly rotates up, so far burning this down as fast as they can. Here, Fly relatively low on mana, elects to use the last of it on the ult. Maybe should have saved that for some more Q damage. Has one more. Nah, looks like there was no damage missed out on their side of GCU. Wiggly just able to get up in range. Having Moby Boots coming up huge. That early Cloud Drake coming up huge. We're talking about best Cloud Dragon in the game.
The best dragon in the game. It is the Cloud Drake to help out help out Tempo Storm to come up big here, and it's redemption here for Wiggly after missing that first smite in game one that allowed Santorin to prolong the game that eventually Tempo Storm ended up winning. But Wiggly shown his chops as a smite master as well. But while there's a little bit of a push on the bottom side of the map for Tempo Storm, Goldcorn United sending Ricard to the mid lane. He's able to solo that tower out.
Definitely not a back-breaking situation on the side of GCU. If you're able to grab that Baron, that's fantastic. But for the most part, Tempo Storm is using this to equalize the gold, and you'll have to make a couple plays from here, from an even situation to actually win this game. Both teams doing what they can to make the most of it. Tempo Storm grouping up to push, grab their first turrets. GCU splitting out to try and trade as best they can. Still about 1,500 gold lead on the side of GCU.
And again, like we touched on before, both teams have those players that are scaling the side. On Goldcorn United is Ricard, who did take the tower by himself, and he's getting closer and closer to that third item. The Energizer build, it's going to be probably Rapid Fire Cannon to make an extended range that no one's going to be able to close the gap on.
That is one of the things that's worth pointing out, is that Tempo Storm does not have anyone who wants to dive the backline. So if you're talking about how do you get to the Tristana and shut it down, you're hoping for some kind of situation where she's caught out of position. She gets hit by an Elise Cocoon, grabbed by Sheep, but it looks like Revan's the one caught out.
Yeah, Revan on the wrong side of this dive. Ricard going to pick that one up and accelerate himself into a bigger lead as we do see the rest of Tempo Storm now trying to stop the fight. And that's just going to be all she wrote. He thought he was safe, he wasn't, and he gets caught from behind.
Seemed like he was kind of aware of the pressure he was under, wanted to call the wave, but Santorin had already wrapped around the backside. They open up on the Revan, they get that kill. Huge shutdown in the sense that they had the Baron buff available and this stops any potential pressure. Now Quas is going to lose his turret as well.
Man, who has Baron here? That's 2 towers so far, heading on over to Goldcorn United, the team that doesn't have Baron. And Tempo Storm kind of getting out-rotated here.
Yeah, and you got to think about how important this Baron is, because if they didn't have it, how much worse would this have been? They could have lost way more turrets, because it's not looking good so far.
That's a good point there. That's a very good point that I think only coaches would make, right? Like, I definitely wouldn't have thought of that overall. Just big-time rotations coming out of Goldcorn United to quell it. And if we had the graph, I think it would be one of those negative Baron power play type situations here for Tempo Storm.
It's unfortunate that you kind of get slammed for having a negative Baron power play when it's like, well, we were behind the game and we stole it.
Yeah.
how much worse would this gold graph have been during this time frame if we didn't steal Baron, right? So it is a situation where you're trying to make the best of a game where you have fallen out of control of it. The Baron steal is nice, but it's not like just because you have Baron, suddenly you can start winning every fight that you bump into.
Right, so Gold Coin United showing a little bit better macro strategy to continue to increase their lead. However, again, big play out of Wiggly, super stuff out of him, and Elise has been the most played champion. These two junglers getting their most played champions. So far, report card for Elise and Wiggly. Wiggly on Elise.
So far, overall, decent given the other games. This time, got once again outperformed in the early game by Santorin a little bit. The pathing where they bumped into each other in the jungle got mostly controlled during that time frame, as well as the dive on the top side not being executed super well by Tempo Storm to keep Quas alive. He ended up going down. So he's done fine, but has for the most part gotten outperformed by Santorin. And I think the big person that's different in this game between the first two is Quas this time around. The Jace pick has not really done much at all. Got one cleanup kill after Solo turned a 1v2 and killed Selfie, compared to his Lowy game and his Renekton game, where he was a huge factor.
We do see Ricard shove down the mid lane as Gold Coin United again out-rotating Tempo Storm. And this might be just me not fully understanding, but no tier on Jace, is that a normal thing? Or is that a mid lane thing? Or?
It's something that has cropped up more and more recently. Ever since this season, there's been some changes to the itemization that came in for a while. People just rushed early pen because they felt like it was too strong to waste 700 gold on the tier. Ever since the Jace has switched to the Bork build, they still tend to just leave it because you want to get that power spike as fast as you can to do things like that. But it looks like Solo also picking up a Bork as well. Really wants to be able to win this 1v1 versus the Jace.
Yeah, Solo the Solo King. They probably heard us hate on him a little bit, and Solo now trying to turn it on into split push race as Tempo Storm going to send 4 up to the top side of the map and take the top outer turret, so no more outer turrets for the side of Gold Coin United. 5-3 is the turret score. And Gold Coin have a direct path right down the mid lane, and Santorin's going to take advantage of it.
Overall, nice little timing there by Tempo Storm. Multiple members of GCU heading back to base to recall. There's no turrets up in the mid lane, so you have more time to make plays like that. So they're able to get back here, catch this wave, and get that free topside turret for almost no cost. Gold lead still hovering at about 2,500 now.
Yeah, you know, like Tempo Storm has quelled the storm a bit. Fun. And holding just a 2,000 gold lead that hasn't grown. And 2,000 at the very early game, sure, means a lot. 2,000 at 30 minutes, not so much. And that's allowing the rest of the team to get there, as we do see Mad Life with the hook. And it's a 3-on-1. Sheep is all by himself, but has survived for quite some time. Nice shockwave, only going to hit one. Sheep is very low on the opposite side. Unleashed power coming out by Fly. Hits Revan, and it's Sheep and Revan and Quas going down. Gold Coin United win this scattered fight.
That's one of those scary fights where GCU seems like they're tunneling way too hard onto Sheep. It looked like it might go bad given the fact that Selfie still had his ultimate available, but he goes on Ricard, who's over the wall, no other threat available to him. The other side of the fight, you see Fly on that center pick, able to blow up that Lucian. That's what I was saying. It's very scary to play a Lucian with no MR against a Syndra. Dylan went for those Ninja Tabby and kind of comes back there as he gets blown up. And taking another look at this, you see Sheep get jumped on here, and so far this is fine. They're not blowing too much on him, but they continue to chase down with Selfie being unfocused, and so you see Mad Life start getting low, but there you Solo and Fly on the other side of the fight, instantly deleting the AD carry. Quas caught out of position. That's what we're talking about, that Jace struggling to contribute in team fights sometimes.
Yeah, great play there by Solo to flash, get the stun down, call the meek, and open up the door for Fly to unleash the power. And again, Mark, you are a foreseer. You called that this would happen. Unleash power onto Revan's face. Not much that you can't tell so far.
I mean, I would say that if you're playing a short-range AD carry versus Syndra and you have no MR, you're not going to have a good time. Just if you don't stick behind your front line, those tend to happen. And that was one of those situations where the only frontline member for Tempo Storm is really Sheep. He's caught off on the other side of the fight, so you have no way to get over to help him out because you're dealing with a Syndra in front of you. And that's what happens. You try and contribute with the culling early on in the fight, and then you're either going to do nothing, running in circles around the back line, or you're going to get blown up.
So for the first time today, Gold Coin United will be taking 3 dragons. It's always been a 2-2 split, so Gold Coin gets the second Mountain Drake. That'll help them with their pushing, obviously. Elder Drake going to be the next one here, up around 38 minutes. And Gold Coin United still has Baron and will continue their split push. Tristan on the bot side, Renekton mid.
Struggling a little bit to get this one going. Already under 2 minutes left to play on the power play. They still need to get their first turret. It's really important that they be able to crack an inhib turret with this Baron. The Orianna is starting to scale up. F4 item is getting close to 5, and it gets harder and harder to deal with her as the game scales on. So you want to take that first turret down so that from then on, even if you don't get the inhibitor, any fight no longer requires you to deal with a wave-clearing Orianna.
But looking at the other side of the map, Fly 4-0-2 has showed up big. We're asking which mid lane carry was going to show up, and it's Fly, man. He's making plays. He's getting set up by his team, but playing the relatively strong champion. Press R, see you later.
And it's the way he's doing it, too. Like you're saying, this kind of more aggressive solo play champion when we're talking about him being more of a team player. Seeing this different style out of him is extremely promising. You want him to be able to take this stuff and threaten the enemy, especially when it's someone like Selfie, who is such an important player for Tempo Storm. The fact that he won the mid lane matchup basically the last 2 games. This time, you take that Syndra in response to the early Orianna pick, you take that strong laning matchup, and then you show that you can actually execute those advantages.
And to that point, that last skirmish there in the River Bush looks like quintessential Gold Coin United. Get yourself a pick, find yourself a numbers advantage, and turn it somewhere else. And that's exactly what they did. So although they might not be dominating it, they're sticking true to their identity and refining it against a superior opponent.
Right, same kind of idea in the mid to late game. Look for those pickoffs, use vision control. But in the early game, very different with Fly sitting in the mid lane and bringing resources to him as opposed to the other way around. Now Solo wanting to get very aggressive into this turret.
Yeah, he does. Revan wants a little piece of him, continuing the chase pretty far. And there it is. I think that might be your first prediction. That did not happen. Actually, you didn't even predict. But no tower on the Baron power play for Gold Coin United. They're going to find trouble to continue to find the right fights if vision continues to go well for Tempo Storm.
Yeah, Tempo Storm, they lost their top inner turf. That's honestly nothing when you're trying to make sure that they stay healthy. Now Santorin getting caught.
Santorin does get caught. Rikara gets hooked and did not rocket jump away immediately. So Santorin, Rikara very low. Flash forward by Selfie, not going to be enough. Santorin will have the fangs sink in on him. Down he goes. Wiggly a little bit too far. Where are you going, brother? Rikara's going to pick that one up. Another hook going to land. And there goes Fly, his first death of the game.
For some reason, Solo had canceled his teleport. It looked like that fight was going to get turned pretty favorably for GCU after Rikara had jumped down, gotten onto Wiggly. They did lose Santorin, but there should have been a Crocodile coming in the top side protecting Fly. That teleport does not come through, and that allows the rest of Tempo Storm to collapse back onto him. We're going to need to take another look at that fight, hopefully, to see exactly why Solo felt like he should not have completed that teleport.
Maybe you thought they were able to get away safely here as we go ahead and take a look at it. It starts off with the shockwave into a great hook.
Yeah, that was one that kind of just snuck past as Santorin just moved out of the way. Rikara gets taken low. They're chasing forward. Nice flash to stay alive. Boss gets chunked out very hard, almost dies to Fly. And the teleport just gets canceled for no reason. He thought he was going to be dropping into the middle of too many people, but you need to show up there to play front line, because there you see what happens. Sheep just speeds himself back up and hooks Fly for the second hook of that team fight.
There it is, Sheep showing up saying, hey, Mad Life, I got you too. So solid 2 hooks in a row there for Sheep to turn that fight around and stall out the game even further. We do have 2 major objectives coming in. It's going to be Baron in about 1 minute and 35, and Elder in 1 minute and 50. For these teams, which one is more important now? Gold Coin United obviously have 3 Drakes, but which one will help them close out?
Both are very, very good for closing out because GCU does have mountains.
Right.
Dragons on their side. So you pick up that Elder Dragon, it increases the rate at which you can burn other objectives as well as your team fight potential. So as much as the observers are trying to distract me with the Lucian music.
Not at all.
No, I'm still going.
Absolutely.
What am I talking about?
You're talking about the 2
I was
objectives
seduced.
and which one is more important.
Yeah, so the Elder Dragon, I would say maybe a little bit more important because it makes the Baron easier to get. If you do set up one of those 4-1s, you have the burn. That's something that's going to benefit the Tristana extremely well because you have the long range to just kind of chip that turret down. The Baron gives you those empowered minions, but you're at the point, like you were saying, where Orianna, even though they have that magic damage reduction, still does enough to kind of deal with them pretty easily. Right. So it's a little bit better to get the team fighting power and burn from the Elder Dragon, I would say, as well as amplifying the power of the Mountain Dragons.
All right, so we'll get to see that. Both teams, though, have spent a lot of time trying to get vision on the top side of the map. Goldcorn United, the one that possibly could use the Elder Dragon a little more, hasn't spent too much time on the bottom.
That said, it is much harder on the red side to try and secure that Elder Dragon, as well as the fact that Elder probably puts up a little bit more of a fight than the Baron. So the fact that the back side of the pit is exposed to the blue side of the map makes it difficult to deny that steal attempt compared to Baron, which often is the focus of a lot more vision control.
Taking a peek at Goldcorn United, we see Ricard getting dove upon, almost gets soloed out there. Revan with a nice aggressive play. Selfie thinking about it, looking at it, feeling it. Gonna land the shockwave, and Ricard does go down. Guardian Angel has been popped. Fly trying to put down damage. Thresh is able to protect his AD carry, but that was a great individual effort by Revan to unlock the play by Selfie.
That's one of the things about the Lucian pick. We talk about how it's difficult to play into Syndra, but when she's not there, you can dash forward very aggressively. They chunk out Ricard at the start of that fight. He luckily has a GA available, so it's not the end of the world. But it forced all of GCU to play catch-up to make sure he didn't go down when he rezzed out the GA, and now we're in a bit of an objective trade situation.
Yes, it is. The teleport does come in, and it looks like both teams are fine, and we're gonna have a little bit of a base race. Baron-empowered minions are gonna be on the top side of the map for Goldcorn United. It does force recalls out of Tempo Storm, but look at this massive minion wave. 1, 2, 3 cannon minions, and GCU is gonna burn through this tower.
GCU does still need to be careful. They are up against Elder Dragon.
Oh no, Ricard! He's very low, no mana, he goes down. Great cocoon there from Wiggly. Kill picked up by Selfie.
Feels like Ricard is letting this game skip away out of him a little bit. We saw the same problem a little bit in game 2 where he got caught out. Now 2 times in a row, opened up by Tempo Storm. Forces that trade into the Baron buff, which honestly isn't that bad. They got the teleport out of Quas, but they overstay trying to finish off this turret, and for some reason doesn't feel like he needs to rocket jump away. He just wants to walk away from that cocoon, gets stunned up and goes down just because of that.
Maybe he didn't have enough mana, but definitely a big-time mistake and a big-time spot there by Ricard. And that was possibly a turnaround fight here by Goldcorn United. And again, both teams are stalled out. Wiggly and the rest of Tempo Storm haven't found a use for the Elder Drake yet, but both teams very, very close to pulling a victory here.
Feels like one of those games where there's going to be one explosive team fight to decide it. I thought for a second there we might get a kind of base race, but very smart by Tempo Storm to realize that they had no hope of really keeping up with that. They have no Mountain Dragons. They do have an Elder Dragon burn, but it's only a single Dragon one. There's no Baron powered up super minions, so there's no way that they're going to come out ahead in that situation. Good decision to recall there. Unfortunate that they have to lose their top inhibitor turret, but there's a chance GCU, with how this game's going, never really makes a return trip up there. So overall, Tempo Storm did manage to stabilize this game a little bit more.
Taking a look at the items in the mid lane, Selfie does finally have himself the death cap finished, and it's going to be a lot of damage out of that Orianna. Ooh, Santorin able to get away from the hook from Sheep.
That's one of those things about Blitzcrank late game. Sometimes he just instantly wins you the game if he's able to land that hook onto a key target. We talk about the immobile Syndra. She does have a Banshee's Veil, which is not the hardest thing to pop off for Tempo Storm. They do have the Shock Blast out of Jace, the Volatile Spiderling, the Culling. A lot of these things will take that off, and Sheep should have an opportunity to grab a target.
Oh, more hook attempts coming out of Sheep and the rest of Tempo Storm. They haven't quite found it yet. The Elder Drake, I believe, has worn off of the side of Tempo Storm, but about 50 more seconds here for Goldcorn United on the Baron buff.
And GCU wants to push in this mid lane, draw a lot of attention to them, buy space for Solo to work on the top side. Very aggressive jump forward by Ricard there.
Yeah, it's on cooldown, so something to look out for. Nice scatter of the week by Fly to slow down Sheep and not find any target for another rocket grab. And again, just slowly playing the game where both teams are going to wait for the minion waves and possibly do it again, and Ricard, with that long-range Energizer build, has the possibility of blowing up any tower.
But now, Tempo Storm's way out of position. They're all up on the top side a little bit here. This is going to buy enough room for them to run right down the mid lane, grab the mid inhibitor turret. The last wave that they're going to get with their Baron buff, Tempo Storm greeds out for the blue buff.
Looks like solo queues, man. I need that blue buff. Don't worry about the base. Don't worry about the inhibitor. I got it once I get this blue buff. And thankfully, Tempo Storm didn't have to pay with the inhibitor, but now 2 places on the map are wide open for Goldcorn to walk on down as we see Sheep accelerating. Not going to find anything.
Smart by Ricard that time. Just hop out of the way. Don't let that Blitzcrank run at you. They still need to be careful because Wiggly going for the flash cocoon, knowing that rocket jump was down. does miss it. And now your jungler, no flash available. Should GCU start trying to force on the Baron potentially.
Yeah, fancy move there by Rikara. Sidestep that one out of the way as we are now approaching pretty much late game territory here. 4,000 gold lead for Gold Coin United. But really, what does the gold lead mean when both teams have about 80 to 75,000 gold?
Yeah, at this point, it's more about how the team comps actually interact with each other versus what the gold allows you to do. So in this situation, Tempo Storm not having a frontliner means that they're really, really reliant on some kind of chain CC or a big Orianna Shockwave to set this fight up for them. If that doesn't happen, GCU can slowly take space with their bigger frontline, keep walking forward with superior range that is available with the Tristana and Syndra threatening some kind of hooks or auto attacks.
So we'll wait until one of those things plays out. Hopefully it'll be a team fight like that, not someone out of position getting caught, and then that's the end of that. As we do see Mad Life throw a hook, not gonna land. Nice step away from Wiggly, and fighting over vision on the bottom side jungle is kind of important, but yet again, Baron is another thing that's on the mind of the players as it's up in 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Rikara going for the triple Zeal build, grabs the Phantom Dancer as well, wants all the attack speed. I'm gonna guess that's going over the cap at some point here with the rapid fire on the Q as well.
I believe it's 110 at this point right now, so all 100 there. No boots, who needs boots? It's a lot of damage coming out for this side of Rikara.
I'm not surprised to see the boots sell at some point. I'm just surprised that it ends up being a third Zeal item. But if you're not going over the cap, which to be fair, I'm not 100% sure you are, it's an all right purchase. Does give you a little bit of extra survivability. Should the Lucian jump on you or the Jace, you get that damage reduction that comes in from that Phantom Dancer.
What would you have rather seen?
Potentially a Bloodthirster, getting that shield, that healing coming in will be pretty beneficial, given the fact that you can then play pretty aggressively. You don't need to worry about getting chunked out at all. You see, even when you get that Warlord's proc, it's still pretty massive healing, but it would be nice to have extra shield, extra healing, extra AD for those crits, given that you're well over 100% now with the triple Zeal item.
All right, so no over shield here for Rikara. We'll get to see if it pays off as we edge closer and closer to the Baron. Both these teams kind of showing a little bit of inexperience because there is no way to close it out without a pick, and they continue to only find picks around Baron, or find fights around Baron, and this might be the final big one coming up here.
It's a little surprising to see Solo this whole time in the top lane, but I don't hate the decision of it. They're just focused on controlling the top side jungle versus potentially getting anything done actually in the split push. So it's more about controlling the wave than it is about taking objectives in the side lane and generating pressure.
Sheep looking for a hook, has found it onto Mad Life, and Mad Life absolutely disappears. So Sheep wins the battle of the hooks. Flash forward, the culling CLA fly, or is it? Unleash power onto Revan, and one auto attack by Rikara is more than enough. Quas now trying to get turned around upon. Solo thinking about the flank, and both teams are going to disengage with the support and 80 carry trade here.
And there you see, even with that Hex Drinker, or excuse me, Maw completed, Revan gets absolutely annihilated. Rikara able to throw in some damage there as well with the Buster Shot. But Tempo Storm's not done yet. They're going to try and force down this Baron, but GCU's collapsing.
They are going to try and force down this Baron. They're a little bit of a pincer move here. Solo trying to back up the Renekton in a nice spot, will be able to walk away. And now with the massive 80 carry, Rikara and the rest of Gold Coin United turn their sights onto Baron.
And they have that double Mountain Dragon with Rikara able to absolutely obliterate this Baron, but it's Tempo Storm's chance to collapse this time.
It is. Oh, nice play there. Solo in a little bit of trouble. Will have to slice his way into safety, or he continues to hold on to the Baron aggro, so Baron is still very low. Poke not going to land. Santorin all by himself. It gets stolen by Wiggly again! Baron goes over to Tempo Storm. Rikara does finish him up. Unleash power to Sheepy does go down. So what at what cost did this play happen? Selfie very low, walking his way out of trouble. Here's Gold Coin United. Mad Life not going to land on anything. Solo now on top of Selfie. Selfie trying to find his way through the fight, but isn't able to find anything other than a path back to the base. And the only one left is Quas. GA popped, and he's going to go down very shortly.
Rikara able to get involved and finish off that kill onto Selfie. Quas trying to play zoning duty also goes down. Ends up a 4-for-0 at the end of that. Technically 5-for-0 because Revan was dead at the start. He's not done though.
Revan isn't done. Trying to find a play. Does make a play on the fly, so it does slow down things for GCU. They don't have Baron, but they do have death timers. Wiggly, the first one to come up in 17 seconds along with Sheep.
It's going to be hard for GCU to actually end the game here. I want to see if they want to do it. They could also just go for double inhibitor and then reset for that Elder Dragon spawning in the next minute. Probably going to go for the safe play here, which I have to agree with. You don't want to get caught out in this base. There's no Baron buffs left after they get all cleaned up, but very dangerous play to try and force down there with members respawning.
So back to the replay. Big time steal coming out of Wiggly, going big again for Tempo Storm.
Gets that steal, keeps it off GCU. Fly gets the kill, and now you see them having to escape out to the top side. Nowhere to go. Mad Light just respawned and is collapsing now. Plays the shield off, tries to get the hook, misses it, but that doesn't able to flash stun to come out of solo. Lantern's in Rikara, who brings the damage needed taken down, and then starts getting a little low versus boss, but there's enough chain CC to make sure he can't actually kill Rikara.
So the double kill heading on over there, and after that, Fly getting taken out. Smart play by Revan, knowing that Unleashed Power was down by Fly. He wasn't able to make a play on that, and it slowed down the push and possibly saved the game yet again. A bunch of saviors on the side of Tempo Storm.
I like what I'm seeing out of Tempo Storm, though. They get the vision control down on the Elder Dragon early, potentially looking for a pick. Would have liked to have seen them up a little bit more instead of going for the burn down here. They're going to force a fight, though.
Yeah, they are. They are deep into the pit. It looks like there's only one way out, and it's with the it's with the Elder Drake buff. Chief trying to shield, does get hooked, might not have time to throw out a rocket grab, does go down, and the red team ends up picking it up. Santorin going big, Unleashed Power onto Quas is more than enough, and here come the hops. Rikara going big, and it is Gold Coin United going to take the win.
I don't really like that decision by Tempo Storm. They pin themselves up in the pit, end up in an awkward situation with two men doing damage to the Elder Dragon while Selfie has to kite down to the bot side, not at all in any kind of formation that they actually want to team fight in. They had vision control and potentially were looking for a pick. They do have double inhibitors down, so I understand not being able to stall out and fish for a pick for too long, but there was no way that that force was going to work out, even if they did get the Infernal Elder Dragon.
Yeah, Gold Coin United now taking the slow march to victory with the Elder Drake, and Rikara outscaling. What can stop a Tristana at 49 minutes and 30 seconds? The only thing is the end of the game, and Gold Coin United will take the victory and sole possession of second place in the North American Challenger Series.
Did not come easy, though. I can't wait to see these two teams play off against each other again in a couple weeks. In playoffs, most likely. There's still a chance Big God Jackals, I think, can overtake them, but it looks like this is probably going to be the rematch, and I gotta say, it's been a fun best-of-3.
Yeah, both games going very, very long, going all the way to the distance, and one of the things you got to think about for both teams is trying to clean up your closeout here. Like, does that mean it's a draft thing? Is it an execution thing? What is it here, Mike?
I think you got to look at the late-game execution out of both these teams. There were multiple objective steals. There were some forces that didn't necessarily need to happen, some questionable lane assignments, a lot of areas to improve on as they move into the later part of the season. This is one of the things that people say for why E United is the favorite team, because it feels like they have a couple of these already figured out.
Right, so let's go ahead and back up a little bit and unpack a lot of the action that happened. Gold Coin United got an early lead after a slow mid-game, or slow early game with 3 kills in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it starts out with a nice flash play engaged here by Mad Life, sets them all up. Solo's going to collapse in from the top side, get a lot of damage in here. And then it's just this kind of stuff that we saw a lot of times where people are actually moving to Fly. And this is what we were saying we weren't used to seeing out of him, where he's usually the roamer. But this time, people are moving to him, getting kills. He gets this nice fadeaway W. And with these kind of leads, he was able to go around and find his own place for the rest of the game. Rikara not wanting to get outdone, he gets involved as well.
The double rocket jump out of trouble there was a big-time play out of him. And both teams went back and forth for quite some time, about 14 minutes without big-time action. And it ends up that there was another big-time fight out of Gold Coin United taking the advantage 3-0 in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think that was one of these fights that looks really bad, but we talk about why this Syndra pick getting ahead early is so important. Revan dashes in, wants to get onto Solo, but really nice communication by both the solo laners there of GCU, double flashing on top of him to blow up the AD carry instantly at the start of the fight. And that came after it seemed like GCU was over-prioritizing the Blitzcrank. Selfie was right there on Orianna, throwing some damage back in, and so it looked like it might be a little bit of a suspect fight until that kind of play opened up off the back of the Fed Syndra.
And that was the moment that you became a foreteller, foreseer. You said Revan was going to get blown up by Syndra without buying any MR. That's exactly what happened. And then finally, Gold Coin United, after the Elder Dragon fight, end up closing out this game at 48 minutes.
This was one of those situations where I think they just got a little antsy. They need to find the pickoff. Going for the objective doesn't necessarily help you that much, and you see it ends up very awkward with Wiggly and Revan in the pit. The rest of the team split out to the right side. They're getting melted down in the front line. The steal still goes over, but even without that happening, you get to see the Syndra just blow up everyone before they get refocused down on the people in the pit. So it was a really tough situation to be in. I'm not going to say that there's a clear right play that they should have gone for, but I do think when they initially got the vision control and were looking for that pick, I would have preferred to see that rather than the objective force.
So taking a step back and looking at this series as a whole, both these teams, it seemed like the game could have gone either way. Do you still feel that because Gold Coin United got the win, they're going to be the favorite moving on? Or do you still feel like Tempo Storm has a good, solid chance here?
I think coming in, we were talking about Tempo Storm being the favorite. I think that made a lot of sense given that they won before. It only lost to E United. But I think after this victory and the fact that we talk about GCU being the team that ramps up over time, I wouldn't go so far as to say they're the favorite because this was a very, very close series, but it bodes well for them given the fact that we know that they improve over the course of the season. When they move into playoffs, they'll be even in better form than they are right now, and it's about will Tempo Storm improve to match them.
So looking ahead, all roads lead to fighting E United, and both these teams seem to be playing this late game, draw it out, let our big carry make one big fight, and let's win that one big fight so that we can take the victory. Is it possibly a bad thing that these teams aren't showing diversity in their play style?
I think it's a little bit of a concern more about how they actually execute in the late game versus the diversity of play style, because you can play a 1-3-1, you can play a 4-1, and we saw them try to do those different things, but at the end of the day, there were some times where you were wondering, why is the Cassidy up against the Rumble right now when it was doing so well against an Oriana, which should go even better in a side lane? Why is the Renekton teleporting up to the top side? There are these kinds of questions that I wish we saw better answers out of from the team.
Right.
And those are the kinds of things they need to show up when they move forward. Not necessarily we need to pick up a new champion.
Yep, so congratulations here to Gold Coin United taking a hard-fought 2-1 victory, and that completes our coverage of that. But before we leave, there's actually more Challenger action coming up. We've got another round of Delta Fox bonus coverage this week, and after the break, we'll hop right into their series against Counter Logic Academy. Stick around because that begins right after the break. Aggressive play coming out of Santorin. Quas very low. Solo trying to close this one out. Will be getting first blood. Fly picks up the kill with one of the balls. Good stuff there by him. Rikara jumping in, able to pick that one up, then jump back out. What a play there by Rikara. Solo getting caught out in the split push a little bit. Nice dodge away from the shockwave. Great play there by Solo. Nice shockwave, only going to hit one. Sheep is very low on the opposite side. Unleashed power coming out by Fly. Hits Revan, and it's Sheep and Revan and Quas going down. Santorin will have the Fang sink in on him. Down he goes. Wiggly a little bit too far. Where are you going, brother? Ricard's going to pick that one up. Another hook going to land, and there goes Fly, his first death of the game. And the red team ends up picking it up. Santorin going big. Unleashed power onto Quas is more than enough. And here come the hops. Ricard going big, and it is Gold Coin United going to take the win. Welcome back, League fans, to special coverage of a series that played out earlier in the day with Delta Fox against CLG Academy. So why don't you get your dongers ready, get your kappas ready, and let's hop right into the picks and bans for this game one. And there it is. You got your team composition right there on the board. Is anything go ahead and stick out for you right away?
Not a ton. CLG Academy going with a very standard kind of team comp with the Thresh, Ash, Victor, Rek'Sai, Kennen. You got a split push with the Kennen. You get the 4-1 comp overall for the other members, and you get some good pick-off potential. Can do a little bit of everything. On the side of Delta Fox, also a pretty reasonable team comp. They do have the Jace to kind of match that Kennen in the split push, and then their frontliner will be the Nunu, Cassio with the Bard, and the Jhin. So they have a lot of playmaking as well. I do kind of like the team comp of CLG Academy a little bit more just because it has a little bit lower commitment. You can kind of fish for hooks and those kinds of things, whereas Bard kind of needs to shoot his ultimate off to really look for anybody.
Well, the game that Cutie Pie did pop off earlier this season was on Jhin. He did have, I think, 2 triple kills in that game, so he's going to get that back in his hands as we move into the game. Game 1 between CLG Academy and Delta Fox. And these teams should be looking for a win here. They're the bottom of the table. And if CLG Academy want a chance at the playoffs, they got to win. If Delta Fox want to win it all, this is their chance for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically your easiest quote-unquote opponent left for Delta Fox. So if you want to avoid eating a bagel, you got to find something here.
Let's go ahead and run down these rosters. On the blue side, it's Counterlogic Gaming Academy. In the top lane, it's Fallen Bandit. At jungle, it's the #1 overall pick from Scouting Grounds, Omar God. In the mid lane, it's the artist formerly known as Tuesday Chicken, now only known as Tuesday. At AD carry, it's Zig, and at Zag, sorry. And at support, it's Phil.
Am I doing the red side?
You're doing the red side.
On the red side, it's Delta Fox, my boys. In the top lane, Dyrus, the jungle. You know him, you love him. Known for his Baron throws, somehow put on jungle Skara. Mid lane, Voy Boy, the Donger himself on the Jhin with Shifter on that Bard pick. Getting a little scrappy over some wards here.
That's right. Everyone knows that Raptors are exciting start for the jungler, so Shifter and Cutie Pie going to bully their way and drop a ward early on.
We'll see what they choose to do. Nunu's one of those champions who can do some very annoying stuff over in the early game. Looks like gonna start on blue buff here. Might go for a cheesy invade after that. We'll have to see what Skara chooses to do with that Nunu pick.
So Voy Boy getting himself the Cassiopeia up against Tuesday and Victor. One of those things where, like has been talked about throughout the series, the Challenger Series, Skara can play mid lane, Shifter playing mid lane. We need to see that carry performance out of Voy Boy and Cassiopeia. It's a champion that can do that. So we see Skara a little cheeky coming in. Oh, I'll take that very much, Omar. See you later, young buck.
I mean, it's nice for Skara to be able to grab that one away, tilt his opponent a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. You did not get a buff stolen. You got a big Raptor. You're already level 2 with the small ones. So Skara's going to have to go back into his jungle, and you're going to keep on farming. Waste a little bit of time as that Nunu, but I mean, Nunu's not really known for the power farming style anyways. Boy, getting a little aggressive.
Yeah, Voy Boy popping Ghost onto Tuesday. Tuesday's going to walk that one out. Boy, low on mana, so has to be a little careful. Able to pick that up and slowly farm up again with those Twin Fangs.
A little surprising to see that Ghost Burn did not have a great opportunity to really finish off Tuesday there, a little too healthy. Skara gets the Scuttle Crab. Both junglers going to walk away. That tends to be what happens with Nunu.
It looks like Skara has a pretty solid jungler in his champ pool now that can oppress the other side as we see Tuesday take a little bit of damage. Voy Boy forced to back up now, low on mana, and not having a lot of vision to help out.
Needing to be a little bit careful. Skara did get him a ward down there, so he should be semi-aware of the Rek'Sai. Bump into each other once again. Junglers just like bumper cars, just see each other, bump into each other, keep going on with their days.
Interesting early lead here, though, for Delta Fox after those plays back and forth. So 400 gold lead is in the hands of the Stream 3 meme team, but now Fallen Bandit setting up Dyrus. Dyrus tries to flash away, will be caught out, and there it is, Omar God getting first blood.
Nice play by CLG Academy, getting the flash stun off by Fallen Bandit. Blocks Dyrus in place long enough for Omar God to get there. Surprising to see Dyrus not playing a little bit further back. He knew the Rek'Sai was up on that top side, given the fact that we just talked about how the junglers bumped into each other. but not actually being able to get out of there in time. So nice play by CLG Academy.
Oh, what a hook angle there. Cutie Pie in a little bit of trouble. Dark Passage going to be more than enough. Flash forward by both guys. Cutie Pie might be able to get away. The flay backwards not going to be enough, and Cutie Pie goes down. Shifter uses the magical journey to safety.
Almost played that one perfectly by CLG Academy. Phil flashing a little bit too late to get the Dark Passage. Double flash forces Zag to jump in there as well, but they do pick up the second blood, almost their first blood of the game. So they're not going to be too disappointed either way.
Scar is still just farming up, roaming around the map, eating up what he can. Now on the bottom side, as we see Omar give a little bit of pressure help to Tuesday Chicken as we go ahead into the replay.
There you see that hook just barely snipe the far hitbox of Cutie Pie. That late flash going in, but they decide they're going to go all in, double flash in, get that kill. And now, Delta Fox, they're angry. They want to strike back.
Here comes Scar, tries to get the snowball down. Nice flash forward by Shifter. Gets the tether onto the wall. Scar continuing his empowered auto attacks. Cutie's still a little far away, and that's going to be that. No kill picked up, but a little bit of pressure on the bottom side.
Looking like they overestimated that new damage just a little bit there. Much more of a control style champion, not actually able to do much if someone else can't bring the damage. Cutie Pie was a little bit out of range, contributed with the root from the W, but not able to find a kill off of it.
So even after that first death, though, Dyrus doing a solid job here against the Kennen and Fallen Bandit. And so Fallen Bandit has a free lane, teleport advantage. Delta Fox needs to be very careful for any sort of flank that he could bring.
It is a little bit scary that Kennen able to find a TP flank. It is going to be the AD Kennen most likely. The favorite of the Kennen players in the top lane right now. Wins almost every matchup. Jace is one of the counter picks that does relatively well into it. And you saw Dyrus was pushing it up in that top side before he got ganked. And this matchup does get swayed pretty heavily by junglers. So despite the initial lead that he has fallen behind in XP now, level 5 to Fallen Bandits level 6. He might have a hard time winning small lanes from here.
Nice sidestep by Dyrus into a shock blast. Fallen Bandit taking that one straight to the face. But other than that, not too much to speak of. Scar is still farming up, trying to get to level 6 and find some absolute zeros in the bush and surprise the rest of CLG Academy. Decent vision so far for both teams around the bottom side of the map, and it is an Infernal Drake as we start panning down to the bottom river.
So what I was about to talk about is the fact that when you have that new pick forcing around some objectives, it's always the thing to do, and especially when it's something as important as that Infernal Dragon. So we hope to see Delta Fox get aggressive in there. Dyrus continue to get aggressive up in the top lane, chunking out Fallen Bandit pretty heavily.
Yep, so that might force the teleport out of Fallen Bandit here. Maybe, so teleport advantage might go away. Nice play there by Dyrus. Stop that, but you want to steal that? No, thank you. Have a little piece of that. Scar takes that one away.
Still, overall, a good play out of CLG Academy, keeping that blue buff off the spam. Happy Cassiopeia, something that you're going to be pretty happy with, especially if you can get yours onto Victor. Now, that's something you have to get ready for because you can expect the Nunu to go for that mirror invade onto that blue buff.
Boy, allowing Tuesday to step up a little bit when things go back and forth. And Tuesday getting the worst end of that trade, the boy. You showing the mastery of Cassiopeia against the Victor.
I like this play out of Delta Fox a little bit too early, though, as now Boy gonna get ganked.
Yep, forced to flash out, and Omar's more than happy with that one. No vision after Scar left the bottom bush, and that's going to be that. So nice pressure applied by Omar got.
I believe what Delta Fox might have been looking for there was if they know the enemy blue buff is coming up and they want to secure it to avoid the Nunu getting the counter jungle, you actually start the Dragon up as a mix-up. So they go up to the blue side to make sure they get that buff. They leave the Dragon open and you take that one for free on the second blue buff timing. Didn't quite work out. CLG Academy had some vision in that river after their blue buff invade, and they spot that one out. And they also get the flash out of Boy during that as well.
So looking at this Delta Fox team here, what player are you trying to build around here? There isn't too much of a tank other than Scar that will get tankier later, but kind of like a pseudo tank. You got a top lane Dyrus, a mid lane Boy. Who are you looking to play around?
Rhetorical question?
No. No, coach.
No, I mean, that's the question. I don't know. You can go around the Cassiopeia, most likely is your best late game threat. If you can get her going, that's nice. But they don't have a ton of easy setup in any lane other than the bot lane. But the Nunu still isn't the best ganking champion. Here, CLG Academy starting up that Infernal Dragon. But Delta Fox does have a ward on it.
Delta Fox do have a ward on it. Shifter and 3 other members of Delta Fox coming in. Phil does land a death sentence, but not going to find too much. Nice arrow going to stop Scar. Scar flashes forward, absolute zero. But Tuesday Chicken coming on in and cleaning up the fight. Scar and Shifter, Turntail, Cutie Pies get themselves out of there. Dyrus going to cancel the teleport, not be able to get that one off. And now the curtain call going to come through and Cutie Pie going to pick up 1. And that's going to be all he wrote. Now in the top lane, Bolt being thrown down, Dyrus and Fallen Bandit going back and forth. Dyrus doesn't have any minions, tries to get the Shock Blast down, does get the AoE from it, flashes away but gets taken down by the W. Unfortunate play there for Dyrus.
Unlucky for Delta Fox on that play. Dyrus gets taken out in the top lane as Boy dies in the bot side. That allows CLG Academy to go for the Infernal Dragon. It looked like Delta Fox could have just focused down the Dragon because they have been taken to around 2,000 health by the side of CLG Academy. With Cassio there, with Nunu, you can probably go for a Smite Consume combination with Cassio bringing some extra damage. They instead go for that fight, which gets turned around on them now at a 4-for-1.
So taking a look at a replay on the bottom side of the map. Like you said,
right here, you can all just cut to that Infernal Dragon instead of focusing down the support of Phil. Doesn't end up working that way, and then they get kind of strung out. Boy goes down really early on in that fight. And then everyone is forced to run away. Teleport by Dyrus gets canceled by the Kennen. Nice stun there. And after that, it's all too easy for CLG Academy to finish off that Infernal Dragon.
Last shot here by Cutie Pie. Right onto the Zag, but not too much doing. And it looked good. They had a nice numbers advantage. They had vision of it to collapse down, but weren't able to turn that one around. And
looks hard and everything, D-Gun.
Looks hard and everything, but it does look like Dyrus is going down. 3 members taking that one, and Phil, Bandit, and Omar God continuing the pressure for CLG Academy.
Last time we saw Dyrus dying a lot. It wasn't really his fault getting the Dyrus treatment against the Elise Renekton. This time around, a little bit more on his shoulders. Gets ganked as a 3-man squad by CLG Academy, and Scar is forced to move up there to play cleanup duty. Cutie Pie also rotating up to the top side of the map.
I guess they don't want the bot lane turret. The minion wave is just sitting right in the middle on the bottom side of the map, but big rotation by both teams, and looks like CLG Academy is going to match that, moving up Kennen, Thresh, and Rek'Sai. Maybe a little bit of a gank attempt coming in here.
We'll have to see. Delta Fox is down a lot of summoners after that skirmish in the bot lane. With Infernal Dragon down, looks like both teams are prioritizing control up on the top side. Cutie gets arrowed.
Oh, long range arrow coming in. Good play coming out of Zag. The ult fight. Shifter's not going to be enough. Cutie Pie does go down, and it looked safe. They knew something was going on, but they weren't able to play around it.
Unfortunately, unable to do that. Cutie Pie goes down as well. Zag going to get some time to hit this turret now. Dyrus not going to push her in that mid turret, or the bot turret too much. Going to roam up to the mid lane, maybe looking for a gank attempt here.
He's walking his way up. Doesn't look like Tuesday knows. Now he does. Boy still a little bit further away. Unfortunately not able to get the root down, and no one gets killed in that play there as Dyrus runs him in.
They do get the flash though, and now CLG might be looking at this Rift Herald. Phil caught out of position again.
Phil is caught out of position. Oh my God, thinking about helping out his player. Nice play by Phil to take the blue buff over the wall. Now Boy caught out, not able to find it. He goes down all the while on the top side of the map. CLG Academy get first blood.
They almost got that support though. They almost got the support. Not able to find him. Blue buff gets out, and now here comes the teleport by Fallen Bandit. This 3-man squad's in trouble.
Yeah, it's a pinch. It's a 3-man stun there by Fallen Bandit, but he walks into Dyrus, Shifter, and Cutie Pie. He does live for a little bit longer, and he lives through the damage. Cutie Pie not able to put it down. The final shot not going to be enough. Omar God chugs that one off, and it's 3 more kills heading on over to the side of CLG Academy.
The Delta Fox pain train. They get aced. They were roaming around trying to finish off Phil deep in the enemy team's jungle. They get collapsed on. Almost able to finish off Fallen Bandit, but he itemized very tanky early on for a Kennen, not trying to win the 1v1 matchup for the Jace, looking more for that team utility. Already had the Jar and Fist completed, as well as the Tabby and the Doran Shield made him tanky enough, so when he follows over through this journey, yeah, from a Shifter, he's going to stay alive throughout this. while the rest of the team focuses down Scara or coming over that, joining in, getting these last 3 kills, ending up in an ace overall as Boy went down earlier in that mid lane.
Yep, unfortunate play there. And again, Delta Fox so close to executing these plays and just aren't able to. And then the plays that did go wrong, it seems like there are things that they could have gotten across the map, like Dyrus on the bottom side of the map, continue pushing that tower, went for the gank in the mid lane, not able to execute.
It's one of the things that you tend to see from some of the better coordinated teams is that when something is going wrong, you're trying to get something else done on the other side of the map. You could have potentially gone for that free turret damage and start chipping that one low instead of going for the flash in the mid lane. Jace pick is not an extremely strong roamer. You only have that E knockback potentially, but with the flash available on Tuesday, you're never going to get a kill there. So not really able to find anything, but now maybe they're going to be able to convert with it.
Yeah, Tempered Fate going to land on Tuesday. And today's Thursday because that's over. Tuesday's gone. And it's going to be the first kill in quite some time for Delta Fox. They're going to transition that elsewhere on the bottom side of the map.
Giant comebacks begin with a single step Dagon. They take the first step on their journey back into this game. They get the mid lane pick onto Tuesday, which was started by that excellent roam by Jace. Like I was just saying, great roam.
Great roam there by Dyrus. Great shot call. Great execution by Shifter. Great all around by Delta Fox. And, you know, the big thing about Team Delta Fox here is that there's no way they would have executed that play without the practice and preparation that possibly someone on their staff might have helped them out with. I don't know. But solid stuff there. The 4-man against 1 roam. Great call there by Delta Fox.
They were able to get their first turret of the game as well. Turrets are equal somehow.
The top lane.
Despite the 11-kill advantage or 9-kill advantage for CLG Academy. Second Infernal Dragon, really unlucky for Delta Fox to keep getting these Infernal Dragon spawns against them. Really not fair.
Really not fair indeed. And unfortunate that they're just never in position to get it either.
Yeah, that's also unfortunate.
Oh my God, and Counter Logic Gaming Academy gonna take this one and push their 11-2 lead, 4,000 gold lead, double Infernal Drake. And Delta Fox need to find a new Delta because the current path that they're on isn't working and they need to find it soon before they get outscaled.
Need to be careful. Dyrus walking down in this bot lane, but there is a pick attempt waiting for him. Phil is already in the brush. The minion wave collapsing here.
Oh no.
They're just going to start it off.
Dyrus sniffs it out. The Dark Passage is going to be enough, and there it is. Another death sentence written, and it's going to be Phil, the writer, landing another one, and it's going to be Dyrus going down along with the bot lane tower.
And this is with the Rift Herald coming out to play as well. They can ride this one all the way in the bot side. During this, though, Delta Fox getting their trade on, going up this mid lane now. Shifter zoning them away from the turret. Gets the stun onto Tuesday. He's going to go down.
Yeah, nice play there. Magical Journey leading that one. Now Boy stuck, taking a little bit of damage, will be able to walk himself out. The tower does start hitting Boy yet again, all the while on the bottom side of the map. CLG Academy continue the push. Omar God and Zag putting pressure now on the inhibitor turret, but it does look like Delta Fox will be able to trade. No, we're not quite done yet. Fallen Bandit able to put the Slicing Maelstrom down. Yet another death sentence landing, and Scar getting pushed into his teammate's own Tempered Fate. But Scar is able to live through that one. Shifter trying to carry from the support role because Dyrus isn't. He's forced to flash backwards, and there's the kill by Omar God. Boy and Omar going back and forth. This one should be picked up by the Boy. There it is, the shutdown gold heading on over.
Some nice trades overall by Delta Fox, losing their bot lane inhibitor turret. Maybe not the best, but they do get some kills around the mid lane as well as the turret. Now Zag also caught out of position, forced to flash into the waiting arms of Shifter.
There it is, Shifter being a good guy, allowing someone else on his team to pick up a kill. It's going to be the Cutie picking that one up.
Taking a look at this one, Dyrus had gone down to the bot side to try and secure the turret. Gets the Rift Herald down, but then goes for the hammer form Q onto Omar God, trying to bait them into Boy, but you see that Void Rush coming in, securing that kill. Boy gets the trade. Zag is finishing off the turret during this whole time, but now he's out of position. Overall, a 2-3 turret trade, plus 3 kills, I believe, for CLG Academy, while Delta Fox picked up 2 in the mid lane for 1 turret as well.
Delta Fox showing some fight back. It is only a 4,000 gold lead here so far. 13-6, the score looks worse than I think what it actually is. And the Boy and Shifter, I'm really liking Shifter. He's making plays here on the support bard, maybe getting comfortable on something that allows them to unlock the power that we know this team has.
I mean, the support bard at Shifter is actually very good. He has had some good angles with those journeys to set up some stuns onto Tuesday, who has no flash. well-coordinated plays with the rest of the team, able to find those, as well as making sure he got that kill on the Fallen Bandit. So Shifter playing really well, team following up off his aggression, but they're fighting from a deficit here. Gonna need to win some big team fights to actually get the gold lead back.
That's right, Dyer is sitting at 0-6-2, and you know, you expect him to be a bully. It's tough to be a bully when you don't have the lead, you don't have the gold, you don't have the items, and on the opposite side, Fallen Bandit builds a frozen mallet first, and there's a lot of chase down that could happen in the split push game.
The Shifter, though, wants to find a way to answer back. They portal into that brush with a pink ward in it, sidestepping the ward on that ramp. But it looks like Oh My God knows they're there. They have the Tremor Sense.
They do have Tremor Sense. Oh My God, not able to get anything there. Oh, and that might be the first hook that we've seen Phil miss in quite some time. Zag not able to land the Enchanted Crystal Arrow earlier as well.
Cute play out of both teams there. Delta Fox trying to sidestep some known vision, and Omar God saying, that doesn't matter, I can hear you doing that. No kills afterwards, and Zag down an ultimate.
So both teams trying to stabilize after that crazy early mid game. As we have all five members of Delta Fox in the mid lane, while Kennen continues the split push because they know Dyrus can't answer it quite yet. The blue buff will be heading on over to the side of Delta Fox. Boy gonna pick this one up, and that's gonna help him continue to grow with the tier.
Some decent objective control there, but they've conceded some pressure around the mid lane. CLG Academy going to push that one up while also pressuring the bot side with Fallen Bandit. Like you said, Chase going to have a really hard time to deal with this relatively defensively built Kennen. He's going to whittle down that turret slowly.
Omar is nearby, but will decide to go ahead and bail out. Skara and Boy coming in. Ghost is popped. Snowball does land, and now Bandit in a little bit of trouble, has nowhere to go. Omar trying to come over the wall. Nice stun. The pop-up onto Boy, not going to be enough. Boy picks up the kill. Nice ultimate there. Petrifying Gaze going to be enough. 2 kills heading on over to Delta Fox.
Pick up that 2 for 0. Wild closing that gold lead a little bit. Getting a nice shutdown onto Omar God. Tuesday working on that turret.
Whoa! Nice stun there by Shifter into a tempered fate, into the deadly flourish, but it's not going to land. The curtain call coming out. Tuesday trying to use the fancy feet to get himself out of trouble. Is able to. Zag now coming in to help out his mid laner, but it's not going to be enough. Boy going to come in and pick up the kill. Dyrus following CLG Academy. Phil in a lot of trouble. Does get snared up, and Dyrus finds himself the second kill of the game.
Delta Fox clawing their way back into this game. Gold lead closing, kill count closing. Down to about a 3,000 gold lead now. And Boy starting to pick up a handful of kills, which is the important thing. We'll take another look at that mid lane plan. You gotta say, Shifter.
What a cosmic binding right here.
What are they feeding this kid?
Into the tempered fate. Nice sidestep away from Phil. Not gonna land that death sentence. And after that, it's just clean up Skara.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice flash to avoid that root follow-up, but Skara's in range, gets that snowball chain CC, making sure he's perma-slow. Shifter gets another stun, setting up the rest of the team to collapse onto him. They do get 1 kill back on the Skara, who gave his life up for that one, but this time, Cutie Pie's root lands. They get a 2nd kill, and you start to see them picking up a lot of gold. Unfortunately, CLG Academy, because those Infernal Dragons will always have a pretty strong late game with that extra bonus AD and AP.
Yeah, percentages always scale late, and as the game moves closer and closer, CLG Academy will have even more threats. All this started because Fallen Bandit and Omar God were over-pushed, and then big plays coming out of Shifter to close the gap here for Delta Fox. The next objective that they might fight over is the Mountain Drake, but looking all along the river, all you see is blue wards, and more blue wards.
Something that Delta Fox has definitely struggled with. Something I think their coach should have forced a little bit more. Shifter going for the aggressive flash onto Zag.
And
not ready to give
magical journey, wants a little piece of it, and he's just going to turn himself golden. Why not? Because he's playing like a champ. Here goes Shifter trying to find some more. Maybe the Cosmic Binding is going to land. No, it doesn't, but now they've got themselves in a pincer. You can see themselves shuffle back and forth. Cutie Pie all by himself. Omar God is going to go on to him. Shifter with another magical journey. Cutie Pie trying to get himself out of trouble. Yes, he is, but the long-range arrow is going to land on Skara. Cutie Pie kiting away. Zag untouched. Long duration. Absolute Zero will land. Shut down by the Kennen. Fallen Bandit going to pick that one up. Cutie Pie is going to... No, he's not going to be able to find Zag. And all goes wrong for Delta Fox.
4 for 0 right now on CLG Academy, 23 minutes in the game, right next to Baron buff. They're going to turn on to this one right now as Omar God chases out Dyrus. Not much of a chance of a smite steal here. Dyrus Shock Blast not even going to look for it. And that might be a bit of a nail in the coffin here for Delta Fox.
It's so unfortunate because Shifter has been the one making plays for the team. And he ends up with a little bit of pie on his face after going for the Cosmic Binding, not landing and turning himself golden. This is the play after that.
Yeah, they ended up out of position trying to follow up on Shifter there. Scar gets stunned up and Boy doesn't really have anywhere to kite to. Gets hooked out there, chain CC'd and kind of blown up. Scar channeling the ultimate, not bad, but with one of his main damage dealers down in Boy, they have no chance of winning this fight. Almost get a trade kill onto Zag, not quite going to be able to grab it.
Either way, tough stuff there, and what looked to be good, a nice advantage number. You see an AD carry sitting right by himself for quite some time. CLG Academy able to close the distance between them and catch out the rest of Delta Fox. But they're not done quite yet. They're going to go ahead and take this mountain break without too much fight coming out of CLG Academy. Magical Journey going to leave a fallen bandit all alone, and here goes Shifter. He's going to start the chase. Boy going to join in too. Shock Blast going to land, and there's the root. And here we go, Delta Fox back in business with 1 kill, 18 to 11.
The 5-man play onto Fallen Bandit, answering back to what they did to their boy Dyrus. But during that time, they've evacuated the other 2 lanes. CLG Academy going to push those ones in. They take the mid inner turret, they take the top inner turret, and they're going to keep going.
That's right, those towers don't say Delta Fox, but Dyrus's tag does, so they're going to go ahead and get revenge for that at the cost of 2 towers. So difficult here for Delta Fox to try and find a big-time win. And there is a Tempered Fate. It does land. Interesting. Tunnel's going to continue to take him there. And nice arrow, long range coming from Zag, going to stop the aggression from Skara. But the chase continues. Boy getting the speed boost from Bard. Oh, and not able to be grounded.
They're not done yet.
They're not done yet. Here comes the curtain call. Omar God trying to get the knockup. He's super fed and picks up yet another kill. Absolute Zero does absolutely nothing for Skara except get himself caught under the tower. Tuesday now joining the fight. He says, today is my day, Dyrus. You come back here. Down he goes. And Tuesday picks that one up. And Cutie Pie and Skara limp away.
Skara able to walk out of there doing what Nunu does best, but the rest of the team not actually able to find any kills. Boy was pretty quick there with his Ghost on the Blood Boil, the speed up from Shifter, but didn't actually get him in range of Zag. Kites that one out. And then the rest of CLG Academy was able to collapse on that relatively long chase that started all the way back in the top side jungle of Delta Fox.
Well, the 5-man play worked in the bottom side of the map. They tried it again on the top side to no success.
They got a lot of heart.
They do.
Got a lot of hustle.
They do. They're hustling together as a 5-man squad using Ghost and speed boost from Bard.
They just don't got a lot of gold. It would trade some of that heart and hustle for some gold.
They do have some gold in the form of Tempered Fate because Shifters has hit some pretty solid ones on himself and his teammates.
That's true. He's had some good ultimate so far, but the rest of Delta Fox too far behind. This time, he's getting hooked out a little bit.
Yeah, he is. Phil going to land that one as the tower does go down in the top side of the map. So no more towers left for Delta Fox except for the Nexus turrets. And things are looking a little grim here for the Foxes.
Oh, here's the long-range arrow onto Skara.
Who would have thunk it? Skara gets taken down. Tuesday's going to pick that one up and go unstoppable. Slicing Maelstrom going to slow down Dyrus, and he dies yet again for the 8th time this game. And unfortunately, that might be, like you said, the nail in the coffin as the rest of Counter Logic Gaming Academy push into the base.
Gonna keep on the map right now. They have 2 inhibitors down the mid and top lane. Looks like they're going for the 3rd. Playing controlled or something like that. Not really Delta Fox's style. I don't know what this is.
I'm sure you don't. And there it is, the Death Sentence going to land. Phil, you can call him the Death Note Rider, call him Kira, because he lands yet another one, and down goes Cassiopeia. Bard going down, and that's going to be the base and the rest of the Nexus here in a couple of seconds. Skara getting caught up. Another hook landing by Phil. He's going to pick that one up. Gargoyle Stoneplate into the damage. That's why it doesn't do too much damage. He should probably try to figure out how that item works. Unfortunately, he does go down, and now the base is the only one left up. It's Zag and it's Fallen Bandit, and that's going to be it. Counter Logic Gaming Academy taking a comprehensive Game 1 victory, 25-14 in under 30 minutes.
Yeah, it was a pretty scrappy game overall. Delta Fox found a couple openings to get some kills, but they had one disastrous team fight up on the top side of the map. They got aced, and they ended up giving up, or it was a 4-0, excuse me, and they lost the Baron off the back of it. Before that, it was relatively close, around 3,000 gold. They were down a couple Infernal Dragons, so they did probably feel pressure to make a couple plays happen, and just came up a little short.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was so close. Again, great plays out of Shifter on the bottom side. You got to see Void Boy start to maneuver a little bit. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Cutie Pie get unlocked too much, but there was a ton of pressure coming out on the opposite side by Omar God.
Yeah, I think that's one of those games where if maybe Dyrus is able to stabilize and actually win that counter pick matchup, comes out ahead, and then they continue playing from there, because they had some decent objective control. Shifter made a lot of plays to actually get his team some advantages, and maybe if they run with those advantages a little bit better, they can actually take that game.
Yeah, Dyrus kind of fallen way behind, 0-6 before he started finding an impact, got 2 kills, and then things kind of went a little bit of awry there, and Baron headed on over to Counter Logic Gaming
Delta
Academy.
Fox's motto, a little bit awry.
A little bit of awry, but we're not going awry. We're just taking a quick break, but when we come back, we'll take a look at Game 2 between Delta Fox and Counter Logic Gaming Academy. Don't go anywhere. The NA Challenger Series returns in just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our coverage of Delta Fox versus Counterlogic Gaming Academy. Once again, let's dive straight into the picks and bans for Game 2, because we kind of saw like some great fight out of Delta Fox, but they weren't able to close the gap once it turned in a little bit more of a macro play.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I struggle with clearly is trading objectives when they get even. This time around, I like what I'm seeing. They stick with that Bard pick. Tristana being another scaling champion, giving Amakipai a little bit more room to work,
right,
as well as bringing the magic damage in the top side with the Rumble, because they got the Yasuo, the boy in the mid lane. On the flip side, CLG Academy going with that Echo, taking a little bit of an assassin matchup right there. They also have the Ken in the top side, the Nidalee, while keeping that pick potential in the bot lane with Ashe and Thresh.
I think that's one of the big picks there. You touched on it. Kennen again in the top side. We saw Darius kind of get not sure how to handle the split push and the pressure that came with the split push. Rumble, I don't think is going to help him out too much.
No, Rumble is not a very fun matchup to play into Kennen, so he's going to be on the back foot for most of this game. It's going to be on the other lanes to kind of make up for the deficit that will definitely accrue on the top side. Darius taking one for the team here. Infamous for doing that on TSM, bringing some magic damage that was probably sorely needed on the top side.
I'm loving the fact, though, that Zag and Phil are back on the same champions that they had last game. They found a lot of success on the Ashe, a lot of success on the Thresh. Same thing with Shifter. Shifter was making some big plays until things kind of went down the wrong road, but I think that there's a lot of positive things that we can find from Delta Fox's support.
Yeah, and this time Scar is also on a little bit more aggressive of a champion. The Rek'Sai being able to scrap better than a Nunu, and we know Delta Fox's style is pretty scrappy, and so if you're running around just ice blasting people, it's not as effective as it could be.
Well, I hope that Scar is going to be able to set up the boy with some nice final breaths here. Yasuo ultimates to change and take over the game as Omar got on another carry champion here. This time it's going to be Nidalee as a little bit of aggression. Darius, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of this top river. Actually, he's taking a lot of damage. The spear's going to land. Oh! Forcing the flash out is Phil.
Yeah, things weren't going to be fun for Darius at the beginning. Going to go even worse now. Loses his flash level 1 versus Ken and Nidalee. Could be in a tough spot here. Talk about the knockups from Scar. Don't forget, you can go off the Buster shot as well.
That's correct. So a couple of playmaking champions to help out Voyboy in the mid lane. He didn't do too bad. He didn't do too bad in the mid lane against Tuesday, but Tuesday was able to finally scale up and pop off later on in the game.
That's kind of the story of Victor for the most part in the early game. You're just trading to stay even, keep your pressure up, focus on wave clearing, and then come mid-late game, you do a lot of damage. So it's about getting there without ending up in a deficit, and if you can grab a lead, great.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but Delta Fox should be winning these lanes. They've got great mechanical skill, and again, it was only a 3,000 gold lead about 20 to 25 minutes into the game until it popped open, so hopefully they'll be able to continue to push that lead as you see Omar getting a little aggressive and taking the blue buff away from Skara.
Some early counter jungling out of both of them. Skara goes over the wall, going to take this Scuttle Crab. Hold on, PewDiePie might be getting all in level 2.
He is in a little bit of trouble, but turns that one around. Explosive shot going to be put onto Phil. Phil's going to take that one. Not the worst trade in the world, but Zach still firing off auto attacks, and Shifter keeps taking them as well.
Omar God goes across, steals those buffs, ends up on a ward though by Dyrus. Just lets Scar know, who was on the flip side of the map doing a similar path. Instead of going buff, camp like Omar God did, he did camp, buff, Scuttle Crab, buff. So a little bit ahead, and now he's in a position to potentially wrap around gank on this bot lane of CLG Academy, who don't really seem to know at all where he is.
All right, way to go, Scar. He is able to go over the wall, flashes up, does knock up Phil, forces a heal and a flash from the bot lane of Counterlogic Gaming Academy, but now the damage is getting turned around. Scar does not have flash.
Cutie.
Ignite going down. Cutie taking tower shot, forced to flash away, and now Shifter is all alone in front. He does not have flash, and he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Zag's going to pick this one up. First blood heading on over to Counterlogic Gaming Academy.
There's a 2v3 outplay on the side of CLG Academy, getting that first blood. Voyboy roams down, comes onto a ward. It's going to be hard for him to get involved against the Thresh. There you see why that Flay, great for keeping a Yasuo out early on.
So no dancing there by Voyboy, and unfortunately, after what looked like to be a good setup here, it gets turned around.
Yeah, and that's one of the things with this Rek'Sai gank early on. You come over the wall, and you're trying to force summoners, not trade. So you just want to walk up, wait for them to have to kite back onto you or kite into your team. And then you get the knock-up. He goes to the flash knock-up right away, so he gets picked apart. And now, Boy, on his way back to mid lane, gets caught out of position.
The Boy does. Parallel convergence might be enough. Nice wind wall, but not going to be enough. Omar God picking that one up with Tuesday.
2-0 start on the side of CLG Academy, off to a quick 1.3K gold lead just about.
What a bummer, because if you look at the CS in the mid lane, even though Boy roamed down to the bottom side of the map, it was relatively equal.
Relatively equal, but at the same time, probably falling a little bit behind XP. We'll take another look at that one. Yeah, Boy coming back to the mid lane after that early roam to the bot side.
Bam!
Just face check straight in there. Gets CC'd up, taken down extremely low. Almost able to get the flash dash away. Gets a nice wind wall to break that Q from Tuesday, but too much mobility on the side of CLG Academy, and they follow for that kill.
The double tomes, double books in the mid lane. Going to help out Tuesday here.
Scholar build.
Is that what it is? Tuesday bringing Boy to school?
College build. Librarian build.
Librarian build.
Keep going, but I don't think you want me to.
No, go ahead.
I'm actually out of things.
Oh, that's
we're trying to build synergy here, D-Gon. You got to know what amount of ideas.
Set you up for victory and show off how big your brain.
I'm tossing you the transition. Get me out of here.
All right, we're out of here, and we're back in the mid lane because Boy is saying, I don't want to go to school. Take a little bit of my Steel Tempest as he pressures Tuesday under the tower.
He's a Boy genius. He doesn't need to go to school.
He doesn't need to go to school. He's going to be able to bounce back from this one as we have a fatty rotation coming from Shifter and Cutie Pie from the bottom side into the mid lane. Tuesday kind of sniffs it out, though. They did run over a ward in the river.
And he's playing back, but he does not have his ultimate available yet. Is down that flash for that kill, so if he's not careful, he could get dove under this turret. Looks like they're going to look for it. The minion wave is there. Tuesday sets up the shield.
He does get the parallel convergence, does stun. Boy tanking the tower. That might not be what you want, but the kill is picked up by Shifter. Chapanya picking up that one. Cutie Pie, nice play to get away from Omar. But the javelin does land, pop up there, but still no ultimate from Boy. And another Cosmic Binding, and it's a little bit of supportal combat here on the bottom side. Shifter more than happy to take that one, but will walk away.
Nice fancy feet to dodge out on that hook. A good dive out of Delta Fox. And there you see that when they're able to set up their own plays, they often are able to convert them pretty well, especially when you get Shifter involved in on them. But if you're the one making the play against Delta Fox, they're not quite ready for them and often fall behind, not finding a good counter to it, and just get kind of blown up while not being prepared on the other side.
Hey, look, there's top laners. Dyrus did lose his flash early, didn't fall too far behind, so he's doing, I think, a relatively good job in this tough matchup.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job. Both of them taking D-Shield early on. He had to play with the fact that he knew it was a split map situation for almost that entire early game, and now with Scar coming in, might be looking for an all-in.
The Equalizer not going to land. Fallen Bandit is pretty low, but Dyrus turned this one around, and for the first time this series, he's up 1-0.
And meanwhile, on the bot side, we talk about sometimes enemy teams being able to trade versus Delta Fox. A good job out of Shifter and Cutie Pie dodging out on that roam that came in from Tuesday. So a good answer back, closing that gold lead down to about 700-800 from what was close to 2,000.
So 2-2 our score here. 7 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. The buffs should be spawning soon, the red buff and the blue buff, and that might be where we see our next action as both junglers have spotted each other out and the bumper car syndrome continues. They see each other and walk away.
In the wise words of Chiodos, just walk away. Don't know if you got that reference. Anyways, Infernal Dragon's up. Gonna look for CLG Academy to start that one off pretty soon. They do have some vision control down there, but they're down teleport advantage against the Rumble, so unlikely to want to force too much in that bot river.
I didn't get that reference, just in case you did that. That's all right. We're building the synergy. We're getting there.
Someday.
Someday. In the top lane, not in this game though. Zag is farming up here on the bottom side of the map. Both players, or both teams, just kind of content to slowing down the pace, get the junglers their buffs that they need, find a little bit more aggression. One thing that I like though is that Scar's been on top of the pathing so far. Now that we're at the second rotation of buffs, interesting to see what happens here. Tuesday and Omar trying to get close, flash away. And look at this, Omar not able to find it. Void Rush, and Scar turns that one around. Big time play by Delta Fox. However, the kill did go down. And so it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Scar doing a much better job keeping pace with Omar God this game now that he's off that Nunu pick onto a champion that can scrap early on. But hold on, Shifter caught a little out of position.
Shifter with the fancy feet, forced to flash away, but uses the magical journey to get to safety. That could have been a lot worse.
Can always be a lot worse. Maybe not so for Delta Fox. This time around, though, they're able to get out just fine. We'll take another look at that replay. Skara making sure he finishes this camp off. Nice step up into the camp instead of going for that. As hold on, we got something going on the bot side.
Yep, teleport coming in, and Cutie Pie wants a piece of that. Hell yeah, he's gonna pick that one up. That's a kill. Dyrus gonna steal that one away. Just making sure
he's got to fix his KDA a little bit from last game, so he's gonna steal that kill away from them. Rumble, honestly, not a bad pick as a top laner to start getting some kills on, especially when you are pretty much the only magic damage available on the side of Delta Fox. Getting him rolling with some early magic penalty would be great, but now Shifter getting a little too aggressive on that warding mission. He gets popped.
Yeah, he does. Tuesday roams down, finds the kill. And so Dyrus is like, hey, look, I'm about to lose my top tower. I better get that kill and the gold to make up for it, as Fallen Bandit is able to go ahead and continue to shove that one down. Infernal Drake is on the map. Both teams don't have vision of it quite yet. I expect that's where the next action will happen.
That's what you'd think. CLG Academy with Fallen Bandit's teleport coming back up in a couple minutes. We'll have a small window where they can potentially look to abuse that and force a play down there. Unfortunately for Delta Fox, PewDiePie has fallen relatively far behind in farm. Hold on, Dyrus up on the top side.
Yeah, with the face check, the slicing Maelstrom gonna slow down Dyrus a bit. Oh, nice Electro Harpoon, but now Fallen Bandit getting his buns toasted. Flash forward by Dyrus, not gonna be enough. Fallen Bandit now turning this one around. Here comes Cutie Pie, wanted to make the hero play. Rocket Jump not gonna be enough. Scar still wants a little piece of it. Does use the tunnel too far away. Or is it? The Void Rush going to land, and Fallen Bandit goes down. Skara going big here.
Having a great game. Lands that Prey Seeker, which enables the Void Rush to cap close for a kill. During that time, CLG Academy not letting that rotation go unpunished. They grab the Infernal Dragon and also grab the first third of the game. A nice answer for losing up that kill up in the top side. Delta Fox will, of course, answer that turret with Tristana.
Some nice counter answers by Counter Logic Gaming Academy. Yeah, they're losing players, but they're finding things along the map to pick up, as we see Phil trying to catch out Dyrus. Dyrus throws down the equalizer on the minion wave. Zag, yeah, sorry, that was definitely a question. He definitely did do that, throw it down on the minion wave to pick up the kills. We see Boy with the last breath going in on Tuesday. Tuesday not able to ult out of that one, so takes it and will walk away. So another kill down on the bottom side of the map for Counter Logic Gaming Academy.
Nice play out of CLG Academy, finding their own kill to answer onto Dyrus. I like the decision by Dyrus to ult the wave instead of looking for a potential trade kill, making sure that they can't actually take the objective in the turret by melting that wave down. And during that time, Boy got a little antsy. He wanted to get involved in the action. Goes just for an ultimate for fun.
Smart play. Can't take the tower if you don't have minions. So Dyrus making the best out of a bad situation and holding the gold lead to less than 2,000 right now. Delta Fox still trying to find their way. As we look at some of the items here, Cutie Pie still needs to build an AD item. We'll probably get that on the back here. There it is, the BF sword. And now Yasuo still trying to scale, get the shiv.
A lot of magic damage on the team. Went for an early Hex Drinker. Makes some sense against the Echo, Nidalee, Kennen. A lot of them hybrid damage as well, bringing a lot of mix of magic and physical damage between all of them.
So things slowing down here. No big time objectives on the map. Pings are going down on the top side, as we do see Ashe, Nidalee, Echo, and Thresh all hovering the top side river to maybe brute force down this final outer tower. I guess the outer tower on the top side of the map, they do have the mid lane tower, does Delta Fox.
Looks like Delta Fox is going to kind of give that one up and instead focus on potentially the mid or bot turret. A lot of pings going down. They do have the Rift Herald available. Wouldn't have minded seeing them trying to drop that one down the bot side, but instead looks like they're going to make a play onto Fallen Bandit. He could be in a lot of trouble here.
It does. This looks like yet another patented 5-man first one to make sure they get the kill. Fallen Bandit gets stunned up. And he does go down. Skara picking that one up, 3-1-1. Oh, going golden a little bit too late. Tuesday Chicken able to get himself out of trouble. And nice dark passage by Phil to get the mid laner out of trouble.
A little bit of unfortunate play there out of Delta Fox. When Skara channels that ultimate, he drops turret aggro, goes onto Shifter, the squishiest member of that dive squad that was happening. And so as the collapse came in from Echo, he's actually taking damage from the turret, not able to get the ultimate off him alive during that time. And meanwhile, Zag up on the top side, he's plenty happy playing some PvE.
Yep, hacking away at the tower. Not only gets the top outer, gets the top inner. And unfortunately, Delta Fox not able to find the answer for that. Boy, though, is looking for something long-range magical journey. Fake auto attack forces Zag to flash away, so small victory here for Delta Fox. But CLG Academy coming away over as we take a look at that dive on the bot side.
So you see Skara starts that house turret aggro for a little bit, but then once he ults, it drops onto Shifter. Shifter, with that extra turret damage, not actually able to turn himself golden. Just Tuesday who gets the benefit of that, buying time for Phil to get down there for the Lantern. A little bit of unfortunate play there. And on the top side, like we said, Zag lost his flash, but grabbed 2 objectives and got the local turret gold all for himself.
Yep, macro versus micro, so nice dive there by Delta Fox. Nice idea to the dive, but the execution's still a little bit lacking. But on the opposite side, you're gonna get punished when you go for those plays.
Yeah, the big thing too is the fact that Delta Fox didn't even get a turret with that play, so not much of a gain for that 1 kill. Still sitting on that Rift Herald, want to see what they choose to do with it. Sending Ashe in the mid lane by CLG Academy is a great call here, with Echo having a hard time wave clearing against that potential Rift Herald in the mid lane. This is going to force Delta Fox to find a different angle to use it.
I want to highlight the play of former All-Star mid laner Skara here at the jungle position, 3-1-1. Didn't fall as far behind as he did last time against Omar. Obviously, champions have something to do with that, as we see Boyboy miss that one out. But really good on him to continue to push the pressure for the rest of his team, as Bandit forced to use Slicing Maelstrom. Boyboy trying to get the knock-up, isn't able to. Now might be in a little bit of trouble. Already used the wind wall, and just an auto attack is going to take him down. Fallen Bandit playing that one perfectly.
A little surprising to see those lane setups out of Delta Fox. Hold on here. Tuesday gonna face check.
Tuesday gets popped up, bound. Will he be able to get out of this one? The Ignite does go down. Yes, it is. Parallel Convergence, but here comes Skara trying to get a piece of it. Parallel Convergence gonna stun Skara. Omar cleaning up the backside, and oh no, everything goes wrong for Delta Fox. 2 kills heading on over to CLG Academy.
They're able to collapse in time, make sure that Tuesday doesn't go down. That solo kill happening up on the top side. Like I was saying, you have some armor itemization built here on the side of Dyrus. Maybe he does a little bit better in that side lane, as Boyboy has MR built. Didn't benefit too much from that Hex Drinker proc. Still died with that magic shield up, I believe.
Yeah, the boy not able to find the right answer. And now CLG Academy have grown their lead to about a little under 6,000, but Omar, Fallen Bandit, and the rest of CLG are starting to live on the side of Delta Fox. Boyboy again caught in the split push, able to go ahead and dash away through the minions. And the chase begins.
Oh, lands a spear.
Going golden is no one, because Shifter's not able to land that one, but the chase continues. Boyboy now going to go ahead and concede. Will be able to land the final breath onto one. Shifter is very close, trying to help out his boy Omar, or take down Omar. Here comes Cutie Pie, picks that one up on the rocket jump, does have the reset. What does Delta Fox do? The teleport's coming in, they're kind of scattered back and forth. Nice binding coming out of Shifter. Tuesday very low, forced to teleport before where the teleport was back because of his ultimate, and now Fallen Bandit forced to back up. Dyrus joining the fight late. No one grabbed the Lantern. Dyrus wants a little bit of it. Does not have Equalizer and forced to back off.
Yeah, it doesn't have that Equalizer because he dropped it on the mid lane on Zag. Thought he was still playing PvE, but got ganked, getting griefed a little bit in that random PvP encounter. Dyrus picking up a kill before teleporting in. Didn't really get much off that teleport, unfortunately. So now he'll be down it when he tries to match up against Fallen Bandit later. Here it is, Zag, AFK, split pushing. Oh my god, there's a rumble here.
Who would have thunk it? Dyrus able to pick up that easy one back up here up top. Tuesday using Chrono Break. Goes all the way back to where he teleported from and isn't in the fight.
Yep, gets out of there, which is a smart call. They did not want to keep fighting that one. The rest of the members able to get out without losing any extra teammates, avoiding a potentially worse situation. The gold lead did close a little bit, closer to 5,000 gold now for Delta Fox, but still, like we said, uphill battle for them to get back into this game.
Again, we're seeing the fight out of Delta Fox to continue to find ways back in the game, and CLG Academy does have the lead. They're continuing to trade objectives after each fight. That last one, though, getting caught out was Ashe. We do see Fallen Bandit yet again getting caught in a little bit of a tough spot. Shifter thinking about going over with the Magical Journey. Decides, I'm okay, I don't need any vacation. He'll go ahead and stay. As we do see Skara walk himself into a spear and then out of trouble. On the top side of the map, though, you have Tuesday's Echo split pushing, and Dyrus is forced to answer without teleport.
It's going to be a little scary. Tuesday also not having teleport. Both of them kind of blew it in that top skirmish that happened a couple minutes ago. Boy matching a little bit better against Fallen Bandit. Pretty important for him to actually land the knockup and get that ultimate. If he misses the knockup, there's basically no threat left on the cannon because he'll out-damage him. And So you kind of need to get that CC instantly and then put him at a health deficit so you can actually threaten.
Skara thinking about getting a piece, but decides against it. Now, boy, nice wind wall to stop the ultimate out, but the boy in a little bit of trouble. Nice tempered fade coming out of Shifter, and the damage gets turned around. Fallen Bandit forced to flash away. Magical Journey will get them out, but overall, CLG Academy taking the dragon.
Some early Ninja Tabbies doing a lot of work there, as well as having a fairly large health pool with that giant belt built already. Fallen Bandit seems to like to itemize a little bit more defensively than you see out of some other cannons. Doesn't go for the early Hurricane or anything, just wants to get some health behind him so he can continue to play aggressively and not worry about any kind of attention that he might pull.
One thing that we haven't talked about lately is Cutie Pie, who has been farming up, unfortunately just not as efficiently as Zag, who's been getting to play PvE across the map, but that is something that will scale as the game gets later and later.
Definitely a strong scaling champion in Tristana, but Delta Fox not known to reach the late game too often.
Unfortunately, no, they're not. The end.
Boy, continuing kind of this split push 1-3-1. Keeps going aggressive in these side lanes. He also is another one of those champions that continues to scale extremely well. And as long as you play him mechanically correctly, you win a lot of 1v1s. Not quite at that item power spike yet. Tuesday, almost a full item up against him. Gonna have a hard time if he matches up there. Kennen also about the same item, to be honest, but he will get that Frozen Mallet soon. And Yasuo, if there's a lot of creeps around, doesn't matter if you have that Frozen Mallet.
Right.
If there's none, you're going to get chased up a long lane and probably finished off.
It's pretty frustrating. Kennen obviously can go either AP and AP. There are two items to help him do that with the Chase, with the Rylai's or the Mallet. However, our attention turns over to Dyrus, who's getting soloed out by Tuesday. Both Proto Belts used, but Dyrus has nowhere to go. He gets taken down. Easy kill for Tuesday. Dyrus pushing without vision.
One of the harder things to do, playing a side lane without vision, gets collapsed on pretty easily there. Holds on to his equalizer, knowing he's not going to be able to trade that kill back. Saving it in case a team fight breaks out pretty soon. CLG Academy just setting up shop in this top jungle. And Delta Fox not really forcing them out of there.
Both teams now starting to slow down, but again, we're getting to see CLG Academy live in the jungle of Delta Fox, and without the proper vision, they can't go in there. There's so much damage up front first, and we've seen already a couple face checks by both Dyrus and Boy that has led to disastrous results here. Oh, nice magical journey there by Shifter. Everyone gets caught up in the parallel convergence. No damage afterwards, but here comes Tempered Fate. It does land onto Zag. This might be something that Skara finds. Oh, on Burrows a little bit too late. Death Sentence being written there on the Cutie Pie. Nice catch there by Phil. Equalizer does go down, but Skara goes down even faster. And now, so far, 2 people have gone down for Delta Fox.
22 minutes into the game, they might turn onto this Baron. Tuesday a little bit caught out of position, takes the Lantern out. And a nice play out of CLG Academy. The turret was very low. They hatch arrow Cutie Pie, and even though he's able to jump out of danger, it means that there's no one really stuck on wave clear duty. They're able to take the mid turret and win the skirmish after. Now looking at Baron.
Yeah, it is an early Baron, and we did see this last time. It was a little bit more free last time, but it's getting lower. Skara's not here, and Delta Fox deciding against it. Another early Baron heading on over to CLG Academy to pop this game wide open.
And Skara with that Smite, not alive, contest it, and CLG Academy, even though they, it's early in the game, they don't have a ton of armor, they do a lot of damage. So there are 4 main champions of Kennen, Italy, Echo, and Ash can burn that down really fast. Take a look at that fight again. You see the missed time on Burrow just a little bit there. Hard fight to win anyways. Equalizer, there's no CC to keep people on top of it, so they just sidestep around the scene. And then try and get on the Shifter for that last kill.
Yeah, big time hook again by Phil onto Cutie Pie, who just hasn't been able to participate in too many fights so far. Getting deleted right away doesn't bode well for him, and the reset of Rocket Jump. And that's why the Rumble ultimate went down on top of him. Maybe it's like, all right, they're going to tunnel on top of Cutie Pie. We'll be able to turn around the damage. Not at all. And the Baron heads on over to Counter Logic Gaming Academy, who continue to march us forward with a 10,000 gold lead here, 23 minutes into the game.
Big lead, no inhibitor turrets down quite yet, but their comp is decent at taking them. You have a lot of range with the mid laner of Echo being the only one who's melee. And even then in a split push with the Lich Bane, he's still going to do a lot of damage to a turret.
12 to 8, 23 minutes, 30 seconds into this Game 2 matchup between Counter Logic Gaming and Delta Fox. CLG Academy had their only win so far against Delta Fox. They do have slim hopes of the playoffs. by possibly edging out Big God's Jackals for the 4th place slot. They had to take care of business here, and they're doing so far. And Delta Fox have looked good in spurts. They just haven't been able to put it together, as we see another siege for a tower where Delta Fox is late.
And that's the thing, is in competitive play, what's super important is consistency. There's a lot of good players out there, even in the Challenger Series, but if you can't put it on the, on the Rift every single time, you're going to have a hard time having a big impact in the games. And you got to think about Delta Fox coaching staff unable to get any of that consistency out of his team.
Yeah, possible changes for next season. So I've heard, not exactly sure, as we see CLG Academy continue to push down the base. Boy not able to land Steel Tempest, and unfortunately their base is starting to turn into tatters.
But this 1-3-1 is very hard for them to deal with. They don't really have a great ultimate, or engaged to a Cypher Shifter's ultimate, which is currently on cooldown. So Skara is basically the only guy left available who can really start something out. Maybe you see a Buster Shot into ultimate for Voyboy.
Oh,
but
nice play by Tuesday to get himself out of that. And again, looking for anything, Delta Fox send 4 down to the bottom side of the map and lose the tower. All the while on the top side, Fallen Bandit's getting in. Voyboy able to get an ultimate down on Zag. Zag is very low, does get the stun down, but it doesn't matter. Down he goes. The inhibitor on the top side goes by the wayside though. And now Fallen Bandit in a little tricky position. 4 members of Delta Fox trying to converge onto him. As the rest of CLG Academy coming in, Descend's not going to land, but it doesn't matter because down goes Shifter. Here goes the rest of the team. Omar God popping off, not able to find too much. Dyrus picking up kills. Now it's Dyrus and Tuesday going back and forth. Voyboy able to clean up a little bit, and right now the only one left alive is Tuesday. Tuesday going in. Oh, turns around the damage. Voy flashing forward, tries to get the Steel Tempest. Looking goofy because he doesn't get anything. Parallel Convergence goes down. Voyboy able to pick up the kill though. It's an ace heading on over to Delta Fox, but what's left of their base?
2 inhibitors.
2 inhibitors.
Next there. It's
take a look back at the replay here.
Yeah, it starts out all of CLG Academy want to go in to try and save Fallen Bandit there, unable to really do so. This fight all started off, of course, with that kind of insect we were talking about, with Tristana able to ult onto Zag, which allows Void to get his ultimate off as well. Cool. And Tuesday, a very fed Echo, you see, able to blow up Dyrus here and almost gets the 1v1 versus Void. Just doesn't throw the parallel convergence quite far enough back to buy himself enough time to get underneath it, because he had the damage to win that fight, just not the health bar.
Yeah, Z Resonance Drive doing a ton of damage by Tuesday, who's just massively ahead at 7-2-3, able to go back and finish some items. Take a look at the gold right there. No one on the side of Delta Fox in double digits. However, if you look on the opposite side, everyone on double digits except Phil for Counterlogic Gaming Academy.
Not pulling his weight here. Should have 10K gold as a good support right there.
That's right, and his record is ruined now, 0-1-0 with that dash. Always something to improve on. Good eye. That's a good eye of a coach.
Not going to give him the S.
Nope, not going to give him the S.
The client will not give him the S. Not enough CS as a support.
Will the coach give him the S?
Gets an S out of the coaches.
He does get the S out of the coaches. Does Phil, as we are, again, close in kills. Not so close in gold. 15-13. Counterlogic Gaming Academy on top, along with Dragon Control as well. And both teams now trying to get vision, reset after the big fights in the base. Cutie Pie did have a kill in that last fight, wasn't able to completely pop off because Tuesday was able to shut that one down. But he's starting to scale, trying to get that second Energizer build item in the rapid fire cannon.
CLG Academy probably going to try and end that game before it comes to that. Pushing down this mid lane now, a little bit of a 1-3-1.
Oh.
Zag gets ulted out.
Zag does get caught out, flash forward into a hook, and Phil is able to foretell the future, gets a nice hook. Fallen Bandit with the slicing maelstrom. Voyboy goes up and does kill up Fallen Bandit. Everyone's still alive on Delta Fox, never mind. There goes Tuesday, he's popping off 1, 2, 3 kills heading on over to the side of CLG Academy. It's a double kill. Cutie Pie, the last one on the menu, able to use the blast comb to get out of trouble, but Tuesday gonna tumble. Oh no, Cutie Pie, the pie goes down. He tastes delicious, and it's an ace heading on over to the side of CLG Academy.
Delta Fox looking for a pick off the back of another Shifter ultimate. Does work out initially, but once Tuesday joins the fight, that beefy Echo at 10 kills, able to close out that fight for them. Probably going to close out the game. They are having a little bit of trouble getting a minion wave in here, trying to tank the turrets up for some reason. They are getting low. And with that, first Nexus turret drops, the second Nexus turret going to drop. Looks like Shifter's going to drop again.
He goes down. That's the ace heading on over again for CLG Academy as They start respawning one at a time, but that's going to be the game. CLG Academy still alive in the North American Challenger Series for that final playoff spot as they take down Delta Fox 2-0.
A very quick series for CLG Academy. Get some good wins there, and you get to see what happens when you are able to get a lot of early picks off in that game. You get a lot of objective snowballing, the enemy team not trading as favorably as you might want. That one play down the bot side where they went super hard to finish off Fallen Bandit while Zag up on the top side just mowing down turrets by himself. Those kinds of plays are very hard to recover from.
All right, and unfortunately, Delta Fox has made some plays, and again, it's been the story of their season. Good plays, good ideas, not the best execution.
Yeah, they always seem to struggle to keep up in a couple different categories while they're able to keep up in kills because mechanically they can play the skirmishes decently well. Usually they're behind in CS because their minion waves are not quite set up right when they take those fights, or they're losing turrets or dragons at the back end of them. So overall, they're a team that just needs a little bit more help getting those kinds of objectives off the back end of fights.
Yeah, we got to ask where they can find that help. That's a big question for Delta Fox as we move in to the final week. We have with the penultimate week of the regular season complete, let's take a look how the teams stand. In first place, it's E United leading the pack, undefeated after 4 weeks of competition. And with their win tonight, Gold Coin United takes sole possession of second place. Tempo Storm and Big God Jackals complete the playoff picture in third and fourth, while CLG Academy and Delta Fox round out the league.
Yep, overall, about what we expected this week to end with. E United still on top. A little bit of a surprise with Gold Coin toppling Tempo Storm tonight, but it was a very close series, so it's hard to definitively say one of those teams is better.
And so with that, that's all the League of Legends we've got for you tonight, but we have more North American LCS tomorrow afternoon. First up, the Danes in the mid lane face off with Cloud9 versus TSM, and then Phoenix One go up against Team Envy. These are some big-time matches here.
You gotta be excited for that Jensen-Bjergsen matchup. A lot of people have been putting Jensen as the early favorite for MVP this split, something I would definitely agree with. And he's going to have a tough time against Bjergsen because while he's probably playing individually better, it's not so significant that he can carry all of C9 against the rest of TSM, so he's got a tall task ahead of him.
I'm also excited to see the top laners do battle. Impact or Ray, which one is it? Going up against Hanser, all three of those players having not the dominant season that we're used to seeing them have all the time.
Yeah, but especially Impact and Ray have been struggling. They're very far behind in CSD, amongst the bottom in the league at those. And then while they still are able to execute some team fight situations and engages, their ability to really kind of farm evenly or even pressure their opponents seems pretty much non-existent, whereas on the flip side, Hanster, despite a lot of his struggles in terms of staying alive, still has really good laning stats.
Right, and then on the second matchup, you got to talk about the battle of the junglers. It's going to be Mike Young and Lyra going head-to-head here. That's a little bit of a Lee Sin matchup there.
Yeah, it's a little scary, especially considering that when Mike Young last played, it was against Rainover, who taught him a little bit of a lesson on jungling, and now he's going up against Lyra, what many consider to be the best jungler in the NALCS. Could be a bit of a rough 2 series out of Mike Young.
Oh, hopefully they'll be able to find some sort of success. But thanks for sticking around with Mark and me. I hope that you've enjoyed our special coverage of Delta Fox versus CLG Academy. Now, on behalf of myself, Mark, and the entire Challenger broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next week for more league action.
Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right.